All right. All right. Good morning. It is currently 6:27 a.m. and today's date is the 25th of February 2025. How are you doing? Good morning. It is your boy Genesis. Welcome back to the live show. You know what time it is. All right, this morning we're going to be checking out the event that happened yesterday at the White House, which was the French president, Emmanuel Macron. He visited the 47th President Trump, and some very important conversation was had. So we're going to listen to that. All right, double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, and let's have a good time.
Well, thank you very much. We very much appreciate the attention. Today's a big day in that we had a G7 and President Macron, who's a very special man in my book. We were together. We did it together. And I think a lot of progress has been made. We've had some very good talks with Russia. We've had some very good talks with others, and we're trying to get the war ended with Russia and Ukraine, and I think we've come a long way in a short period of weeks. And the president's been very helpful also. And we're also talking about trade, various trade deals that we will be doing with France, and we'll be discussing a little bit further. Then we'll have a press conference later on. You can ask some questions. We'll be having a press conference in a little while. We're going to have lunch with the entire French staff, and we look forward to it. And again, the relationship's been very special with France and very special with this gentleman on my right. And we look forward to keeping that going for a long period of time. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you. No, thank you. I want to thank Mr. President for his hospitality. We had a good discussion this morning for the G7 here.
Yeah.
And for the third year of this war in Ukraine. And I think our common objective clearly is to build peace and a solid and long-standing peace. And this is what we will discuss, obviously, because I have great respect for the bravery and the resistance of Ukrainian people. And we do share the objective of peace, but we are very aware of the necessity to have guarantees and a solid peace in order to stabilize the situation. I'm here as a friend because through centuries we've been friends, and we are personal friends, as you mentioned it, because we work very well together. And I think the US and France always stand on the same side, the right side, I would say, of history. Mm-hmm. And this is exactly what is at stake today. And this is a very important moment for Europe as well. And I'm here as well after discussions with all my colleagues to say that Europe is willing to step up, to be a stronger partner, to do more in defense and security for this continent, and as well to be a reliable partner and to be engaged on trade, economy, investment in a lot of topics. So I'm very excited by the discussion we will have, and obviously we will follow up. And I want to thank you again, Mr. President, for your presence for Notre-Dame de Paris. It meant a lot for French people, and I want to thank you for that.
That's the cathedral, and they've done a fantastic job. The president's done a great job in bringing it back. That was a terrible thing, like, what, 5 years ago?
Yeah.
Watching that burn was a very horrible sight, and you've done a fantastic job in bringing it back, so I congratulate you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you,
Thank you
President.
very much. Anybody want to ask a question or two? Or is that a foolish question?
Thank you, Mr. President.
The Ukrainians on the critical minerals deal.
It looks like we're getting very close. The deal's being worked on, and we're, I think, getting very close to getting an agreement where we get our money back over a period of time. but it also gives us something where I think it's very beneficial to their economy, to them as a country. But, you know, we're in for $350 billion. How we got there, I don't know, but that's a lot of money, a lot of money invested, and we had nothing to show for
A
it.
lot of money.
And it was the Biden administration's fault. The Europeans are in for about $100 billion, and they do it as in the form of a loan. And the Europeans have been great on this issue. They understood it wasn't fair, and we were able to work something out. But with the Ukrainians, I think I can say that we're very close. Scott's around here someplace, and I think we can say that we're very, hi Scott, I think we're very close. Do you have something to say about that, Scott?
We are very close. The
Good.
1 yard line.
All right, good.
Mr. President,
What?
would a minerals deal include a security guarantee for Ukraine?
Well, it'll be, Europe is going to make sure that nothing happens. I don't think it's going to be much of a problem. I think once we settle, there's going to be no more war in Ukraine, and you're not going to have it. It's not going to be a very big problem. That's going to be the least of it.
Mr. President, we're hearing from some Greek media reporting that the U.S. has agreed to shut down a military base in Greece that's been a logistical hub for NATO.
That who shut down?
That the U.S. has agreed to shut it down at the request of Turkey and Russia. Is that at all true?
Marco, do you have anything to say about it? Chris?
Sir, that's a no. That's a no, sir. Mr. President. Mr.
Is it a
President.
no? You said-
It's a no, sir.
It's not a correct story.
Thank you.
Mr. President, how do you react to people in Europe who say that you are abandoning Ukraine and that you are going to sacrifice the security of Ukraine by making a deal with Vladimir Putin?
You know, we're helping Ukraine like nobody's ever helped Ukraine before. And I can say this, if I didn't become president, Ukraine would right now still be at a level where there would be no even thinking about a peace. And it was, it's a sad thing that this happened. This would have never happened, this war, if I were president. Zero chance. And it has happened. So my function is to get you out of the war, get them out of the war, let them live. It's a bloody war, it's a horrible war. Thousands of people are being killed a week. And I would say Russia, maybe 700,000 people. I think Ukraine probably a similar number. And that's not talking about the towns and the cities that have been blown up. That's talking about soldiers. This has been a horrible, bloody mess. And we're going to get it solved. We got to get it solved. And you know, we're not talking about America's soldiers, soldiers from this country. We're talking about Russia and Ukraine. But on a humanitarian basis, we have to get this very, very bloody, savage problem solved. And I will say this also, it could lead to World War III if it's not solved. You know, there'll be a point at which it's not going to stop at those two countries. Already there's such involvement from other countries. And it could really lead to a very big war, World War III, and we're not going to let that happen either.
Would you support the idea to send European troops in Ukraine to back the ceasefire?
European troops may go into Ukraine as peacemakers. So when the agreement is done, they can watch that everything's followed properly. I don't think that's going to be a problem. And a lot of the European countries, I think, I don't want to speak for France, but I know that the presidents talked about doing that also. I think that'll be a very good day when we can go in as peacekeepers as opposed to what's going on right now with everybody being killed.
Will they have U.S. backing, those troops going into Ukraine? Will they have U.S. backing from U.S. troops?
Well, we're going to have a backing of some kind, and obviously the European countries are going to be involved, and I don't think you're going to need much backing. I think that's not going to be a problem. Once an agreement is signed, Russia's going to get back to its business, and Ukraine and Europe are going to get back to their business. I don't think it's going to be a problem.
Mr. President,
Can you talk about DOGE?
Will you meet with President Zelensky soon?
What?
Will you meet with President Zelensky soon?
I will be meeting with President Zelensky. In fact, he may come in this week or next week to sign the agreement, and which would be nice. I'd love to meet him. Would meet at the Oval Office. So the agreement's being worked on now. They're very close to a final deal. It'll be a deal with rare earths and various other things, and he would like to come, as I understand it, here to sign it, and that would be great with me. I think they then have to get it approved by their council or whoever might approve it, but I'm sure that will happen.
Monsieur le Président Macron, est-ce que vous pouvez commenter ce qui a été dit par le
Meeting with
Président
President Putin also, yes. I don't know when we speak. We're trying to get this thing worked out. But yeah, at some point I'll be meeting with President Putin too.
Monsieur Macron, s'il vous plaît, est-ce que vous pouvez nous dire quelques mots en français?
Mr.
I
President.
can say a few words in French. No, le président l'a dit, je pense que c'est un moment important. C'est un moment important de la discussion. On veut bâtir la paix en Ukraine et le bilan qui a été rappelé, une réalité, il y a d'1 million de morts et de blessés depuis le début de ce conflit et de cette guerre d'agression. Notre volonté, c'est que cette paix dure, parce que nous avons déjà eu un cessez-le-feu et une paix qui n'a pas été respectée. C'était les accords de Minsk, 1 puis 2. Et donc le corps de cette discussion, c'est de s'assurer d'abord qu'il y ait un cessez-le-feu, ensuite que les Ukrainiens soient impliqués. Et je pense que ce que vient de dire à l'instant le président Trump est très important, c'est-à-dire qu'il va rencontrer rapidement le président Zelensky pour signer cet accord sur les minerais critiques et les terres rares, et que c'est aussi un moyen d'avoir une implication américaine forte. Les Européens sont prêts à prendre leur charge sous des formes diverses de soutien à l'armée ukrainienne, de présence, y compris pour s'assurer que la paix soit durable. Et l'implication dans la durée des États-Unis d'Amérique à travers cet accord est une bonne chose. Et donc tout est encore à construire. Et je ne veux pas préempter les discussions. Mais nous partageons le même objectif, et ce qu'on a discuté ce matin pendant 1 heure après la visioconférence ensemble, et ce qu'on va continuer de travailler, sont pour moi des bonnes avancées. Et l'annonce de...
Est-ce que l'intégrité territoriale de l'Ukraine est encore un objectif crédible?
Spoken about this just a moment ago. This is exactly what we want to do. We want to build peace with Ukraine. As President Trump mentioned, there are already 1 million dead and wounded in Ukraine since the war began. We had a ceasefire in the past that was not respected. This was under the Minsk Agreements 1 and 2. President Trump, as he said, will be meeting with President Zelensky to sign a deal on rare earths. And we are pleased to see this very strong American involvement. Europe, of course, also stands ready to support Ukraine in various ways, supporting its military. And we don't want to preempt any sort of discussions that are currently underway, but we do share the same objective of building this lasting peace.
I just want to tell you a little story. So we were at the Eiffel Tower having dinner with your wonderful wife and with my wonderful wife, and we came out and he started speaking the French deal. And we didn't have an interpreter, and he was going on and on and on, and I was just nodding, yes, yes, yes. And he really sold me out, because I got back the next day and I read the papers. I said, that's not what we said. He's a smart customer, I will tell you that. Sure.
How would you
That was exactly what we agreed.
Mr. President, you called Zelensky a dictator. Would you use the same words regarding Putin?
I don't use those words lightly. I think that we're going to see how it all works out. Let's see what happens. I think we have a chance of a really good settlement between various countries. And, you know, you're talking about Europe, and you're talking about Ukraine as part of that whole situation. The other side has a lot of support also. So let's see how it all works out. It might work out. Look, you can never make up lives. The one thing you can make up the money, but you can't make up the lives. A lot of lives lost. I think probably a lot more lives than people are talking about. It's been a rough war, but I think we're close to getting it solved.
Question about DOGE, sir. Do you think that DOGE could benefit from more streamlined communications? There was that email telling employees to give 5 things that they've done last week. Agency heads then told people to ignore it, but
You're
Elon
talking
Musk...
about the last email that was sent, where he wanted to know what you did this week. You know why he wanted that, by the way? I thought it was great, because we have people that don't show up to work and nobody even knows if they work for the government. So by asking the question, tell us what you did this week, what he's doing is saying, are you actually working? And then if you don't answer, like you're sort of semi-fired or you're fired, because a lot of people are not answering because they don't even exist. They're trying to find, that's how badly various parts of our government were run by, and especially by this last group. So what they're doing is they're trying to find out who's working for the government. Are we paying other people that aren't working? And, you know, where's all that? Where's the money going? We have found hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud so far, and we've just started. We're actually going to Fort Knox to see if the gold is there, because maybe somebody stole the gold. tons of gold.
Some of the agency
So
heads.
I think it was actually, there was a lot of genius in sending it. We're trying to find out if people are working. And so we're sending a letter to people, please tell us what you did last week. If people don't respond, it's very possible that there is no such person or they're not working.
Some of the agency heads instructed their employees not to respond because they were waiting on further guidance, but Elon Musk's tweet said a failure to respond would be taken as a resignation, so there's been a disconnect in communications.
Yeah.
Are you concerned at all about
Only,
that?
no. That was done in a friendly manner. Only things such as perhaps Marco at State Department where they have very confidential things, or the FBI where they're working on confidential things. And they don't mean that in any way combatively with Elon. They're just saying there are some people that you don't want to really have them tell you what they're working on last week. But other than that, I think everyone thought it was a pretty ingenious idea. We have to find out where these people are. Who are they? And we said, if you don't respond, we assume you're not around.
And that holds, that stands.
And you're not getting paid anymore, too. So, you know, we're doing a real job. And we just had a poll come out, I guess the Harvard poll, saying that it's massively popular what we're doing. So.
Mr. President, do you still believe in NATO, in the alliance between Europe and America in NATO? Are you going to
NATO
the
is
summit in June?
very much involved in this. When I first got elected at the very beginning, first term, I got hundreds of billions of dollars put into NATO. NATO had no money because they hadn't paid for years. And I said, look, if you don't pay, we're not going to be a part of NATO, we're not going to protect, we're not going to do what we're supposed to do. And we took in hundreds of billions of dollars into NATO. No, NATO is a good thing if it's done properly and if it's used properly.
Mr. President, in these days you speak a lot about tariff in Canada, in Mexico, and in Europe. I want to know what is your idea about Italy, if you want to make the same thing in Italy.
About what? Can you talk up a little louder?
In these days...
No, louder. Can you talk a little louder? You have a beautiful voice, but you're not...
In these days you speak...
Where are you from?
Italy.
From Italy? Oh, I love Italy. Go ahead.
I want to know if you have the same idea with Italy about tariffs.
Well, look, I love Italy, and Italy is a very important nation. We have a wonderful woman as your leader, and she was on the conversation today, one that we had, the G7. And no, I think Italy is doing very well. I think Italy's got very strong leadership with Georgia.
Monsieur le Président, qu'est-ce que vous répondez au président Trump qui a dit que les Français et les Britanniques n'avaient pas...
Any other questions over here? Yes, ma'am.
Can you clarify what you meant in your truth today on the major economic development transactions between the U.S. and Russia? In more detail?
With respect to what, Russia?
In solving a peace deal, you said there will be major economic development transactions which will take place between the United States and Russia.
Yeah, we're trying to do some economic development deals. They have a lot of things that we want, and we'll see. I mean, I don't know if that will come to fruition, but we'd love to be able to do that if we could. You know, they have massive rare earth. It's a very large, it's actually the largest in terms of land. It's by far the largest country. And they have very valuable things that we could use, and we have things that they could use, and it would be very good if we could do that. I think it would be a very good thing for world peace and lasting peace. Well, I mean, our first, by far, our first thing that we want to do, the first element of the overall transaction is ending the war. But if, just as we're doing with Ukraine, if we could do some economic development in terms of Russia and getting things that we want, something like that would be possible, yes.
Can you explain the rationale, sir, in the U.S.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Can you explain the rationale in having the U.S. vote against the UN resolutions that Ukraine proposed and also the U.S. proposed?
I would rather not explain it now, but it's sort of self-evident, I think.
Mr. President, first talked about increasing the tariffs on products from the European Union. Is that still something you want to do today?
Well, it's not increasing, it's reciprocal. So whatever they charge us, we're charging them. So it's not a question of increasing. If they charge us 20%, we charge them 20%. If they charge us 30 or 40%, then we do that too. So that would be on European Union, but that really would be with respect to everybody. It's reciprocity. So reciprocal. Whatever they charge us, we charge them. Nobody has a problem. Even you, I see you don't have a problem anymore, right?
Mr. President, are you thinking of going to Moscow soon, maybe in May for the 9th of May for the anniversary?
I mean, not soon, but I would be certainly, if this all gets settled out, which I think it will, sure, I would go there.
On the 9th of
and
May?
you'd come here too.
On the 9th of May on the Red Square?
I don't know, the 9th of May, no, I don't, I think that's pretty soon. But no, at the appropriate time, I would go to Moscow.
Monsieur le Président, est-ce que l'envoi de troupes françaises
I
ou
think the war
européennes est
can end
envisagé en Ukraine?
soon.
How soon?
Within weeks. Yeah, I think so, right? Don't you think so? I'd like to have you, I think we could end it within weeks if we're smart. If we're not smart, it'll keep going and we'll keep losing young, beautiful people that shouldn't be dying. And we don't want that. And remember what I said, this could escalate into a third world war. And we don't want that either.
Mr. President, your envoy Steve Witkoff suggested a temporary ceasefire in the conflict, but the Russian government has denied that out of hand. Are you worried that they're not feeling in good faith?
No, I think they, at some point, will agree to that. I think they probably wanted to. And I think once you have a ceasefire, it's going to end because they're not going from a ceasefire back to war. I think people have had their full. I'm just glad I was able to help because there was no communication with Russia until I came along. Biden didn't communicate. He couldn't communicate with his own child. So Biden didn't communicate. He couldn't. It was terrible. He hadn't spoken to Putin in 3 years. You're trying to end a war. People are being killed. Every week, thousands of people are being killed. Soldiers, in this case, mostly. Also towns, you know, as missiles go in and back and forth. No, it's a shame. This should have never happened. This is a very sad, this is going to go down in the history books. This is a very sad moment because that should have been stopped. That should have never started. And if it did start, it should have stopped the first week, not 3 years later. Okay?
Je vais répondre, if you allow me, because je pense que plusieurs questions de vous et de votre collègue qui ont été posées en français et qui rejoignent les questions posées par les collègues américains. D'abord, cette discussion est utile et construire la paix est une nécessité. La deuxième chose, c'est qu'il y a aujourd'hui une capacité de dissuasion qui est restaurée et que c'est ce que veut dire le président Trump quand il n'y aura plus de problème. Je pense que la force du réengagement américain aujourd'hui, c'est en quelque sorte l'incertitude aussi pour le président Poutine. Et donc il y a une capacité de dissuasion qui est là, qui permet de sceller d'abord sans doute une trêve, la capacité à vérifier que cette trêve est respectée, et ensuite un accord de paix qui permettra de reconstruire l'Ukraine, mais de lui apporter aussi les garanties de sécurité. Dans le cadre de ces garanties de sécurité, nous pensons que nous avons notre rôle à jouer. Et donc, on verra à ce moment-là de la discussion, je ne veux pas la préempter, ce qui est nécessaire pour que l'Ukraine puisse rester un pays souverain. Et d'ailleurs, dans les discussions entre l'Ukraine et les États-Unis d'Amérique, il y a cette question d'une souveraineté ukrainienne qui est respectée. Et donc, nous, ce que nous avons préparé en particulier avec nos partenaires britanniques, dans le cadre d'un travail très étroit qu'on a mené ces dernières semaines, et partagé avec tous les pays européens et alliés qui sont prêts à s'y joindre, c'est l'idée de dire on est prêt à apporter ces garanties de sécurité. Les conditions, elles doivent en être définies.
Par l'envoi de troupes.
Elles doivent être définies par l'accord. Ça peut aller jusqu'à l'envoi, comme l'a dit le président, de troupes qui iront observer que la paix est bien respectée, qui iront se positionner, pas sur la ligne de front, pas pour justement, en quelque sorte, être dans le conflit, mais marquer une présence comme une garantie. Il y a d'autres moyens de soutenir qui peuvent être des soutiens accrus et capacitaires à l'armée, des structures nouvelles. Et je pense aussi que l'accord qui est discuté, le président l'a dit, la crédibilité américaine qui est mise dans ce moment, c'est aussi montrer que chacun est dans son rôle, mais que nous avons une unité, Européens et Américains, et donc avec une forme de garantie que les Américains prennent par la discussion sur les minerais critiques qui sont en train de finaliser.
That is the most beautiful language. I have no idea what he's saying, but that is the most elegant, beautiful language. Go ahead, please.
This is a question that was asked by several. What we need to do is make sure that we are building peace. We have deterrence capabilities that have been restored. As President Trump said, there won't be any more problems. We've seen the U.S. re-engagement and the message that that sends to Mr. Putin. We have deterrence, which will allow a truce to take place, verification of that truce, and then a peace agreement can be put in place so that we can start rebuilding Ukraine with security guarantees. And we have a role to play in that. Again, I'm not preempting any discussions, but we've spoken about Ukraine's sovereignty, and that has been a subject of discussion between the U.S. and Ukraine. We have also been working closely with our British partners this week. We've shared this information with other European countries, and we are ready and willing to provide those security guarantees, which could perhaps include troops, but they would be there to maintain peace. They would not be along the front lines. They would not be part of any conflict. They would be there to ensure that the peace is respected. Our assistance may include other capacity building, perhaps for the military. We see U.S. credibility here. We each have our role to play, but it will be done in a united fashion.
Mr. President, do you think that Ukraine should give up a part of its territory?
Well, we're going to see. It's a negotiation that's just starting, and they've been fighting, and there's been a lot of land that's been taken. So we'll have to see how that works out. That's part of the negotiation. I will say there was great unity in that room today. We were via Skype or whatever, but it was great, tremendous unity today in that room with the other countries.
Ukraine wants
I was very impressed by it.
territories back. Can they take it back? What they lost in the past years?
That's not an easy thing to do, is it? Right? It's not an easy. Just asking whether or not you can take back the land that they lost. And I say that, yeah, perhaps some of it, yeah, I hope so. But that's not an easy thing to do.
But not
Macron on the frozen
It's going to be something we're talking about.
Will you convince Vladimir
on the
Putin
front-
to accept the European troops as peacekeeper, would you think?
Yeah, he will accept that.
He will accept
I've
that?
asked him that question.
You talked to him?
I've asked him that question.
Is
Said
France
yes?
going to lift the block on the
Because
300
he's
billion?
not, look, if we do this deal, he's not looking for more war. He doesn't mind, but I've specifically asked him that question. He has no problem with it.
Is France going to lift the block on the 300 billion in frozen Russian assets in Belgium? France has opposed unfreezing it to pay Ukraine and compensate the U.S. for its support. Is France going to lift its opposition to that?
This is, we speak about frozen assets. We already used them to back precisely the loans negotiated at the G7. And it's part of the sanctions, so it will depend on the follow-up of the discussions. But clearly, we respect international law. It's just frozen assets now. You can take the proceeds of the frozen assets, but you cannot take the assets themselves because it's not respecting international law, and we want to respect international law.
How is one different than the other? You can take the proceeds from it. How can you not take
Because
that?
it's very different. You keep the assets, you take the proceeds because they are paralyzed in a certain way. You take the proceeds during the wartime, but you keep the assets, and it's part of the negotiation at the end of the war. Because, this war costed all of us a lot of money. And this is the responsibility of Russia, because the aggressor is Russia.
Should the U.S. be compensated?
So at the end of the day, this frozen asset should be part of the negotiation, all in all.
Will France support the U.S. being compensated?
I support the idea to have Ukraine first being compensated, because they are the ones to have lose a lot of their fellow citizens and being destroyed by these attacks. Second, all of those who paid for could be compensated, but not by Ukraine, by Russia, because they were the one to aggress.
Again, just so you understand, Europe is loaning the money to Ukraine. They get their money back.
No, in fact, to be frank, we paid 60% of the total effort, and it was through, like the US, loans, guarantee, grants, and we provided real money, to be clear. We have 230 billion frozen assets in Europe, Russian assets, but this is not as a collateral of a loan, because this is not our belonging. So they are frozen. If at the end of the day, in the negotiation we will have with Russia, they're ready to give it to us, super. It will be loan at the end of the day, and Russia will have paid for that.
If you
This is my
believe
wish.
that, it's okay with me.
Mr.
But
President,
they get their money back, and we don't, and now we do. But, that's
We will
only
fight
fair.
positive.
Mr. President,
If you think Russia should be the one that pays everybody back, are they the aggressors?
Well, we're negotiating everything, and everything's on the table, and we'll see if we can get some land back, and we'll see about a lot of different things. And we're going to be making a little speech and say a few words in a little while. We're going to have another meeting, a luncheon meeting, and we'll see you in about 2 hours. Okay? Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you, Fred.
Let's go.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. You just got to respect this man, everybody. You just have to. Of course, the French president, Emmanuel Macron, he did what he had to do. You know, he has to stand up for France and Europe. However, it's like, no, it's not going to work this time. This is a different leadership that's in the White House and that the United States has now. America is back, everybody. All right, so we're going to go to the next update, which is Trump and Macron. They held a press briefing at the White House.
And the President of the French Republic.
Well, thank you very much, everyone. Great honor to be here with my friend. I'm delighted to welcome President Macron back to the White House. We've been together quite often, but not that often in the White House. We honored the president.
You know, when I see comments like America is back to becoming the laughing stock that we used to be from 2016 to 2020, but it's like, no. What do you mean laughing stock? What do you mean laughing stock? Huh? You mean like your borders being secured? You mean your trade deal being properly looked at? Wars being stopped around the world? Corruption in the government being brought out to light? How is that being a laughing stock? That's like being a hero, like a superhero. It's like Batman.
President, First Lady of France, not so long ago. It was a beautiful evening, and we will not soon forget it. It was a beautiful day and evening, and many fond memories. I also want to thank Emmanuel for hosting me in Paris last December after a historic election win to witness the reopening of the spectacular Notre Dame Cathedral, where you did an outstanding job in bringing it back together. That was a sad day watching that burn. And 5 years later, you had it up, and it was, they say, more beautiful than it was before. So I think that's a great achievement. That was not easy. France is America's oldest ally. Our cherished partnership has been a force for freedom, prosperity, and peace from the very beginning. We're now working on some very interesting developments. One in particular, as you know, the war between Russia and Ukraine. In the American Revolution, French support helped us to seize our destiny as an independent nation. In the First and Second World Wars, our citizens shed blood together on the battlefields of Europe. And I'll never forget joining President Macron 6 years ago on the 75th anniversary of D-Day. That was some day. The purpose of our meeting today is to end another battle, a really horrible one, a war, something that we haven't seen since the Second World War, that is ravaging European soil, the deadliest and most destructive conflict that one can imagine. I've seen the pictures, I've seen the satellite photos and lots of other photos, and it's a horrible thing that's happening. Thousands of people are dying a week. This very day is the third anniversary of the invasion of Ukraine, which would never have happened if I was president. That was not going to happen. The horrors of this gruesome and bloody war can scarcely be overestimated. Hundreds of thousands of people, Russians and Ukrainians in particular, have needlessly died. An entire generation of Ukrainians and Russian men has been decimated. 1,000-year-old cities have been turned into rubble. Those beautiful spires that you used to see there, they were most beautiful in the world, they say, are lying in heaps of rubble. blasted to smithereens. It's time to end this bloodletting and restore peace, and I think we're going to do it. We've had some great conversations, including with Russia. Since my return to the White House, we've made more progress toward that goal in 1 month than occurred in the past 3 years. And I've spoken with both President Putin and President Zelensky. And again, a lot of good things toward peace are happening, moving it, I think, pretty quickly. Last week, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, National Security Advisor Michael Waltz, and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff conducted successful talks in Saudi Arabia with the delegation from Russia, and I'd like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the King and Mohammed, great people. They're really working hard to get this done. Our focus is on achieving a ceasefire as soon as possible and ultimately a permanent peace. My meeting with President Macron today was another important step forward in that sphere because he's been very much involved right from the beginning in trying to get it over with, and we're going to get it done. I believe that Emmanuel agrees with me on many of the most important issues. Chief among them is this is the right time. It may be the only time. You know, that's a very interesting and horrible situation, and that could evolve into a third world war. We're not going to let that happen. Should have never started, but it did. And what a mess. What a horrible, bloody mess. I'm also pleased that President Macron agrees that the cost and burden of securing the peace must be borne by the nations of Europe, not alone by the United States. And Europe must take that central role in assuring long-term security of Ukraine, which they want to do. And that's not a very big step. The big step is what's going to happen over the next few weeks. The United States has put up far more aid for Ukraine than any other nation. Hundreds of billions of dollars. We've spent more than 300 billion, and Europe has spent about 100 billion. That's a big difference, and at some point we should equalize. But hopefully we won't have to worry about that. We have other things happening that maybe take that out of the realm of necessity. And while we've given vast amounts of military aid and money in form of grants, much of Europe's contribution has been economic relief structured as loans for which they'll be repaid. Like the Europeans, I believe that taxpayers in the United States also deserve to recoup the colossal amounts of money that we've sent. The previous administration never even thought of that. They didn't think of a lot of things, like why did they let it start in the first place? That is why we must have an agreement with Ukraine on critical minerals and rare earths and various other things as security. And I think that that's happening. I think we've made a lot of progress. I had a report just given to me before walking in that we've made, Emmanuel, a great deal of progress toward getting that. I've been elected by the American people to restore common sense to Washington and indeed to the world. And I believe strongly that it's in the best interest of the United States, the best interest in Europe, the best interest of Ukraine, and indeed the best interest of Russia to stop the killing now and bring the world to peace. My administration is making a decisive break with the foreign policy failures of the past administration and, frankly, the past. I ran against a very foolish foreign policy establishment, and their recklessness has led to the death of many, many people. Under our administration, we're forging a new path that promotes peace around the world. And when I left office for the first administration, first term, we had no wars, we had no problems. We didn't have October 7th with Israel. We didn't have Russia and Ukraine going at it. We didn't have the problems in other parts of the Middle East. We didn't have inflation. It was a whole different world. And you know what else we didn't have? Millions of people pouring through our borders, many of them criminals released from other nations and put right into our land, murderers and drug dealers, gangs. We didn't have any of that. It's a different time, but now we have it and we're fixing it. We'll fix it all up. We'll get it done as quickly as possible. And we've made a great deal of progress. People are saying it was the best month for a president in our country's history. I hope that's right, but I feel it's right. We've done a lot of things in a very short period of time, 4 weeks. As I've said before, it's my hope that my greatest legacy, however, will be as a peacemaker and a unifier. I want to bring peace, not war. I thank President Macron for joining us today in this urgent work we're doing. We have some wonderful people up front right here that have worked so hard. Steve Witkoff, thank you very much. And Michael Waltz, thank you. Scott, thank you very much. And JD, thank you. They've really done a job. They worked very hard. It's a real passion to get this war ended. And I'd like to now invite Emmanuel to say a few words, and then we'll take questions. And again, Emmanuel, it's a great honor to have you with us at the White House. Thank you very much, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, dear Donald. Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, je vais dire quelques mots en français.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be saying a few words in French.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président,
Thank
cher
you
Donald,
very
pour
much,
votre
Mr. President,
hospitalité et
dear
cette
Donald, for your
visite.
hospitality and for this
Vous l'avez rappelé,
visit. As you
nous avons eu
mentioned,
l'occasion ces dernières années,
we
lors
have had the opportunity to meet over the past few years. Since your first term, we've been able to discuss matters in Paris and also here at the White House, and it has always been a great joy to do that, and I would like to commend you. And thank you, Mr. President, for extending this friendship to France and taking part in the ceremony at Notre Dame that you mentioned before. It was a great honor for the French people to reopen the cathedral to the rest of the world, and your presence was a testament to that friendship. As the President said, this friendship dates back to the Revolutionary War since the beginning of the United States, and whenever we've needed to, we've been able to come together and be on the right side. We've been able to be united to defend peace and sovereignty, namely in the 2 world wars that marked the 20th century, from Lafayette to Pershing and to the many Americans who landed on Omaha Beach. And we spoke earlier before, and you mentioned that one of those gentlemen was able to visit you here, one of the veterans. This is part of history, which puts us in the world that we are in today. And as the President just said, there are many challenges in this world. And over the past few days, we have one main objective, which is the geopolitical situation. Mr. President, I really wish to thank you for making changes to your schedule to meet with us so quickly. I think we've made very substantive steps forward during our discussions, and this is a major step in what we're experiencing today. We had a video conference with all of the G7 leaders, which was an opportunity for us to discuss this matter 3 days after the Russian war in Ukraine, and to express our support for President Zelensky to the Ukrainian people, but also to speak and share about our desire for a lasting peace. This is what we have spoken about very forcibly over the past few weeks. We thought that this war was only going to last a few weeks when it broke out in 2022. We admire greatly the courage of the Ukrainian people. And, Mr. President, I wish to thank you for this. You mentioned that there are responsibilities on Europe's side, and indeed, we have invested $128 billion in aid to Ukraine and the Ukrainians. Ukraine has been able to hold the front of our collective security. It's fought over these past few years for its independence and for its sovereignty, but also for our collective security, because I think that no one in this room wants to live in a world where it's the law of the strongest and international borders can be violated from one day to the next by anyone. Over the past few hours, and as you mentioned this, Mr. President, we've been able to see a few things take shape. First of all, allow me to commend you on your decision to work with President Zelensky and to conclude this agreement that's so important for the U.S. and Ukraine on rare earths, critical minerals, but also having substantive conversations with President Zelensky during this key phase of achieving this deal, which is a major commitment to Ukraine's sovereignty, and I think that's very commendable. We also have a shared desire to build peace. We will have this responsibility. This is 10 years after the war started in Crimea, and then we saw the events in the Donbas region and along the northern part of the country. We want to save lives. We want to bring prisoners back and bring back families and children, because there's also humanitarian tragedy affecting the Ukrainian people. We had lengthy discussions with the president, and we spoke about our desire to bring an end to conflicts, to have a truce that is measurable, verifiable, and that enables negotiation of a lasting peace, where we will discuss not only Ukraine's reconstruction, its territories, but also the security guarantees, meaning maintaining peace over the long term. As I said to the President, we've experienced peace accords that were only ceasefires without ensuring security guarantees, Minsk I and II. And we want to make sure this doesn't happen again. And I know that the President has expressed the desire to be a player for peace in the region. I've spoken with some 30 European leaders and allies in recent days. We want to bring together these allies, and share the same vision. This peace must not mean a surrender of Ukraine. It must not mean a ceasefire without guarantees. This peace must allow for Ukrainian sovereignty and allow Ukraine to negotiate with other stakeholders regarding the issues it affects. But it is also a country in which we need to shoulder our responsibilities so that we ensure security and stability for Ukraine and for the entire region. And for us Europeans, this is an existential issue. We also spoke about these issues at length with the President. We've worked with President Zelensky and gotten to some of the details of the various phases of the negotiation, and we've also been able to speak about some of this work with our British partners to talk about deployments of peace forces on Ukrainian soil, which are part of these security guarantees. Other countries are ready to join in this effort. Solidarity and support from the U.S. will be crucial to this, and I thank you, Mr. President, for beginning to work with us on this issue and the agreement that you are preparing to sign with Ukraine and with all these discussions we've had are very solid guarantees that we are understood and that we have the same wish, peace as soon as possible, lasting, solid peace for everyone, and the renewal of an international situation where we are all able to shoulder our responsibilities, Europeans shouldering their responsibilities alongside their American allies who will shoulder their own responsibilities. I also wanted to be very clear, Mr. President, about Europe's commitment. We have committed to building a lasting peace. As Europeans, we have committed to being stakeholders in these security guarantees. And we are also well aware that Europeans need to do more for security in Europe, for defense in Europe, and to more fairly share the security burden that your country has been carrying for so many years. Mr. President, you know how much friendship I show towards you and I have towards you since your first term. Europe is very clear-eyed about this. We know what we need to do as Europeans, given the threats surrounding us and the responsibilities that we must shoulder. We spoke about the Versailles Agenda, which allowed the Europeans to take a historic step and increase their investments. Europeans are ready to do even more and to go even farther. And several leaders said that to me before I came here to meet you. Mr. President, dear Donald, you spoke about this peace through strength. We fully share that, because we must recognize the sacrifices made by the Ukrainian people and what we owe to them. The President and I also spoke about economic matters and our desire to see more prosperity in the United States and in Europe. We had discussions which will be carried on by our teams, our ministers and secretaries, to flesh out some of those ideas. But the idea is to have fair competition and no bias within competition between our industries. Now, the American and European economies are extremely intertwined. Some 1.5 billion in trade, a trillion rather, in goods and services, and I know you've spoken about wanting to look at the balance of payments. We also have a trade deficit, and I know that we need to look not only at goods, but also digital items and goods which you export. And we want to make a sincere commitment towards fair competition, where we have smooth trade and more investments. You already invest a great deal in France, and France is the fifth largest investor in the United States. And I would like to recognize here all of the American investors who announced investments. Some $120 billion that were announced at the AI summit. This is our wish. We want to have more prosperity on both sides of the Atlantic. We have a shared agenda in that regard. We also spoke about the Middle East, among other subjects, and here again we have the same desire. We don't want to see Iran obtain nuclear weapons. We don't want, or rather, we want an approach with partners in the region that we can trust. Given Iran's nuclear activities, we want to limit its ballistic capabilities and avoid any type of regional destabilization. With respect to Syria and Iraq, we also share the same desire. We don't want to see Islamic terrorist groups resume any of their activities, because for some time our armies have very bravely been engaged in the Gulf, as you have led, and contributions have been significant and helped stability in the region. And I say this with great sincerity. France was affected by a terrorist attack in 2015, which was linked to the terrorist activity in Syria. And we are in that region at your side to work for more security. Ladies and gentlemen, we had extremely productive discussions this morning during the conference, and we spoke with our ministers and counselors and advisors. And I wish to say, after speaking with President Trump, I fully believe that there is a path forward. We share the same beliefs. We know what work needs to be done, and in the weeks to come, we will work on that. Our teams will come together in various formats to make sure that we have this solid, lasting peace with great strength. Mr. President, thank you so much for welcoming me here today. Thank you so much for these productive discussions and for your commitment. Thank you, dear Donald.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Emmanuel. Thank you very much.
Dear Donald.
Okay. Thank you very much. Brian, would you like to ask a question? Go ahead.
There we go. Questions.
I just want to touch upon real quickly the Harvard poll that came out that had, thank you very much, the Harvard poll that came out had you up 9+ points, and all of your agenda that you ran on, you're accomplishing that. You got the support of the American people, including stopping the war in Ukraine. If you can comment on the latest Harvard poll, I'd appreciate that.
Well, I was honored by it. It was a big poll, and it's usually a poll that leans on the other side of things, the other side of the world, so to speak. But the Harvard poll is a respected poll, and it has us not only leading, but leading by a lot, and leading on every single issue that we've talked about. And as I said, we've become the party of common sense. And I think that's a very important element now, common sense, because what's happening in the world and even in this country, some of the things that took place, many of them are now canceled and the rest are being canceled as we speak. But we've moved very rapidly and I think very effectively. So I was honored by that poll. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Go ahead, please, go ahead.
Mr. President, you said before that you would like to see Russia.
Yes, go ahead. I think the meeting in Saudi Arabia was a fantastic one. We met with the Crown Prince, who's a fantastic young guy. He's young, but with great imagination and tremendously respected all over the world. And he goes right to the king, and the king is incredible. Gotten to be friends with both of them very much, and they want to see this ended, and they're going all out to make sure that it is ended. I think Russia, likewise, I've spoken to President Putin, and my people are dealing with him constantly, and his people in particular. And they want to do something. I mean, that's what I do. I do deals. My whole life is deals. That's all I know is deals. And I know when somebody wants to make it and when somebody doesn't. I will say this, before I came here, there was no communication with Russia whatsoever. And Russia wasn't answering calls. They were not talking to anybody. They wouldn't talk to anybody. And people sort of accepted that as being that they want to go forward and just keep going without stop. But when I got here, one of the first calls I made was to President Putin, and we were treated with great respect, and they want to end this war. So that's a big thing, because I didn't know if I could say that, but it's a big thing. They want to do it, and the group in the front row that I introduced, they're all very active in it, and we're working on deals right now, transactions right now, and in particular, the big one is to get the war stopped, whether it's ceasefire or direct to an agreement. I'd like to go directly to an agreement, but ceasefire will always happen a little bit quicker. And every day you're saving thousands, or at least hundreds, but thousands in some cases lives. So we want to see if we can get that done very quickly. Yes, for the President, please.
Thank you. Correspondent based in Paris. Question for both of you, actually. Mr. Macron, you were one of the last Western leaders to speak to Putin before Ukraine's invasion. What advice, what recommendation could you make to President Trump to make sure that this time you can get strong enough guarantees, from Putin to get a peace deal that lasts this time? And Mr. President Trump, what makes you think you can trust Putin in those negotiations? Thank you.
Look, I will never give any advice to President Trump. We have friendly and trustful discussion, but my experience with President Putin is the following. Number one, I always think it's good to have discussion with other leaders, and especially when you disagree. I stopped my discussion with President Putin after Bucha and the war crimes, because I considered that, we had nothing to get from him in the time. Now there is a big change, because there is a new U.S. administration, so this is a new context. So there is a good reason for President Trump to re-engage with President Putin. But my experience is the following, and I shared it with President Trump and the team. In 2014, our predecessors negotiated peace with President Putin. But because of the lack of guarantees, and especially security guarantees, President Putin violated this peace. And I had several discussions, especially at the beginning of 2022, several times, 7 hours with President Putin, 15 days before the launching of the attack. It denied everything, but we didn't have security guarantees. So this is why being strong and having deterrence capacities is the only way to be sure it will be respected. And I insisted on that, and this is why I believe that the US has the capacity to do so. And this is why I think we should never say, I will never send any boots on the ground, because you give a blank check to violate any type of commitment. So I think it's good to have discussion. I think it's useful to have negotiation. I think it's super important to go to the peace. But my strong point was to say, let's try to get something first which can be assessed, checked and verified. And let's be sure that we build sufficient guarantees on the short run. And this is where we are ready to be engaged. As for France, a lot of my European colleagues are ready to be engaged. But we do need this American backup, because this is part of the credibility of the security guarantees, and this is our collective deterrence capacity. And I have the feeling that the President has this capacity.
I think it's very much to the benefit of Russia to make a deal, and I feel that we'll do that. It is what it is. Again, it's a war that should have never been started. It's a war that would not have been started if I were president, but it did start, and it's at a terrible level where cities are burned down and shot down to the ground. It looks like demolition sites, a whole big pile of demolition sites, and we got to get it stopped. Too many people, too much agony. The whole culture is destroyed when you rip down some of those ancient, really ancient or near ancient buildings. It's so sad to see, but I think it's very much to the benefit of this tremendous distrust on both sides. That's why it's good that I'm coming in now, but I think it's to the very much benefit of Russia to make a deal and to go on with leading Russia in a very positive way. That's what you have to do. But I really believe that he wants to make a deal. Maybe wrong, but I believe he wants to make a deal. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Mr. President, next week there's a key deadline for your Canada and Mexico tariffs. Do you expect those will go back on? Or do you believe those countries have done enough on the border to stop those from taking effect? And for President Macron, I'm wondering if you believe that this critical minerals deal with Ukraine represents a de facto security guarantee by the United States, since the U.S. would have an interest in protecting those reserves in Ukraine. Thank you.
We're on time with the tariffs, and it seems like that's moving along very rapidly. We've been mistreated very badly by many countries, not just Canada and Mexico. We've been taken advantage of. We were led by, in some cases, fools, because anybody that would sign documents like they signed, where they were able to take advantage of the American people, like has happened over the last long period of time, except for a little 4-year period that took place 4 years ago. But anybody that would agree to allow this to happen to our country should be ashamed of themselves. No, the tariffs are going forward on time, on schedule. This is an abuse that took place for many, many years. And I'm not even blaming the other countries that did this. I blame our leadership for allowing it to happen. I mean, you know, who can blame them if they made these great deals with the United States, took advantage of the United States on manufacturing, on just about everything, every aspect that you could imagine they took advantage of. I look at some of these agreements, I'd read them at night, and I'd say, who would ever sign a thing like this? So the tariffs will go forward, yes, and we're going to make up a lot of territory. All we want is reciprocal. We want reciprocity. We want to have the same. So if somebody charges us, we charge them. It's very simple, but it'll be very good for our country.
Reciprocity, key word.
Liquid and rich again. Plus, we're doing other things, as you know. We're finding tremendous waste, fraud, and abuse at levels that nobody thought possible. You're seeing what's going on. And that was also part of the Harvard poll. Do you agree with what President Trump is doing with Elon and others that are looking for the waste, fraud, and abuse? And the numbers were staggering. It was like 70% to 2%. Everybody wants to find out. They don't like it. And, you know, the radical left or whoever it may be start screaming about the Constitution, but it has nothing to do with the Constitution. It has to do with fairness to this country. It has to do with being ripped off. And when you read the things that all of these billions, and I mean many billions, hundreds of billions of dollars have been spent on, that's all you have to do is stand up here and read them. I could stand up all day and read the kind of things where we're spending all of this money. The good news is that when you think of how rich a nation we can be when we get rid of this, you know, sometimes you'll buy a company and you'll see it was really well run. They accounted for every penny. Well, not much you can do there. You got yourself a bad deal. This one is the exact opposite. Tremendous fraud, tremendous waste. And when you think of what it is, you know, Elon uses an expression, caring. If we had people that cared, just cared a little bit when they did contracts, when they negotiated with outside vendors on behalf of the United States. That's what I'm doing now. I'm negotiating for the people of the United States. So we're doing a great job of it. I will say we found it'll be hundreds of billions of dollars of waste and fraud and abuse. Thank you. Please.
Look, I think this discussion is a very important one. First, because it's important for the US, and it will be a good occasion for a first very important meeting between President Trump and President Zelensky. Second, I think there is a lot of economic upside on both sides. And third, de facto, there is a recognition of Ukrainian sovereignty, a recognition of the Ukrainian interests, and this is de facto a very important alignment of interests. Now, the security guarantees will be negotiated in due time in a full-fledged package of a peace security. But this peace, as it is now written and negotiated, and as this meeting is scheduled, is an important step forward, full-fledged peace agreement.
Okay, please, go ahead. To the President.
Monsieur le Président Trump, Monsieur le Président Macron.
President Trump, President Macron.
First of all, you say, I would like to make a deal with Putin. So when you do a deal, it's a win-win deal. What are you giving to him, and what is he going to give you, to America? And I was impressed by the way you referred to Notre Dame, and that you were impressed by the reconstruction of Notre Dame. A lot of Americans have sent money to Paris to participate to the reconstruction of Notre Dame. As a President of the United States, are you going to contribute to the reconstruction of Ukraine? Et Monsieur le Président Macron,
President Macron, what for you is the main area of progress in your meeting with President Trump? Can you confirm that there is an agreement to send European peacekeeping troops? Will France participate in that? How many troops? What would they be doing? Would this represent a great danger to send French and European troops to Ukraine?
Well, I guess it's a little strange question because you ask whether or not we're going to, on behalf of the United States, contribute to Ukraine. I mean, we're in there for about $350 billion. I think that's a pretty big contribution. I do appreciate the first part of your question, however, because I think they've done an incredible job with the Cathedral of Notre Dame. I think the president has done. I know he headed it up, and I know how hard he worked, and it took a period of time, but really not a long period of time considering what that was, so delicate, so beautiful. And I was there, and I saw the work, and I'm very good at construction. I know good construction. I know bad construction. They did a beautiful job, and this man has to be given a lot of credit for that. It's an incredible cathedral. Most people thought it couldn't be saved, and if it was, it would have to be built in a different form, and we didn't want to see a different form. We wanted to see the same form that you built. So I just want to congratulate you. That was an amazing job. I don't think you've gotten enough credit for it. Someday you will. Someday you will.
Thank you, Donald. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. To go back to your question, today's discussion showed several areas of progress. First, we have been working a great deal with President Zelensky to have a proposal that's acceptable to Ukraine. President Trump has confirmed that he will be meeting with President Zelensky very soon to finalize the agreement on critical minerals and rare earths and to speak together about that matter. That's a very important step forward. The second thing is that during our discussions, we were able to go into some of the details about the proposal that we have just made.
to have a truce, a peace, and be able to measure that, and then structure our discussions on that basis. France and several other European countries, along with Ukraine, are hard at work to build this lasting peace with very specific points, including security guarantees, the territories that belong to Ukraine, the issue of reconstruction, the economy, and critical minerals. We've been able to go into the details of those proposals. The third area of progress, which really mark a turning point, is the fact that we were able to talk about the details of the security guarantees. And the President has shown this over the past few days, and he said so a moment ago. We want peace. He wants peace. We want peace swiftly, but we don't want an agreement that is weak. The fact that there are Europeans that are ready to engage to provide for these security guarantees. And now there's a clear American message that the U.S., as an ally, is ready to provide that solidarity for that approach. That's a turning point, in my view. And that is one of the great areas of progress that we've made during this trip and during this discussion. When it comes to troops, in the past, a year ago specifically, we saw a reason to talk about sending troops for strategic regions. Today, when we talk about troops, we're talking about sending them in after we've negotiated a lasting peace. And once we have that solid, lasting peace, that's part of an agreement signed by Ukraine, signed by Russia, and for which we will provide the guarantees. Then at that point, and recently France has worked with the UK to provide its contributions. We've worked on plans, we've worked with our militaries, not to go to the front lines, not to go into occupied territories, but as a show of support to show that we have a negotiated peace signed by both sides, and that is a peace we will preserve. So these would be peaceful deployments of troops, not for combat. These would be deployments of an assurance force. They would be limited, but they show solidarity. I've also spoken with all of our allies, and there are European and non-European allies who are ready and willing to take part in that effort. Countries have helped Ukraine maintain its military capabilities in terms of the number of soldiers it has, equipment, whereas others have provided logistical support on the ground. The question is whether or in what form the U.S. will contribute, and during our discussions, and during the discussions with Russia, we've understood that this would be acceptable to Russia, and that's a very important area of progress, and that means that in this context, the Europeans will shoulder their part of the burden, their share of the burden. We have a strong alliance that we've built over the decades. We have our solidarity, and we have deterrence capacities. What does it mean? Would it be dangerous? If there is an agreement signed by Ukraine and Russia, thanks to the efforts of President Trump, and if we provide the guarantees and Russia violates the agreement, then it would be in conflict with everyone who is engaged in the peace process. And that is a change. That was something we did not see in the past. That's not what we saw in 2014. So that is the real change that we're marking. We have this deterrence capacity on the American side. We have the capacity for engagement on the European side, and that's something we're going to continue working on together. It's not dangerous, but it's credible. It's less dangerous than things that could happen in the long term. And I think this is what we need to do to ensure security. And I say this very clearly. We're also talking about security for Europeans. I've been saying this for weeks now. If we do not guarantee the security of this territory within Europe, then how can we guarantee our own security for one and all? We live just 1,500 kilometers from Ukraine, and the Germans and Polish are even closer. So our collective security is important. We need to answer this call. for Europeans to be more engaged, and Americans will be there still in solidarity. Europeans are working for their collective security, but I really think this was a turning point today in our discussions.
Emmanuel, thank you very much. Great job, and it's been wonderful being with you. Say hello to your beautiful wife, and we will see you again soon. We'll be speaking often. We'll get this thing worked out. We're going to get it done. So important, and great job.
Thank you.
Right. Where are we?
Hey, welcome to Hannity. And tonight, President Trump's effort to secure your border is working. On Saturday, border crossings, they dropped to their lowest level in 15 years. Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem brings us the very latest in just a moment. Also, it is official. Vivek Ramaswamy, he has now launched his campaign for governor in the great state of Ohio, the Buckeye State. You don't want to miss out our interview with him coming up. But first, President Trump continues to work at record-breaking speed. He's showing no signs of slowing down at all. Earlier today, he hosted French President Emmanuel
100%.
Macron for a meeting at the White House where the two addressed a number of topics and also expressed optimism about resolving the war between Russia and Ukraine. Let's take a look.
I've been elected by the American people to restore common sense to Washington and indeed to the world. And I believe strongly that it's in the best interest of the United States, the best interest in Europe, the best interest of Ukraine, and indeed the best interest of Russia to stop the killing now and bring the world to peace. When I got here, one of the first calls I made was to President Putin, and we were treated with great respect, and they want to end this war. So that's a big thing. I will be meeting with President Zelensky. In fact, he may come in this week or next week to sign the agreement, and which would be nice. I'd love to meet him. Would meet at the Oval Office. So the agreement's being worked on now. They're very close to a final deal. It'll be a deal with rare earths and various other things.
All right, President Trump also continues to score big wins on the economy. Remember, the left, the media mob spent months and months and months spewing doom and gloom predictions about Donald Trump and his proposed tariffs, which are now reciprocal tariffs. They tariff us. OK, we'll tariff you back. What arena do you want to play in? Well, guess what? In response to President Trump's proposed tariffs this morning, a huge announcement from Apple. A historic $500 billion investment in U.S. manufacturing and innovation. The CEO of Apple.
And what do you guys think about that, though? The $500 billion in investment by Tim Cook of Apple in America for the next 4 years. I think that's really smart of the commander-in-chief Trump to be able to pull up um, the fact that everybody wants to do business with the United States. Now, every company, Apple is an American company for sure. However, it's like they were investing $500 billion in the United States, but now they want to. Why? Because there's someone who knows about business in the White House who will support whatever venture they're trying to build.
Tim Cook says
when it comes to regulations and stuff like that, you need an administration who supports growth.
Bullish on the future of American innovation. This one deal is expected to create tens of thousands of new jobs and a new manufacturing plant in Texas. God bless Texas. Now, let me say this, by the way, on the issue of tariffs in Canada. There's a movement, was in today's New York Post, that Canadians might be boycotting the United States. Now, I have a message to Canada, too. If you don't appreciate everything the U.S. has been doing for your national defense, and we've been paying the freight for NATO that you've not been paying, and that has helped your economy, and if you want to boo our national anthem because we call you out for not securing your border, or the fact that you have tariffs on our country, it's not going to fly anymore. Friendships have got to work both ways. In Canada, you have a population of a little over 41 million people, and the U.S. has over 340 million people. Now, I'm just saying, I've never supported a boycott my entire career. But if this Boycott America movement from Canada gets legs, then maybe I'll do something I've never done before in my career. Maybe we can start and support a boycott movement of Canada. Let's put the ball back in your court. You might want to rethink this idea. It's better off if we're friends. And while President Trump secures massive investments in the U.S., Elon Musk and DOGE continue to identify and eliminate waste, fraud, abuse, and corruption right here at home. An effort that J.P. Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon says needs to be done since the government is, quote, inefficient. That's stating the obvious. According to one former DOD insider, DOGE is sending, quote, shockwaves through the Pentagon. And over at the EPA, another $67 million of your money in grants for left-wing groups pushing Joe Biden's radical environmental justice mandate. That's gone. And over the weekend, Fox News learned that Border Patrol has now taken control, you got to admit this is funny, of the former USAID headquarters in Washington, D.C. after Elon Musk and DOGE exposed the tens of billions of dollars of that organization's wasteful spending. Great. That's money for our kids and grandkids to pay down our debt, create the new generation of weaponry, including an Iron Dome for the country, secure our borders, become energy dominant, bring back law and order. Not a bad agenda. Better alternative. Now, despite all of the work that the president is doing to make our country a better place, the mainstream media, legacy media mob, and liberal political strategists and Democrats, they just don't get it, or they don't want to get it. That's why you're seeing yet another reconfiguration of the mainstream media, and people no longer trust them. Ask yourself, do you really think it's an accident that Chuck Todd, Andrea Mitchell, Norah O'Donnell, Joy Reid, Alex Wagner all pushed either out the door or taking on reduced roles? Ask yourself. In another example, last week, we tried to have a conversation with our old friend James Carville. Now, to me, he's always been more reasonable as a Democrat. Remember Bill Clinton, Al Gore? They talked a lot about ending waste, fraud, and abuse. But frankly, the conversation was more than frustrating. We went back and forth about various numbers. And then he said to fact check him. All right, so we're going to do just that. On the issue, he kept saying, lowest poll numbers ever, anybody, president in modern history. Not true. Got it wrong. According to the new Harvard-Harris poll just out this very day, President Trump approval rating is 52%, 9 points above water. The poll found that voters are now more optimistic about the direction of the country since the Trump administration took over. And on every major issue, they support the Trump agenda. Despite the disaster Biden left behind, 38% now say the economy is on the right track, which is 10 points higher than it was only last month. In fact, President Trump is outperforming Biden on handling every key issue, including immigration, the economy, inflation, foreign affairs. He is in the 60s and 70s when it comes to government waste, fraud, and abuse, and reducing the cost of government and returning all of that money to you and returning America to a position of strength on the world stage. On the issue of DOGE, a whopping 77% of respondents think that we are in need of a full examination of all government expenditures. Guess James was wrong. But it's not just Harvard-Harris. President Trump is above water in the latest Rasmussen tracking poll, the latest RMG research poll. President Trump's approval rating is 9 points above water, sitting at 53%. In that interview with James Carville, he mentioned the latest CBS poll. He claimed Trump was below 50%. That is not true either. In his most recent poll with them, his approval rating was 53%. And more importantly, look at support for the agenda. Over 80% in the CBS poll supporting deporting criminal illegal aliens. 76% support a full-scale effort to eliminate waste and fraud. 76% support closing the border. Nearly 70% support keeping men out of women's sports and declaring there are only two genders. 65% support ending race-based hiring in government. 63% support a freeze and reevaluation of foreign aid. 61% support reciprocal tariffs. 60% support direct negotiations with Russia to end the war in Ukraine. Nearly 60% support cutting government spending and ending the ban on new offshore drilling. On the deficit, Carver was wrong again. He wanted to be fact-checked. There was more deficit accumulated under President Trump's first term than under any other president in history, he said. Okay, wrong, James. Let's look at the numbers. Under President Trump, the accumulated deficit over 4 years, more than $2 trillion less than it was under Joe Biden. Now, if you take out the fiscal years 2020 and 2021, in other words, the two COVID years, unnaturally high debt accumulated, the total deficit accumulated under Biden was more than double that under Trump. James Carville also talked about USAID and downplayed the tens of billions of dollars of waste in that organization, all for radical left-wing causes and what it would do.
And this is the thing a lot of people don't say. Well, Trump spent a lot of money and he accumulated a lot of debt. What about Biden? What about the Biden-Harris administration? They racked up a lot of debt too, and they sure made everything expensive, I'll tell you that much, and made the border a no-go area.
But DOGE's work is extended far beyond just USAID. They've terminated nearly $900 million in contracts, over $100 million in DEI training grants at the Department of Education, $250 million in climate and DEI projects, and much more. And they're just getting started. You know, if the radical left Democrats and corrupt media, if they want their agenda to be one of men's rights to play women's sports and putting the rights of illegal immigrants over the safety of the American people and spending hundreds of billions of dollars abroad on the Green New Deal, DEI, woke transgender agenda, well, they picked the wrong hill, in my view, politically to die on. I'm fine with it if that's where they want to be. The left does not accomplishments. They don't want to talk about waste, fraud, and abuse going on in our government. And that's what they consider a constitutional crisis. You know, the problem with the left today, if you're asking why all these Trump haters are falling by the wayside all over the corrupt state-run legacy media mob, is because they simply hate Trump and desperately want him to fail. He fails, the country fails. And this reshuffling strategy of these networks, you know, you're reshuffling the decks of the Titanic, it's not going to work for them. People have too many choices, too many alternatives. And moving forward, I can tell you that you better tell the people truth, like Joe's cognitive state, like the border was never secure, like inflation was never transitory. Breaking tonight, a judge has sided with the Trump administration and is not overturning their ban on the AP in the White House press pool. And the White House released a statement following the ruling. It said in part, quote, "As we have said from the beginning, asking the President of the United States questions in the Oval Office and aboard Air Force One is a privilege granted to journalists, not a legal right."
You gotta respect Hannity, man. You gotta respect Hannity. With that being said, look, we have a president right now that is on top of every issue. He's talking about China, Russia, Ukraine, Israel, Gaza, everywhere. He's also talking about the United States, safeguarding the border, signed the Laken Riley Act. Of course, he ended catch and release, which he ended before. And then, of course, we know what happened in 2021.
And welcome to Hannity. And tonight, President Trump's effort to secure your border is working. On Saturday, border crossings, they dropped to their lowest level in 15 years. Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem brings us the very latest in just a moment. Also, it is official. Vivek Ramaswamy, he has now launched his campaign for governor in the great state of Ohio, the Buckeye State. You don't want to miss out our interview.
What do you guys think about Vivek running for Ohio governor? I think Vivek has always been a star, okay? I knew that from the gate when I heard him the first time speak. I knew this. I said, this man right here is going to go far when he ran against Trump. And I'm like, you know, when Trump became the 47th president of the United States and he said he wanted Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy to run the Department of Government Efficiency, which is DOGE. And in my mind, I'm thinking like, and I said it here too. I said Vivek should be doing something much more comprehensive than DOGE. Which I'm not saying DOGE is in like a proper, uh, serious job, which it is. Making sure the government is efficient is a very you know hard work to do. However, being the governor of Ohio is different from just having to audit the government. You know what I mean? So it's different. And this is what I always wished for Vivek, and I'm glad he's doing this. I'm almost sure he's going to win.
With him coming up. But first, President Trump continues to work at record-breaking speed. He's showing no signs of slowing down at all. Earlier today, he hosted French President Emmanuel Macron for a meeting at the White House where the two addressed a number of topics and also expressed optimism about resolving the war between Russia and Ukraine. Let's take a look.
I've been elected by the American people to restore common sense to Washington and indeed to the world. And I believe strongly that it's in the best interest of the United States, the best interest in Europe, the best interest of Ukraine, and indeed the best interest of Russia to stop the killing now and bring the world to peace. When I got here, one of the first calls I made was to President Putin, and we were treated with great respect, and they want to end this war. So that's a big thing. I will be meeting with President Zelensky. In fact, he may come in this week or next week to sign the agreement, and which would be nice. I'd love to meet him. Would meet at the Oval Office. So the agreement's being worked on now. They're very close to a final deal. It'll be a deal with rare earths and various other things.
All right, President Trump also continues to score big wins on the economy. Remember, the left, the media mob spent months and months and months spewing doom and gloom predictions about Donald Trump and his proposed tariffs, which are now reciprocal tariffs. They tariff us. OK, we'll tariff you back. What arena do you want to play in? Well, guess what? In response to President Trump's proposed tariffs this morning, a huge announcement from Apple. A historic $500 billion investment in U.S. manufacturing and innovation. The CEO of Apple, Tim Cook, says he is bullish on the future of American innovation. This one deal is expected to create tens of thousands of new jobs and a new manufacturing plant in Texas. God bless Texas. Now, let me say this, by the way, on the issue of tariffs in Canada. There's a movement, was in today's New York Post, that Canadians might be boycotting the United States. Now, I have a message to Canada, too. If you don't appreciate everything the U.S. has been doing for your national defense, and we've been paying the freight for NATO that you've not been paying, and that has helped your economy, and if you want to boo our national anthem because we call you out for not securing your border, or the fact that you have tariffs on our country, it's not going to fly anymore. Friendships have got to work both ways. In Canada, you have a population of a little over 41 million people, and the U.S. has over 340 million people. Now, I'm just saying, I've never supported a boycott my entire career. But if this Boycott America movement from Canada gets legs, then maybe I'll do something I've never done before in my career. Maybe we can start and support a boycott movement of Canada. Let's put the ball back in your court. You might want to rethink this idea. It's better off if we're friends. And while President Trump secures massive investments in the U.S., Elon Musk and DOGE continue to identify and eliminate waste, fraud, abuse, and corruption right here at home. An effort that J.P. Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon says needs to be done since the government is, quote, inefficient. That's stating the obvious.
We already seen this one. Elon Musk is going wild with DOGE.
Right. Elon Musk is giving some federal workers the boot and others a second chance to respond to his email. Yeah, I just ad-libbed that. As he continues asking for details of what they accomplished over the last week.
Madeline Rivera joins us live from Washington with the latest. Good morning, Matt.
Hey, Maddie. Hi. Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, there's a lot of confusion regarding this directive. Elon Musk says while there is a second chance to respond, failure to answer again will result in termination this time. But the Office of Personnel Management says agencies will be the ones to review responses and evaluate non-responses. They look into whether employees were on excused leave yesterday or whether they had access to their email over the weekend. The OPM also says agency heads can exclude some workers from this expectation at their discretion, given that they provide reasons for exclusions. And finally, the OPM says it is up to the agency's leadership to determine what actions are taken. Some agencies, like the FBI and the Department of Defense, for instance, have told employees not to respond to the OPM email, saying they'll be doing their own reviews. But others, like the Transportation Secretary, saying that their department is going to be following this directive from Musk. But President Trump says the different orders don't necessarily mean a division between the Trump administration and Musk, and he's defending Musk's order. Listen here.
So what they're doing is they're trying to find out who's working for the government. Are we paying other people that aren't working? And, you know, where's all that? Where's the money gone? There was a lot of genius in sending it. We're trying to find out if people are working. And so we're sending a letter to people. Please tell us what you did last week. If people don't respond, it's very possible that there is no such person or they're not working.
There appears to be no deadline set for a second response. We'll see if we get more clarity later today. Lauren, Steve, Ainsley, and Brian.
See, that last word, clarity.
Yeah.
There hasn't been a lot of that. Madeline, so for the federal employees who are watching right now, what are they supposed to do?
You know, we'll see later on today if we get more answers from the White House, from the president. Look, if you listen to the OPM email, what they'll say is that they're not taking a one-size-fits-all approach to this. The administration says they'll take into account the differences among the different agencies. They'll work with the different agencies, and they're taking into things like confidentiality reasons, for example, which President Trump says was the reason, for example, that the FBI and the DOD, why they might not be responding to this email right now. So they'll take those factors into account. The White House is downplaying the notion that there is a division between the OPM and Musk here. They say at the end of the day, the administration is working together to create more efficiency among federal workers. But again, like you said, Steve, there is no doubt that there are a lot of federal workers who are confused by this, and they are hoping to get more answers later on today.
All right, Madeline. Thank you very
Madeline.
much.
Well, Elon posted, he said the email request was utterly trivial, as the standard for passing the test was to type some words and press send. Yet so many failed even that inane test, urged on in some cases by their managers. Have you ever witnessed such incompetence and contempt for how your taxes are being spent? Makes old Twitter look good. Didn't think that was possible. The problem is the federal workers are getting these mixed messages, and it seems to be a turf war by some of the agency leaders, the new agency leaders, and Elon Musk. Now, Donald Trump said yesterday, look, all we're trying to do is make sure these people are actually working, that there are actual people, like the Social Security sending out checks to people that are 140 years old. Well, that doesn't exist. So
If people are being accountable for the job that they're being hired to do in the civilian world, why wouldn't we do the same thing for federal workers? What is so bad that people don't want to comply with what Musk is talking about? He's basically saying, Americans, you pay taxes and you pay this federal workers salaries and wages and whatever. They should be like they should be able to account for what they do. They should be able to be accountable. Like, what is so bad in that?
they're just making sure that these positions are filled by live bodies. And so we're not sending money to people, paychecks to people who don't exist. But the problem is you have Office of Personnel Management. They're saying it's voluntary. You won't be fired if you don't respond. You have Kash Patel with the FBI saying pause responses. We're in charge of employee reviews. And then you have Kristi Noem with Department of Homeland Security saying don't respond. So what are you supposed to do?
Right, exactly. So who's running the show?
Well, the president gave them some cover yesterday as well. Remember, a lot of these same agencies, whether you're talking about the Defense Department as well as transportation as well, have invited DOGE into their department. Right. So they're not anti-DOGE. What they're saying is the information that's going out, there's some security measures that need to put in place for that. So they want to coordinate the response to this.
So, so there's a lot of people who are going to be let go in a lot of different agencies. I know the transportation has let some people go. Now the VA, Doug Collins, has dismissed more than 1,400 employees with non-mission critical positions. Others in transportation were let go who did not have safety implications day to day. And that's what's happening, too. Just about everywhere, if you're probationary, they're looking to let you go. And I think the overarching headline is we have to cut the federal workload. It's 2.7 million. It's got to get less. The question is now, that was a speech the president gave at CPAC. The president, Elon Musk, saw it and said, I hear you, Mr. President. I put him at this email. And the president said yesterday, I like the idea of an email, but I just think next time, very easy. A lot of these people are Elon Musk's personal friends. Hey, I'm going to send out an email, and it's going to go to all the divisions. Are you okay with this? Right. Because Kash Patel was only on the job 2 days. He can't have FBI agents who maybe miscommunicated being accessed. Same with Tulsi Gabbard. She's like, I really can't do this, so I'm going to back out. It doesn't mean they're fighting. Just means they just make a little bit more of an effort to coordinate.
Well, and that's the key. I think a lot of it with the State Department and the FBI and the national security apparatus is they don't want their boss, they don't want somebody at a laptop somewhere putting out, okay, these are the 5 classified things I did last week. Because there was an email that went out yesterday from HSS, Health and Human Services, an email to the staff and said, if you reply, assume that what you write will be read by malign foreign actors, so tailor your responses accordingly. What's curious, though, I don't know if you guys saw this or not, but there was a hearing yesterday regarding DOGE access to Treasury records. And the government attorney representing the White House was asked by the judge, so who exactly is running DOGE? Who is the administrator? And the attorney for the federal government said, I don't exactly know. I don't have that answer. So it's kind of like, what is the flow chart for the person who's running DOGE? Elon Musk has been described as an advisor to the president.
Well, I think it's a flat organization. This is not and I think Washington is so used to this.
Musk has been called He's being called the Doge father, okay? His nickname is the Doge father, okay? Now they're saying he is sort of kind of like a advisor to the president, which yeah, you could say that, but he is also the commander when it comes to making sure the government is efficient.
This org chart with this person. Essentially, you have all these people that are across agencies reporting back to Elon Musk, who then goes back to the president and he makes the final decision on it. I just want them to be able to do their job. It looks like they're doing a great job. There's some bumps in the road. The last thing I would say this, because I've been getting a lot of emails from federal employees. I understand why some of you guys are feeling the heat and you're being lumped into the basket of all the other federal employees that Americans have distrust for. We're not talking about you. We understand that there are career people that just want to do their job, that love their country. But you have to understand, it is a bipartisan thing. When you look at the latest polling, independents, Democrats, as well as Republicans, all feel like there's some inefficiency in our government. Sure. And I apologize that you guys are being lumped in. You want to do your job. But something has to give here, just like in the private sector.
Argentina's doing it, and that's what they did. Mm-hmm. And they put, I mean, they had 110% inflation. It was a joke. So this guy came in. That's that leader who gave him the chainsaw. So he's trying to do the same thing. And I just think the more you realize, Musk's agency is the only way to do it. Yeah. Because if you do it through normal committee meetings and oversight, it ends up being a report that nobody does. Yeah. Remember the Erskine Bowles, the Bowles report. Yeah. They looked at government's inefficiency for 18 months. The Simpson Bowles. Right. And they looked at it. It was pretty comprehensive. Yeah. But you know what Barack Obama looked at it and goes, this will never pass. He put it on the back burner. Right. These guys got paid for 18 months. So he's just saying, I need somebody on the outside, doesn't need to be elected, to go in and make some tough decisions.
I think all Elon wants to do is take Brian Kilmeade. Brian would send an email that would say, I did Fox and Friends on Monday, and I did radio on Monday. On Tuesday, I did Fox and Friends. I did radio. Wednesday. Yeah, just 1 week of what you did just to make sure you're a live body and you're a real person. I understand what you're saying. You do feel for the federal.
Exactly, because you're paying for a job to get done, and this guy's supposed or allegedly are not doing the job. And then we have too much waste in the government. And here we have a commander-in-chief who says, you know what? Elon Musk, who happens to be the wealthiest human being in the world financially, and a lot of people are saying this guy is probably the greatest innovator we've had in a long time. What is so bad in this guy coming to audit the government and the way the government spend the taxpayers' hard-earned income? And the taxpayers, they make sure these federal workers get paid anyway. So I think the people deserve to know what their money or how their taxes are being spent. If there are agencies in the government that are not being useful or not producing the way they're supposed to produce, or the initiative that they were meant to be operating on or built on isn't working or is outdated, they should be shut down or closed down. And I like the fact that a president comes up with an idea like external revenue service instead of just internal revenue service, because IRS is for taking money from Americans, but external revenue service is for taking money from outsiders, which are people that are not from the United States, other nations, other countries, which is so smart. I mean, why didn't anybody think about that before? That's just so smart. One thing we could say is this man believes in America first. With everything he's done, with every action he's taken from the day he was inaugurated till today, he has shown that his mandates, which is America first, is what he's doing.
workers that are getting lumped in and are worried about losing their jobs. But I think the purpose of this is not necessarily, it's if you respond to the email, it sounds like you have a good chance of surviving at the workplace.
Yeah, but then again, if your advisor says don't do it, that's so complicated. Ultimately, this is going to be tied up in courts for a while. And in fact, some of the people who've brought lawsuits have prevailed, where I saw yesterday a group of employees, probationary employees who were fired last week, got a 45-day stay as they take a look at it. Ultimately, Democrats and others say that it's unconstitutional. You need the power of Congress to close agencies and things like that. But I'll tell you, I over the last 5 days, I've been down in Texas, and I talked to a lot of people down there who are not part of the federal government. But they've either got a family member or an in-law or a friend, or they know a guy who got that letter.
But y'all, the majority of the country supports the cuttings.
I get that instantly. But if you got the letter, you were just very, very concerned, and you're worried about the future. Who knows whether or not those people will be let go?
Well, the Consumer Bureau, they was put out there by Elizabeth Warren. The whole division was cut. That's been controversy when Trump was in the first time. From the very beginning. So Elizabeth Warren is not happy with that, and she's having all these meetings about all the vitriol is flying about what how the Musk people don't know what they're doing. They're just cutting out. They're just trying to get tax cuts for billionaires. Brett Cooper was on, I think, with you.
Yes.
Yesterday.
So she has more than 1 million followers, 1.2 million on Instagram, on YouTube, 1.4. When she had a
think about the fact that all these people are asking about is, or asking for is, send us an email stating what you did last week. You're getting paid regardless. You've been getting paid for a long time. Guaranteed. Because if you work for the federal government, regardless of what's going on in the United States, you're going to get paid. In 2020, when everybody was shutting down, the private citizen, civilian, normal corporation, normal businesses were shutting down, the government kept on functioning and federal workers kept on getting paid. So you're going to get paid regardless. If you keep, if you work for the federal government, you're going to get paid regardless. So it is only right for you to actually do your job consistently. Yeah, you're gonna send that email. Yeah, you all federal workers are going to send that email. Because if you don't send that email, you're gonna be fired.
Joe, her podcast, 8 million, 9 million people would listen to it. So she was on with us. She's a Gen Zer. She's young. She's in her early 20s, and she's become very successful. She was a COVID student in college. When she graduated, didn't know what she was going to do. Started working for PragerU, and then her career just built because so many people like what she's saying. She's a conservative. She said she voted for Trump, and she said this is why more young people voted for Trump than Kamala.
I think we were just ready for something new, especially after Biden, because obviously the system wasn't working. And so in looking at my generation, I think that they realized, like, let's burn it down, basically. Let's try something new. We're willing to walk away from what we've known and what we've been told is empathetic and inclusive and correct and, what young people should believe. And we were willing to try something new. MAGA is, the raging against the machine. And young people are rebellious and they're willing to try something new.
Well, I can't blame her generation or my generation. You got folks that can't afford a house, but we're sending money to foreign governments and all. I mean, it just doesn't feel well. And I think that the Democrats...
And that is what pissed a lot of people off. The fact that most Americans are not even living the way they should be living. A lot of American children cannot read on or above their grade level. Yet you're sending billions to other countries to fund wars and say you're fighting for democracy? No, it's not going to work. A lot of homeless veterans on the streets, they pledged to protect the homeland. They went out, they came back home, and now they have no place to stay, homeless veterans. So we're going to focus on Americans first this next 4 years. I get it. Everybody needs help. Other countries needs help, but this time is America first.
They're arguing, the argument that they make is process. They're not targeting the issue of waste, fraud, and abuse. Yeah, Jasmine Crockett, she went on Charlamagne's The Breakfast Club and said, and he asked her, do you think that waste and fraud is a big issue? And she goes, not at all. That is not a mainstream point of view, even for people in her party. So you can stand with the workers that are for our federal government and say, look, I want a fair process for you. But you have to understand, most Americans want cuts to happen. Right. And if you keep being on the other side, you're going to find yourself... We're almost to the midterms already. That started at the moment Donald Trump was elected. If you run on that, you're going to lose again.
Yeah. So I think we're going to see a lot of it splayed out for the public today with, and Brian was mentioning how they're going to have a forum today, Senator Warren, with the Consumer Financial Protection Board. Keep in mind, it was Elon Musk who said, what was it? Whatever that acronym is, CFPB, RIP. That was a week or two ago. He obviously wants to get rid of it. Interestingly enough, and this would be great to see, Elizabeth Warren has invited Elon Musk. Okay, we're going to have this forum. You come on here and explain how people are going to be protected from unscrupulous lenders if this goes away. So it would be great to see that happen.
71% of students ages 18 to 25 support DOGE, and 62% found a strong majority of all Americans support DOGE efforts to reduce waste, fraud,
Right.
and
People
abuse.
like that.
The truth is, Americans support this whole trimming of fat and unnecessary wasteful spending that DOGE is finding out about the federal government. Americans support it. And it's true because most Americans would rather have those wasteful spending cut off and use it for something much more important for Americans.
The frenzy inside the federal government right now as the Trump administration backtracks on a threat to fire workers who don't respond to an emailed ultimatum from Elon Musk. CNN's Renee Marsh is joining us now. She's got all the latest.
I mean, think about it. You go to work. When you get to work, you have to clock in. When you want to take a break, you have to go take a break, lunch break. When you want to go you want to use the bathroom, you have to take bathroom breaks. You have to talk to your supervisor. You have to clock out when you're done. You have to do it the next day the same way every single day for like 20, 30 years if that's what you decide to do. But you think about what I'm saying. It's like, this is what people do every single day. They actually do their job. They go into the office and do their job. They clock in and do their job, and when they're done, they clock out. So what is so bad about Elon Musk saying, send us an email just so we know that you're actually a human being and you're not a robot or some AI, whatever? And what is so bad about the president of the United States saying that come back to work in the office or lose your job? Report to office or lose your job. What is so bad? Yet some Americans are complaining and saying, well, I don't know why he wants people to go back to work in the office. But yet you want to pay down debt. Yet you want to make sure you have an efficient country that is actually working for you, saving you money. People have to do their jobs if you want the best country in the world.
Details. Tell our viewers, Renee, what you're learning.
Well, just about 6 hours until that deadline to respond to that email, and the confusion among the federal workforce remains high. Now, the Office of Personnel Management formally notified agencies this afternoon that so-called "what did you do last week" email sent over the weekend is voluntary, and that the failure to respond will not result in resignation. Now, that guidance runs counter to what Elon Musk said over the weekend. Musk Musk posted on X, and I'm quoting, failure to respond will be taken as a resignation. It also runs counter to what the president said today. President Trump saying that anyone who doesn't answer is semi-fired or fired. Well, all of this is just, again, really difficult for many of these employees to figure out who to listen to. One employee at the Department of Veterans Affairs telling me today, and I'm quoting, no one knows who's in charge and who to listen to. Now, that "what did you do last week" email appeared to also reveal a rift between Trump-appointed agency heads and Elon Musk. Musk is unelected, not Senate confirmed, to run any government agency, and was essentially telling employees throughout the federal government to report outside the chain of command to him. Now, some 7 agencies, including the Department of Defense, the State Department, and the FBI, told employees not to comply with this request for information at the time that federal employees received it. But today, President Trump downplaying any rift between his cabinet secretaries and the power that Elon Musk is wielding in his capacity outside of the government to shrink the federal government's workforce, Wolf. But again, lots of questions, lots of confusion, despite OPM now saying that this is voluntary, and of course the labor union saying that none of this was legal to begin with.
Renee Marsh reporting for us. Renee, thank you very much. For more on the breaking news, I want to bring in CNN's chief national affairs correspondent, Jeff Zeleny. He's joining us from the White House. Jeff, what are you hearing from inside the Trump administration?
Well, if there is no question that this is one of the first signs of certainly some disagreement among some cabinet secretaries and others at what Elon Musk is doing with their agencies. We saw example after example, as Renee was just saying there, where agencies were instructing their workers to not follow along. But as for the president, he was asked today in the Oval Office what he thinks of all of this. He called it genius.
You know why he wanted that, by the way? I thought it was great. Because we have people that don't show up to work and nobody even knows if they work for the government. So by asking the question, tell us what you did this week, what he's doing is saying, are you actually working? There's a lot of genius in sending it. We're trying to find out if people are working.
Now, I'm told the White House did have a heads up Saturday afternoon before this email was sent out across the federal workforce, but only by a couple hours or so, Wolf. So it does beg the question, is Elon Musk acting at the direction of the president, or is the president responding to things that Elon Musk is doing? There's no doubt Republican senators on Capitol Hill were expressing some concern about this, particularly because of those national security type agencies and employees who are being asked of this. But the bottom line is some cabinet secretaries, as they are filling up the cabinet, want to have their own requests and orders for their workers. The first cabinet meeting actually will be on Wednesday, Wolf. Wouldn't be surprised if this comes up.
Yeah, a dramatic flip-flop on the part of the Trump administration. Pretty embarrassing indeed. Jeff Zeleny, thank you very much. Our legal and political experts are joining us right now. Mandela Barnes, let me start with you. What do you make about this rather abrupt about-face from
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy, Genesis. It is currently 8:28 a.m. in the South. I am in Georgia, and today's date is the 25th of February, 2025. And if you didn't know, I just want to bring this to your attention. President Trump takes decisive action to deliver relief to Kentucky. If you are in Kentucky or close to Kentucky, you know there was a storm in Kentucky. It's deadly flooding, cold temperatures, and of course, based on the aftermath of the winter storm. Yes, but a lot has been going on in the United States, and President Trump has been on it. Of course, about 2-3 days ago, he also made sure the America First investment policy was signed as one of his presidential actions on February 21st. But let's keep going on this right here.
The Office of Personnel Management that runs counter to the threat of termination from Elon Musk?
I mean, it's been an incredibly haphazard experience anyway. I've had friends who personally lost their jobs. So this is personal in many ways, but also just think about the thousands of other people across this country who want nothing more than to serve their country by working for the federal government and putting in that public service. And it is a shame how people are being treated. I think we're going to lose the human aspect of it all as we have this conversation, as we look at the absurdities. And I'll tell you, if they were really serious about it, they would have made JD Vance actually reply with an email telling us what he's done, because nobody knows what he's up to. In fact, it feels like his position has already been terminated as vice president. But in order for us to truly, instill the type of respect for institutions that we should have, the president needs to take this more seriously. Instead of having a man-child, we have the world's most socially insecure person in control of our social security numbers. And we have an election coming up in Wisconsin. This is one of the things that keeps coming up. People are concerned about Elon Musk. They didn't elect him, and they don't like the way that he is wielding so much power and influence over our daily lives.
And you're the former lieutenant governor of Wisconsin. Lauren Tomlinson, let me get your thoughts. As you know, we've recently seen pushback to Musk's influence from voters at several GOP town halls across the country. Do you think that played a factor in this reversal today from the Trump administration?
No, I think the greatest influence that happened with this reversal was that this was sent so broadly, and that there were so many national security heads that pushed back on the fact that their workers did not need to justify the type of work that they were doing. And there was also other concerns about exposure of sources and methods and other things. So, I mean, this indiscriminate email that went out was kind of poorly thought out in that regard. And so they had to walk it back. Now, I will say, though, to your other point, there's been recent polling, Harvard-Harris being the most recent, that Americans very broadly support DOGE's efforts to find waste and abuse within the federal government, that there is almost 80% of Americans support reducing the size of government, reducing our spending. And so I do think that the White House knows that it is a winner here to continue to focus on reducing the size of our federal government, to reduce our spending, to reduce our debt, and get that under control. It's just the manner in which that Elon Musk stepped out this week, I think, had to be walked back because it was irresponsible.
Ellie Honig is with us as well, our legal analyst. You were a federal employee for several years, Ellie, as all of us know. How would you respond to an email like this and the confusion, lots of confusion that clearly followed?
Well, that's exactly what I would have felt, Wolf, confusion. When I was at DOJ, if I had gotten an email like this, my first thought would have been, who the heck is OPM, the Office of Personnel Management, basically the HR managers for the government, to make a substantive demand of me to fill them in? That is actually the basis of the lawsuit that's been filed to try to block this. My next thought would have been, I'm not putting information about a sensitive criminal investigation that I may have opened last week in an email to the Office of Personnel Management.
Nobody asked you to put a sensitive criminal investigation in the report. It's just a basic update. What did you do last week? Jesus. Well, who trained these folks? Why is it so hard to just say briefly what you got done last week? Nobody wants the details. Oh, nobody's going to tell me what to do. Elon Musk is not going to be telling me to send him an email via the OPM whatever because I'm doing my job. Nobody elected Elon Musk. Actually, the president of the United States employed Elon Musk.
I would report up the chain to DOJ.
And he's doing it for free, just like the president isn't taking his salary. Trump isn't getting paid for his job. Elon Musk is not getting paid for his job. Yet you guys are saying these guys are billionaires. They want to scam us. They want to take our money. They want to take our resources. They want to take everything we got. They're not even getting paid.
But not to OPM. And again, that's another argument that's made in the lawsuit. So those are two things that I think would jump out at me. The last one would be even more confusion because the OPM email says, tell us 5 things you've done, but it doesn't say anything about firing or resignation. Then Elon Musk tweets, if you don't respond, we'll take that as a resignation. And then when the president is asked, he says, well, it will be a semi-firing. That was his quote, you'll be semi-fired if you don't respond. So I would be utterly confused as to who rules as between OPM, Elon Musk, Donald Trump, it puts these federal employees in an impossible situation.
Mandela, I want you and our viewers to listen to House Speaker.
It's not an impossible situation. Stop trying to make it seem like it's way more than what it is. OPM, Elon Musk, the president. No. Just send the email and tell us what you've been doing. That's all we need. Okay? So we gonna know if you're gonna get paid with this taxpayers' dollars. Okay?
Johnson, what he said earlier about this email. Listen to this.
In the private sector, where most of us come from, it is not unusual for you to have to fill out weekly reports, routine reports on what you're accomplishing, what you're doing. I don't think it's a crazy concept, but Elon is going to do what Elon does in DOGE. We're going to codify a lot of these changes so we can make them permanent. But asking people to justify their work, I think, is a reasonable step.
He says asking people to justify their work is a reasonable step. Mandela, what do you think?
It is reasonable.
Look, this isn't the private sector. We're talking about federal employees who are tasked with, in many instances, the daily lives of Americans, whether.
And that's what they keep saying. This isn't the civilian world. This isn't the normal. This is the federal government. That is a more valid reason why there should be more scrutiny for their work, because they do very important work. Their job is very crucial to the well-being of every citizen in this nation.
They're veterans, people with disabilities, processing all sorts of requests day in and day out, our whole economy. And for them to think that it could be as simple as putting in an email of 5 things just shows that they are not equipped for the positions that they're in. Speaker Johnson included, a person who's hanging on by a thread anyway with his speakership, who's going to say whatever it takes to appease the president. This is a person with no concept of reality or any political stability. His only attachment to the role of speaker is because of his allegiance to President Donald Trump. So his opinion is null and void in this conversation. But we have to get back to understanding that so many folks are taking sacrifices, people who could have been paid 3 times as much as they make in the private sector, but decide to commit themselves to public service to make this country better. And these are folks whose political leanings are all over the place. And that's something that should be respected. Service should.
You guys are so funny. You guys are so funny. A lot of people have issues with Elon Musk auditing the government, but yet you want to pay down the debt the United States has. Some people are even saying Elon Musk is not American. He was born in South Africa. Of course, he was born in Pretoria, South Africa. However, he is an American, and he happens to be an asset to the world. And he chose to be an American. He chose to be a patriot. He chose to audit the government. He doesn't need this job. This isn't even like a paid job, okay? This isn't a paid gig. This man shoots rocket into space to Mars. His goal, his dream, just like everybody has a dream, his own dream is to have civilization on Mars. You think he wants to sort out bloated government and fat, unnecessary, wasteful spending in the government? This man he's worth over $400 billion. The wealthiest man on earth financially. And some people say he's one of the most innovative human beings to ever walk the earth. And yet, all you have to say is, who elected Elon? Nobody elected Elon Musk. He's not even American. Yet you want to save the environment and go buy a Tesla. You're not complaining when you drive your Tesla. NASA is sending Elon Musk to go to space to save their astronauts. Okay, so you only pick and you choose what you want. You think it's useful. You think Elon Musk is useful when it's like, oh, there's nobody else on Earth that can do this job, like saving the astronauts Okay. The United States government employed Elon Musk, consulted Elon Musk to save these astronauts from Mars. But now Trump consulting Elon Musk to save this unnecessary spending in the United States. Nobody likes that. Oh no, they're gonna get our social security number. They're gonna get Elon is trying to steal our money. How much is in your bank account? Elon is still he's gonna steal my financial update. What you got in your bank account, bro?
All right, the mainstream media mob won't report on it, so I guess that's our job. Promises made, promises kept. President Trump has been in office just over a month, and the border is being sealed shut. Today, the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem announced that Border Patrol encountered only 200 illegals at the southern border on Saturday. That would be the lowest number of a single day in terms of apprehension in over 15 years. Also tonight, New York City Mayor Eric Adams announced the Roosevelt Hotel migrant shelter. They are going to close that in coming months after hosting tens of thousands of illegals throughout the Biden years. And the Trump administration is reportedly considering bringing back Title 42, which will again allow for the deportation of illegals on the basis of threats to public health. DHS is also no longer allowing illegals to use the CPB-1 app, the Biden app, to board flights without ID unless those flights are leaving the United States. And the message that the border is closed is being heard so clearly by would-be illegals right now that, according to the AP, they are literally turning around and making one of the most, dramatic and dangerous parts of the journey north in reverse, because they know they won't be allowed in when they get here. Promises made, promises kept. Here now with the latest. Secretary of Department of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, is with us. Let's start with the good news. Tell us about Saturday.
Well, it's fantastic news, Sean, and a lot of fantastic news because of President Trump. You know, we only had 200 encounters at the border when under the Biden administration on our worst day, we saw up to 16,000 encounters. So to have that kind of a drop under President Trump is because of a change of policy. It's because of telling the world to stay away. If you want to come to this country illegally, you will be stopped because America comes first. And it's because of President Trump, the fact that he is so firm and so confident, and he wants to uphold the law, and he follows through with consequences if people don't. So setting that record, the lowest number in 15 years, is remarkable. And the wins just keep coming because we have a president that believes in this country. And he listened to the American people, and he actually brought the kind of success that this country was so desperate for.
You're also getting help. Your former state, South Dakota, Louisiana, Georgia, my home state of Florida, they are now enacting mandates that local law enforcement cooperate with federal authorities to identify and detain illegal immigrants in the U.S. And the new attorney general down here in Florida is working with Governor DeSantis on top of Pam Bondi on the federal level, going after states like Illinois and New York, and I'm sure many other states to follow. That's got to help your job, I would assume.
Oh, absolutely. When you telegraph and have the kind of partnerships that we have at the state and the local levels, it's incredible what you see for results. People know that when they break the law, what the law is, and that there will be consequences, and that not just in these local cities that have been so proactive to protect their citizens, but also at the state level, we've seen incredible leadership out of governors and attorney generals who have stepped up and gone above and beyond to say, we listen to our people. We recognize that our communities need to be safe, that we've got kids and grandkids in this country that need a future, and that we're going to work and be proactive to go after these criminals. Remember, because they're so strong, Sean, we won't have to deal with families like Lake and Riley's, like Jocelyn's family, that won't lose their children with no leadership that hasn't listened and enforced the law. The scales of justice have been balanced again. We're not putting illegals above Americans. Now we recognize that every single person needs to be treated equally and equally under the law.
Are we finding, do you have an update? Are we finding any of the people that are responsible for tipping off these gang members or cartel members that are in the country illegally and hence putting ICE officials' lives in jeopardy because they lose the element of surprise? Any update in terms of who's been tipping them off?
Absolutely, Sean. I have found some leakers. We are continuing to get more. They will be fired. There will be consequences. And remember, when they leak information to the press in order to blow an op, they are putting law enforcement lives in jeopardy. They are risking their lives and putting their families in the position where they have to live without those individuals any further. So you bet we have used every tactic that we have. If you remember, we talked just last week about how I'm using polygraphs to go after and to really interview these folks. Because we are a national security agency, I have that tool I can use. Also looking at their emails, looking at their communications. And it's amazing how these bureaucrats.
Christy is just on another level. Like, she's using polygraphs and she's using everything she has going on to make sure she secures the border. Man, I'm glad I voted for Trump, yo.
Have an agenda to stop the work that we're doing to bring safety to America, how they will sell each other down the river if it's just to protect themselves. So don't worry, I am doing everything to find these leakers and to get rid of them so that we can do our work and our law enforcement officers and agents can do it safely.
Isn't that a crime? If you're tipping off gang members about a potential ICE raid and putting their lives in jeopardy, I've got to imagine that's a violation of some code somewhere.
Absolutely. And when they are breaking the law, we are prosecuting and holding them accountable to it. So, we're not here to play games. This is about America. And any law enforcement officer that serves and partners not only with the Department of Homeland Security, but partners with us, listen, we respect you. We honor the work that you do. We will take care of your family. We will take care of you. And we'll go after those that threaten your lives by leaking this type of information.
Yeah. What do you make of Eric Adams? Now, in fairness to Mayor Adams, in the beginning, he was very sanctuary city, welcome to New York. And, okay, Texas and Florida started sending illegals up to New York. Then they got overwhelmed. And then he began to see the crime go up and the costs go up. And they were overwhelmed. And he evolved in his position before the election. And now the Roosevelt Hotel is planned to be shut down. And he's cooperating, isn't he?
He is cooperating. He has been in communication with us. You know, the night before I went to New York and was involved in some of those operations that happened, we talked several times on the phone. So he's wonderful to visit with, but also I need him to take stronger action, too. The Roosevelt Hotel is going to be emptied out, and I'm thankful for that. That has been a haven. Not just for individuals that are here illegally, but for dangerous criminals. So the fact that that's going to be closed is a great and remarkable announcement by the mayor. But it's because of action that we took and President Trump took to stop paying the bill for people that are here illegally and to house them for this city. So we're going to keep taking. That's right. You take the money away, and it's amazing how quickly that these shelters and sanctuaries will be closed down. We're doing this to sanctuary cities, too. If you want to protect criminal activity, well, the federal government dollars are going to stop, too.
All right. Last question. Will Title 42 be brought back?
Well, I believe that's something President Trump is considering, and that is a measure he's said he's going to use every tool in the toolbox. So that could be one of them.
All right.
I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Title 42.
On this, the third anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, we watched in New York this morning as the United States at the United Nations stood firmly on the same side as the Kremlin against a resolution calling out Moscow's aggression and demanding an immediate withdrawal of Russian troops. At the same time, in Washington and the East Room at the White House, we watched as a delicate new reality of American relations with European allies was on full display as President Trump welcomed French President Emmanuel Macron, and the attempts to be friendly were juxtaposed by an extraordinary moment in the Oval Office when the French president fact-checked the U.S. president in real time.
Again, just so you understand, Europe is loaning the money to Ukraine. They get their money back.
No, in fact, to be frank, we paid 60% of the total effort, and it was through, like the US, loans, guarantee, grants, and we provided real money. To be clear, we have 230 billion frozen assets in Europe, Russian assets, but this is not as a collateral of a loan because this is not our belonging. So they are frozen. If at the end of the day in the negotiation we will have with Russia, they're ready to give it to us.
Ukraine is
super.
in Europe.
It will be loan at the end of the day, and Russia will have paid for that.
If you
This is my
believe
wish.
that, it's okay with me.
Mr. President,
If they get their money back, we don't, and now we do. But, that's only fair.
My next source has represented the U.S. at the United Nations and also been in the room with Trump and Putin at the same time when he was the National Security Advisor. The former ambassador, John Bolton, joins me now. And Ambassador, I mean, you could see Trump's face in that moment as the French president was saying that they're not getting paid back for the money that they provided to Ukraine. He also said, though, next to him, that made a point of saying Russia is the aggressor. What did you make of that exchange?
Well, I think it's Macron trying to maintain his own position without pushing Trump over the edge and losing any chance of bringing Trump back to reality. I don't think that Macron will succeed. Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of Great Britain, is coming this week as well. I don't think he'll succeed. I think we are now close to as close to Russia as an ally we've ever been in a hostile environment. It's a huge embarrassment. But I think most significant of all is that vote in the UN today was a clear marker. We are on the path out of NATO. Trump has already done enormous damage to the NATO alliance. Almost every time he talks about Ukraine, he does more. But that vote, with all of our allies on one side supporting Ukraine and condemning Russia's unprovoked aggression against Ukraine, with us on the side of Russia and North Korea and countries like that, that shows the NATO alliance is badly split already. And it's at this point, you take too many more steps like that, the actual withdrawal is just a formality.
Did you ever think you'd see a vote like that did put the U.S. on the same side as Russia, North Korea, Belarus, all these other Moscow-friendly nations?
Well, there are a lot of strange votes at the United Nations that I've participated in. It wasn't so much the vote itself as the fact we are aligned with what has always been NATO's principal threat. There have been other threats. We benefited from the alliance when al-Qaeda attacked us on September the 11th. But I would say 95% plus of NATO's planning during the Cold War and since then has been concerned about a Russian attack. That is the fundamental motivating factor why the alliance was created and why it still exists today. And we have sided now in this vote with NATO's principal adversary. It's just unthinkable that a president could do that.
Do you believe when Trump would not call Putin a dictator earlier, is that a negotiating strategy, or do you think he just doesn't think he is one?
Look, Trump's defenders say everything he says is a negotiating strategy, including when he says A and the next day says not A. It's all just a negotiating strategy. I think it's an indication his mind is full of mush, and he says whatever comes into it. He believes Vladimir Putin is his friend. And, you don't call your friends dictators. He doesn't like Volodymyr Zelensky. He hasn't liked him since the perfect phone call of the summer of 2018.
Oh, my God. This folks, God, Lord Jesus. We just had it 4 years that the president, the 46th president of the United States, Joe Biden, had zero dialogue with an aggressor like Putin invading our ally. All we did was send billions to our ally, which was Ukraine, which is Ukraine, but we wouldn't have a conversation with the aggressor. But yet, we're protecting our ally from the aggressor. It is your job as an ally to have a conversation with whoever is oppressing your friend or your ally and say, you know what? I get it. You think they should not be joining NATO. What can we do to make sure this ends here now? That's all Joe Biden had to do, and we wouldn't have this 3 years of insane, unnecessary war and lives being lost.
So it's no sweat off his back to go ahead and call Zelensky a dictator. This is somebody who is not fit to be president. He can't tell America's friends from its enemies.
On that note, he obviously is the president and then is the commander-in-chief. And on Friday, he fired the Joint Chiefs chairman, General C.Q. Brown, and instead said that he wants to replace him with a retired three-star Air Force general. His name is Dan Kane. They met in Iraq 6 years ago when Trump was last in office. You were actually there on that visit and write about this in your book. Is the way that Trump portrays that relationship, because he does talk about him a lot, is it what you witnessed?
Absolutely not. Trump has made up events that didn't happen. We were on the ground in Iraq, I don't know, maybe 3 hours total. And I was either with Trump every minute of that time on the ground, or on one occasion when he and Mrs. Trump went off to meet some of the service members there, I was actually with Kane and General LaCamera, who was the overall commander, as we were writing up the press release about what happened in the meeting. So there was no chance that Trump had a conversation with General Kane that bore any resemblance to what he's described. I never saw Kane wear a MAGA hat. The president addressed the service members there at the El Asad base. Got a very enthusiastic welcome. A lot of young men and women seeing their commander-in-chief. Really a very inspiring thing. I didn't see any MAGA hats in that crowd either, because most of them were in uniform. They're in a base in a hostile environment. And you don't wear, civilian accessories when you're dressed in uniform. And one of the commanders could not have done that and ever expected to get any respect from his subordinates when they did that. So I didn't see it. I don't believe it. And I think it's standard Trump. He makes up the world as he wants it to be, and then his followers, unfortunately, believe him.
These folks, ladies and gentlemen, these folks. So I see somebody in the chat saying that
members there at the
Ukraine
El Asad
isn't
base. Got a very enthusiastic welcome. A lot of young.
Ukraine isn't America's ally. How is Ukraine not America's ally? The United States established diplomatic relations with Ukraine in 1991. Okay. Following its independence from the Soviet Union, which everybody knows the Soviet Union is Russia as of today. The United States attaches great importance to the success of Ukraine's transition to a modern democratic state with a flourishing market economy. So, ladies and gentlemen, Ukraine is an ally to the United States. So why wouldn't you talk to the aggressor, oppressing, attacking, trying to demolish your ally? Oh, I'm not going to talk to him. He is a war criminal. But you're going to send billions to your ally to defend themselves from this war criminal? Why don't you just talk to this war criminal and say, you know what? I get it. I don't like you. You're a bully. You're a war criminal. But this got to stop right here. We don't want war. We want peace. Easy. Adults. Okay, it's called adulting. Adulthood.
Pardoned, excused, welcomed back into polite society, and he goes chasing people down the hallway to say things like that. People who were injured seriously on January 6th.
I don't support the Proud Boys. I don't support what he did. And I think he's a hypocrite for saying what he said at his sentencing, where he basically praised those same officers. When he was being sentenced, the day he was getting sentenced, he actually came out and said these were American heroes, right? Yeah. But that was clearly a lie. But that makes him a hypocrite. You know who else is a hypocrite? It's Democrats who look at this thing, which was tame in comparison to what we see in America's big cities all the time. When police officers
what we're not going to do is do a false equivalency between January 6th and someone that was convicted of seditious conspiracy.
So you know that there could have been a period at the end of the first there could have been a period at the end of the first part of your sentence. There's actually no reason to create another scenario about this. It's either,
I'm comparing apples to apples.
I agree.
Democrats
with you.
only care about the assaults
Joe,
on police when it happened on January 6th in front of the U.S. Capitol. If it happened on March 25th,
you don't have to make a comparison between that and
Gramercy
something
Park,
completely
no one cares.
random.
The Democrats don't give a fiddler's fart when it happens night after night
let's not
This was a conference that was happening this weekend. It was about freedom of speech. It was a conference where these 4 cops were. So
you get protesters at conference. When you speak, you get protesters. I've got protesters before too.
First of all, this is a guy who now feels that he is untouchable, right? He's got the president of the United States who's got his back and who pardons him no matter what he does. So he can go out and he can do this. This is also a guy who wants to increase his Twitter likes and increase his Twitter followers and have a higher profile and sell merchandise. And so he wants to create a moment.
Just 1 second, because I just feel like this needs to be said. This is what's wrong with our politics, is that we can't just say it's wrong for a guy who participated in an attack on the Capitol to taunt the police officer who was viciously attacked on that day. Just
tasered to the point where he almost lost his life
and just let it go. Right. I don't understand why in our politics we have to take that and then say, well, some other random incident over here is also bad, and so therefore nothing matters.
Hypocrisy should be called out on both sides.
Joe, hang on a second. You can just say it's wrong and leave it there. Why can't you just say that?
But hypocrisy should be called out on both sides.
Just a second. So if you saw somebody, let's call it a Black Lives Matter protester who assaulted a police officer, then go to where that police officer was of his own volition and harass that person, you would say, well,
but I didn't say that. I said what he did was bad. I said what he did was bad.
That's bad, but it's also bad that Enrique Tarrio did this.
Right, then you made a false equivalency. There is no false. No, you got your chance, and I'm going to have mine right now about this. For the law enforcement officers who lost their careers, who almost lost their lives, who protected those ungrateful bastards that day that are now pardoned, like Enrique Tarrio, who was convicted of seditious conspiracy. He's the traitor. And anyone who defends what they did or tries to make a false equivalency, actually, they are traitors to this country and our Constitution, and every law enforcement officer that puts on the badge that defends our democracy. How dare you and anyone else that tries to make a false equivalency with people like the January 6 rioters who were pardoned by the same president you want us to have confidence in his judgment? He pardoned seditious conspiracy traitors.
Just a point of fact. Joe, just a point of fact, okay?
There is no equivalency.
These folks don't even have anything to say, because if your president, the 46th, Joe Biden, pardoned his son, Hunter Biden, y'all forgot Hunter Biden? Hunter Biden was pardoned last year, Thanksgiving. Okay, Thanksgiving gifts. So, of course, I don't even know how the Democrats or the Democrat voters has been doing this last 4 years. How have you guys been, Democrats? You have a president pardon his son after he said he wasn't going to do it. And now you guys are saying, well, Trump is pardoning the J6 members.
One of the things that he was convicted of was planning to try to overthrow the government. Like, that is actually substantively a different thing than even just random city crime. Why can't you acknowledge that? Don't you think that it's bad? It's worse to try to overthrow the government than it is to just do random
and how many
city
Black
crime.
Lives Matter were convicted of seditious conspiracy?
I got to stand up for Joe here, because
Zero.
that's not what he was arguing.
He's making an equivalency between those two things.
It's not a false equivalency. He was saying that if you're against somebody who attacks police officers here, you should think more broadly about that. I think it's an interesting point.
Okay, I think everybody agrees with that.
And so, but I think you're trying to paint one attack on a cop here as somehow better or worse than an attack on a cop there. But look,
I'm just saying,
but I haven't had a chance
person
on this yet.
who was pardoned for trying to overthrow the United States government and for facilitating the attack of many police officers, that was a display that was a terrible, disgusting moment. And you should just be able to say that and call it a day.
Yeah, I haven't gotten to talk on this yet. I don't like this. I hate this.
Which this?
This video that we just played. I don't like this coming up to this guy in the hallway. I don't like these public confrontations.
And you didn't like the pardons either, right?
I mean, this is, and I also don't, frankly, like the pardons of the people who committed violence. I do think some people got swept up on January 6th who weren't violent, but that wasn't him. And him going after that police officer on that video, look, if he has some beef with this guy and he believes he's been wronged, could take him to court. You could do other things. But this idea of trying to force a public confrontation that could have easily spilled over into some more violence.
That's what it's about.
I do want to leave it there. Right. And Scott, I will just say I appreciate you saying that.
And I gotta say that I agree with Scott Jennings because Proud Boys and every other whatever team member organization or groups that are leaning towards political conversations, left or the right, doesn't really, I don't care. But what matters is making sure that you don't get physical and that you become, or you realize that as an adult, you do not have to do things forcefully. Okay. However, I'm going to go back to Joe Biden pardoning Hunter Biden after he said he was not going to pardon his son. Now, I said it before. I said, why in the world would you say you would not pardon your son? Because I would pardon my daughter. Like, Jesus. Who wouldn't pardon their family?
Tonight, NASA versus Elon Musk. So NASA's top officials are firing back at Musk. One former senior NASA official, just moments ago, told CNN that they never received an offer from Musk's SpaceX to bring home the 2 U.S. astronauts stuck in space. They never got that offer. Now, why were they saying that? Well, because they were responding to Musk's claims that the 2 astronauts had been left in space for, quote, political reasons. The astronauts themselves, they're up there, and they had to deny this.
We don't feel abandoned. We don't feel stuck. We don't feel stranded.
I mean, they are on the International Space Station having to respond to this. I mean, there's just some moments in all this where you go, this is really insane. Multiple astronauts going after Musk after these claims, including Andreas Morgensen, who called Musk's claim a lie on X. Musk responded, and I'm going to just quote what Musk said. He called this astronaut, quote, fully retarded and an idiot. So on that note, let's bring in astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson, the author of the new book, Merlin's Tour of the Universe, Traveler's Guide to Blue Moons, Black Holes, Mars, Stars, and Everything Far. It is a prominent place on my bookshelf. I put it in the travel section. Should I ever get to
just in case
travel? You know, when I was organizing, that's what I did. Okay, this topic that Musk says that this was, political, that Biden wouldn't bring them down. They have to be, these astronauts denying it on the space station. NASA denies it. An astronaut says it's not true, and Musk, uses those horrible words to respond to the person. I mean, what is your response to all of this?
Well, let's go to the beginning of it all. The 2 astronauts were never stranded in any normal way we would use that term.
Man,
and
please.
They were joining a half a dozen other astronauts on the International Space Station. There's plenty of food. Maybe they didn't bring enough changes of underwear. I don't know. But that would be like the worst case scenario. They're both experienced astronauts. And while I don't remember whether this is the longest time they spent in 0G in their astronaut career, but it's a while, and so they have to adjust to that, but they're professionals, so they're not stranded. Second, what a luxury it is to have a conversation about he said, she said, and who said what, when, I mean, think about it. We have options to bring them back from space. One of them is SpaceX.
Right.
And that's evidence to me that we are living in the future, that no one is worried about whether there exists a ship to bring them back. The Starliner for Boeing, that had some risk factors. NASA was not going to take that risk. So you push that aside.
So basically, We don't like Elon Musk. We don't want Elon Musk to save and audit and trim the fat in the government. This excessive spending, we don't want Elon to do it. But here comes Neil deGrasse Tyson saying, we're going to save the astronauts. And one of the companies is SpaceX. So back to Elon Musk to save the day. They're not stranded. The astronauts are not stranded. Who told you that?
Who's up next? There's SpaceX. I'm good with that. And the rest of this is just distraction.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it is unfortunate. I say, you read it and you think about people reading it and people using such words, especially people who have achieved so much and you run SpaceX, you have all of the things that someone has to speak like that. At best, it's deeply unfortunate. Let me ask you, Neil, also, the other context here is these asteroids, right? So then the city killer asteroid, I guess it's called.
Well, yeah, meanwhile, there's like asteroids bearing down on Earth.
So,
maybe
so
somebody
in
should
case
pay
we don't
attention.
destroy it ourselves, there's something else to do it for us. Okay, so, it was kind of up and it was down, it was vacillating all over the place, and now they're downplaying that particular asteroid that they say now is more unlikely to
It's not
hit
so
a
much
city.
downplaying. There's better evidence available to.
Somebody just said in the chat, being rich doesn't mean you should have every sensitive, secret, classified documentation. So what qualifies you to have secret documentation?
Right.
Tighten the uncertainty circle such that Earth is basically no longer at risk.
All right,
Oh,
so
by the way, that circle still encloses the moon. So the moon's risk. The moon
So
has
Seven Eves becomes a reality. The Neil Stephenson book I enjoyed. Right, you break up the moon and the pieces start coming down.
Yeah.
But I know asteroids are a very serious thing, and there's only so much ability, and I think this is what this brought to bear, to see them within the time frame that one could do anything about it.
Yes, that's a perfectly stated concern. And so we have some telescopes coming online very shortly that specialize in the discovery of very dim asteroids. And these are the ones that can sneak up on us and not give us much time to react, either to deflect it, which NASA has been building that kind of technology. They had a mission, the DART mission, Double Asteroid Redirect Test, just a couple of years ago, successfully altered the path of an asteroid. This was not known whether that would work because the structural integrity of asteroids is not well understood. You can push on one piece, that might break off and leave the rest in place.
Yeah.
We don't know this. So the more of these kinds of missions that we launch, the safer we might feel going forward when one of these gets discovered that could be headed towards Earth.
Yeah. All right. So now let me ask you also about these executive orders, the DEI orders that are now, at first I think people felt maybe in some of the government agencies, okay, it's just rhetoric. Call it whatever you want to call it, continue with it. It now appears that that's not the case, right? This is not rhetoric, this is reality. Look at NASA, for example, the web pages that would talk about the diversity of the space program. Just to say, look at how diverse our program is. This is something that we are proud of. Look at the 404 warning you get now. It's gone. Programs promoting diversity and inclusion, even, Black History Month, or Black astronauts, women astronauts, minority.
Man, bro, these folks are liars. They just had a celebration for Black History Month, we're still in it, February. But Trump had a celebration for Black History Month in the White House, where he had, of course, beneficiary of the First Step Act, the African American woman who he released, now being named his pardon czar. They're not going to talk about that. They're not going to talk about the great work he's doing for the African American community. No, they're not. Talking about Black History Month is over. The director of HUD is black. Only line they run to is the only line they run to is he's racist. Trump is racist. Now Dan Bongino is the deputy director for FBI. Is he white? No, he's not.
So just things again that the space program that NASA was proud of appear at this point to have been shut down. You know, you sit here as a black astrophysicist. What's your how are you putting your processing this?
Every time you hear someone playing the race card or gender politics or, you know, whatever, anything in that line or in that arena, you just know it's bunch of BS moving forward.
Yeah, so when I grew up, people said, "Oh, did you want to be an astronaut when you were a kid?" I'm old enough to have lived through the 60s,
Yep.
the moon landing and the rest. And I said no, because it was clear they were not interested in me by who they were sending into space.
So you saw the
yeah.
lack of color.
As a child, I
Yes.
knew this.
Mhm.
And but it was more than that. Everyone was wearing like crew cuts at a time when the Broadway musical Hair was number one.
Right.
So there was some mismatches between who we were sending in space and what culture was doing. I still valued that we were going into space, but I didn't feel like I was a part of that. And with DEI, so I always viewed that as a way to encourage.
First of all, this is 2025, and I would always go back to this point. When people start talking about race, culture, gender, I would remove culture, but race, gender, I don't like talking about it, but, you know, just for the sake of conversation. The 44th president of the United States looked like me, okay? Talking about diversity, equity, inclusion. What does that actually say? Does that mean that if you and I have the experience, the performance, the quality to actually deliver on the job, and you happen to be Caucasian and I happen to be, you know, what I am, and we go to an interview to get a job and we both have the same quality to get this job, okay? Does that mean that the company would say, you know what, Genesis, just because you look like what we're trying to achieve with this company, which is the initiative of DEI, we're going to hire you instead of James or Peter or whatever? So are we going to be called DEI hire, or are we going to just be hired based on competence or just based on merit? That's the only thing I'm asking for the people at the back.
Agencies to look in places you hadn't looked before for talent that you've been missing. Yeah. And so if we're going to stop that, and you think every person who's the right, who's correct for a job is white male, that's I don't know what that means. Yeah. And to fire a 4-star Air Force general with an advanced degree in aerospace engineering, replace him with someone
that doesn't mean your degrees don't mean you won't get fired.
It would be 3-star general. It would be the first 3-star general as head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff ever. That seems like,
man, nobody care about your stars and your degrees and all that stuff. If you do not deliver, if you do not perform, if you're not doing your job like you were employed to do, you gonna get fired with your Harvard certificate and your 6.54 stars. You're gonna get fired.
I want to dispel this myth that federal employees are some lazy, bureaucrats that don't show up for their work. Listen, 85% of federal workers work outside of Washington, D.C. Those are people who work at our national parks. Those are people who work on, the ag departments in farm bureau states. Those are people who are taking care of Medicaid and processing payments for people in red states like where Donald Trump lives. So we need to stop being so cavalier, Scott, about people and whether they're working or not and how come they're so upset about getting an email. Because these are people's livelihoods.
Because some are
you
being
have the
cavalier.
privilege of sitting here getting a six-figure paycheck from CNN.
And I have to show up every day. And I have to show up and earn it. And I have to show up and earn it.
Public servants, and they do the same.
And I have to show up.
Exactly. Scott Jennings said, I have to show up here every day to get that six-figure paycheck that you're taunting about. What do you mean? Taxpayers deserve the same courtesy from these federal workers. Go in every day, clock in, do your job, and clock out.
You assume that they don't.
Scott,
It's obnoxious and insulting to those
they're
people.
not showing up and earning it?
They're good
Hold on.
Why are you assuming that they are?
Hang on.
No one's assuming anything.
Hold on, Joe. Let me play for you, just because apparently you think that it's only Anna and Tara who are concerned about this. Here's John Curtis talking about this yesterday.
If I could say one thing to Elon Musk, it's like, please put a dose of compassion in this. These are real people. These are real lives. These are mortgages. It's a false narrative to say we have to cut and you have to be cruel to do it as well. We can do both.
There is nothing.
I don't get it. When they say, please be, careful, please be cautious, please empathy or whatever. It's like, so you're saying, we get it, you guys are getting paid to do a job, but you're not doing it. But we're going to forgive you anyway. So the country is going to go to SHIT. Is that what we're going to do?
There's nothing cool.
Hold
nothing
on.
cool about
Okay, wait a minute.
Joe and
These are
Scott,
people
Joe and
who-
Scott and Tara,
We're all
we
up.
all cannot speak at the same time. But, okay, his
Somebody said Bitcoin crashed last night. I don't think it crashed. If it's still at 80, 90K, that's not a crash.
point is, let's not be cruel. You can find out how people are performing on their job without sending a gimmicky email that is only going to get, you're going to get false positives. You're going to get people.
It is not a gimmicky email. It is an email just like you would get from your supervisor or your team leader saying, you know what, everybody? How was your weekend? Today's Monday. Let's know what we did last week so we could get ready for this week. How hard is that?
Who are bad performers responding to the email and good performers not responding to the email. And what does that tell you, Scott?
The premise of your question is that there are thousands of federal workers who are lazy and dishonest. You're saying that if people respond, then they're trying to game the system of a gimmicky email. That's number one. And I don't necessarily believe that.
On the planet.
Okay,
There's
any
nothing,
federal
but there's
workers-
nothing.
That's not how you evaluate people, by asking them to send you a random email.
They're not being evaluated. They're simply being asked, what
That's how
five
you
things
do.
did you do last week?
It's a start.
It is a simple question. And the fact that no one seems to want to answer it tells me
No,
nothing.
can we put this in context, though? This is after, just in the first few days of the administration, they received a buyout offer that then wasn't really a buyout offer. Then it was very confusing.
No,
now,
it's not. They got a buyout if they wanted one.
There's colleagues all over the country being fired in a haphazard way. There's probationary workers being fired, supposedly for performance issues when nobody is actually evaluating their performance. Then this email goes out. Then the agency heads say, no, don't answer the email. Don't you find it a little bit? Don't you think it would be a little bit stressful right now to be a federal worker, to be a park ranger? Yes.
And there
to
are
be a
people-
federal worker. It's a hell of a lot more stressful than being a
This is
top watch on
episode number
CNN.
175. Democrats dying on the
Joe,
Hill.
Yes,
Joe,
it is
Tara,
stressful
and
to be
Scott,
an air
and
traffic controller.
Anna, everybody.
Oh, woe unto me. I'm a federal worker. They're asking me to do my job. I'm on a stress. I'm on a duress. Oh, I'm getting paid by the federal government, courtesy of the taxpayers. But I'm being harassed right now because they want me to tell them what I did last week. You better tell them what you did last week. Because that's what we do in the civilian world. In the normal human being world, we are accountable for the things that we say we can do at work.
Hold on one second.
colleagues fired. It is stressful to be working
No air
at the
traffic controllers were
NIH.
fired. That's a lie.
It is stressful to be.
Not one. Name one
Scientists were
Elon
fired.
Musk
Yesterday, I
tonight.
read it in the Miami
Anna,
Herald this
hang on a
weekend.
second. Elon Musk tonight, just to add to the confusion about this, to be honest, he sent out another message on X saying the email requested was utterly trivial, as the standard for passing the test was to type some words and press send. Okay. Yet so many failed even that inane test and urged on, in some cases, by their managers. Have you ever witnessed such incompetence and contempt for how your taxes are being spent? Makes old Twitter look good. Did not think that was possible. There was also some indication that maybe they might have more time. So
Elon
can
also
they get
put
their
out
story straight?
but he also put out a Twitter that said that, oh, Donald Trump now has given them a second chance for the people who didn't respond the first time, and that's the second chance. Like, first of all, let's get this straight. Elon Musk, no one elected him. DOGE is a fake, illegal operation that the courts will decide because it's in being litigated what they're doing. Also, people who are working at the federal government, the cruelty of this are people who have just graduated from college or just finished their master's or came from PhD programs, and now they're being told by NASA or by HHS or by NIH after they move their lives to wherever to be public servants, and they're told now, well, no, pack up, you got to go. This is happening indiscriminately across our government. That is cruel, it's unnecessary, it's dangerous, and when our own agencies are telling us that malign acts.
Stop saying it's unnecessary and it's dangerous. What do you mean it's unnecessary? The United States is deep in debt, trillions on trillions of dollars in debt, and you're saying it's unnecessary to cut down unnecessary spending, because that's what all of these actions are doing. They're trying to make sure the government is efficient, and you're saying DOGE is an illegitimate agency working or whatever. The president of the United States employed Elon Musk and Vivek to run the Department of Government Efficiency. It's like a 2 years plan, I guess. Before his inauguration, he said that it's like a 2 years plan, and in 2026 they're gonna abolish DOGE. However, before DOGE is being abolished in 2026, they have to, sort of kind of like show the United States that this is what we've been able to save, and this is how we've helped to minimize unnecessary spending in the government. That's what DOGE is about. It's not something that is supposed to be forever. DOGE is a 2 years plan. And this is how the government should work. There should be agencies that would just be established for like 2 years to 4 years time period to accomplish a goal. And when the goal is accomplished, that body should be closed down, should be shut down. You don't have to spend unnecessary money just to keep that agency open. And then now that agency would be established for years and years and years, money being spent on those agencies that may not necessarily be producing any results moving forward.
Lives in the
Are we
real
just
world
ignoring that
thinks
part?
it's cruel to
Malign
get an email
actors?
from your boss asking, "Hey, what did you accomplish?"
Elon Musk is not their
no one thinks
boss.
that's cruel.
He works for the president.
No one thinks that's cruel. He is.
Does
if he's
he?
appointed
Or does
by
the
the
president
president,
work for
he
him?
is their
I
boss.
wonder who-
There's
who-
$271 billion
Joe,
of federal
you said
spending.
no one, but that's not the case, okay? Here's Lisa Murkowski, also a Republican senator. She says he should get to know each department and agency, she's talking about Elon, and learn about the jobs he's trying to cut. Our public workforce deserves to be treated with dignity and respect for the unheralded jobs they perform. The absurd weekend email to justify their existence wasn't it.
We deserve a better accounting of the $271 billion we spend in a federal payroll.
Totally
if
agree.
someone cannot answer a simple
that's what
email
Congress is
saying,
for.
"Hey,
Actually,
are you
Joe,
alive?"
That's
I'm here.
Congress's job.
Joe, I actually think you're 100% correct about that. There should be an accounting, but that's not this.
That's Congress's
Why?
job. That's
This
the
is a start.
inspector
No, it's
general's
not.
job that
It's
they
not.
fired.
It's Elon Musk's
How does
job.
No,
this
it's
tell
not.
you
He doesn't-
anything about what's going on with the government?
Can I?
Again,
Elon Musk
this
knows
is-
nothing
this
about how
was-
the government runs.
What is it telling you,
The
Joe?
argument that this was gimmicky
What is it telling you
is
about where
okay.
the money
yes,
is being
this
spent?
was gimmicky. It's saying who is actually coming in. Lee Zeldin just required his workforce to come in on Fridays and Mondays.
That's not what we're talking about
hasn't
here.
But my point is that's something that hasn't even been thought of in years. And
You just
since
acknowledged
COVID.
it was gimmicky by Elon Musk, like him going out on the CPAC stage with a chainsaw
gimmicky
jumping
in the
around
sense
like
that it's a
like
funny
a
way of
buffoon.
saying who's even
When people's
reading their
lives are on the
emails.
line here, their
Who's even reading their
livelihoods.
emails?
All right, hold on, Scott.
I think one other point, and this is the push and pull of when a Republican is the president. There's an attempt, when a Republican's in the White House, Donald Trump or any other Republican, to argue that these federal agencies, federal workers, the bureaucracy, sort of can act independently or autonomously from the political leadership of the country. And that's what's happening here. That's why everyone is melting down. That's why the lady came on CNN today. They don't want to answer the email because they don't want to answer to the president. And the message from Trump and Musk is we have political leaders in this country and you got to answer to it.
I'm not following you. Are you
Yes.
suggesting that it's only when Republicans
Yes.
are president that
100%.
agencies
Yes.
express independence?
Yes,
Well, you know that
correct.
that's not true.
No, I know it is 100% true that the bureaucracy is not aligned with, mostly not aligned with Republicans.
There are career civil servants who work with one president
among
and
Democrats and
another,
Republican
do so for
presidents,
the Constitution
there-
and the love of country.
Hold on a second. Among Democrats and Republican presidents, there are certain agencies that are statutorily independent from politics. That's the same whether it's Republican or Democrat.
You're saying that the bureaucracy is as responsive to Republican or Trump priorities as Democratic?
Is that what I said? No, it's not.
You're saying that bias doesn't exist, and I disagree.
Scott, let me just repeat what I said. There are certain agencies, regardless of the president, that are statutorily independent from politics because they deal with things that pertain to the American public, and there needs to be continuity, regardless of who the
Federal
president is.
Reserve, the
Federal
Postal
Reserve,
Commission.
the Security and Exchange Commission.
Right.
There are plenty of agencies that are like that.
But an email doesn't jeopardize continuity of government.
And there are many federal employees that are civil servants, meaning that they don't come in because of partisan politics. That's there to protect you as a conservative and Tara as a liberal.
I'm sorry, I think
it's there
that's-
to protect both of you.
Yeah. I get it. On to the next. You better send the email, though. Oh, you might be getting whacked out of your job.
Work for the federal government and you can't answer that by midnight, you might be getting DOGED. This weekend, every DC bureaucrat got this message in their inbox. Please reply to this email with 5 bullets of what you accomplished last week with a deadline. And if you don't answer, that's kind of your answer.
I thought it was great because we have people that don't show up to work and nobody even knows if they work for the government. So by asking the question, tell us what you did this week, what he's doing is saying, are you actually working? And then if you don't answer, like you're sort of semi-fired or you're fired, because a lot of people are not answering because they don't even exist.
I can tell you what I did last week. Worked on a federal holiday, plugged Dana's new book, pushed DOGE dividend checks, you're welcome, shut down Jessica on the 5, politely, and sold some Fox merch. Cha-ching. Now, I came up with that in 5 minutes. If I had 48 hours like those federal workers do, it would have been even better. But when I was putting together the list, I was inspired. And now I've asked the entire primetime team to send me their 5 bullet points on what they accomplished last week. And the deadline's at 6 a.m. tomorrow. And we're going to send you and show you what their bullet points are tomorrow. And I'll let you know if I fired anybody. Nobody on my team was angry when I sent the email. But for some reason, federal workers are.
Tell us about this email and what it was like receiving it and what you all have talked about after getting it.
Sure. I got this email Saturday afternoon, about 3 p.m., and I felt absolutely infuriated getting this email with a demand within 48 hours to provide a response on what I did within the last week or face termination. This is clearly an attempt from Elon Musk to harass and bully and intimidate the federal workforce.
Putting together a list of accomplishments.
No, it's not an attempt to bully you, okay, or to make you feel inferior. He's not trying to bully you. He's only trying to make sure that you're doing your job. And he's not asking you to tell him what you did in your private time. No, he's saying, what did you do on the job last week? How is that hard? That should be, oh, cool, fine, I'm gonna send it right now. I sent an email to ABC Co. in Alaska. We sent this over there. We ordered some items, we secured this, and then we did a renovation in the office. 5 easy stuff. But no. But you want to keep getting paid. You want these taxpayers' dollars to keep paying your salaries, but you do not want to explain and be accountable to the taxpayers. Yeah, it's over.
Was maybe the most work some of these bureaucrats did all year. If it's that hard for you to name 5 things you've accomplished in a week, that should tell you something. And if it makes you mad or infuriated that you're being asked, that should also tell you something. Tells me a lot of these federal workers don't want to justify their jobs because they feel they're entitled. And that's a bad attitude. And that attitude's about to change. And was it just me, or did that worker sound like she was reading from a script? I think I saw her eyes moving back and forth. And what, has this woman never had a review? If the answer is no, then that's a huge problem. People are getting laid off. Tell me why you should stay. If the CEO of Bank of America asks me, Jesse, what did you accomplish last week? I don't run to CNN and cry and tell the anchor I'm mad. If I've been doing a good job, I'm psyched for the opportunity to present my boss with a list of my amazing accomplishments so I can get a raise and a promotion and keep helping the company. You either have a winning attitude or the attitude of a loser. The winner loves the email. The loser is whiny.
This nonsensical email from Elon Musk acting like we're in kindergarten.
The new Trump administration is reveling in its bare-knuckle approach to governing. This is so...
How is it nonsensical to ask for updates on your job responsibilities? How is it nonsensical? Mind you, these guys are getting paid to do a job, to fulfill an obligation. And yet they're saying that, you know what, I felt some type of way when somebody that is supposed to audit my work is telling me to send what I did at my job to them.
sloppy with the way Elon Musk is handling this.
Why is the media treating these workers like the CEO's spoiled brat son, you know, who comes and goes as he pleases, drinks at lunch, and harasses the secretaries? He's untouchable. We all know the guy. The media is treating the federal workforce like they're untouchable. Oh, you can't make them come to the office. You can't fire them. You definitely can't log into their computers, and you can't email them on a weekend. These are public servants. They're supposed to serve the public. When we ask, how are you serving us? That's an issue. Maybe it's because they're not serving us. They're serving themselves. Journalist Chris Rufo just uncovered a deep state sex chat at the National Security Agency. Chat logs show intel officials were using a chat room to share their fetishes and kinks and brag about getting sex changes. And it goes back 2 years. A transgender sex chat while they were on the clock. When you think about it, this was a taxpayer-funded transgender sex chat. Here's a taste, viewer warning. This one guy had just had his manhood surgically removed. One of the weirdest things that gives me euphoria is when I pee. I don't have to push anything down to make sure it aims right. Here's another. Getting my blank zapped by a laser was shocking. Fine, I'll just do one more. This one guy's talking about how excited he is that the bulge is gone and he can wear bikinis after his sex change surgeries. I know. And these are intel officials. These people are in charge of guarding the nation's deepest secrets and spying on our enemies. How mentally tough are these people if they're having doctors chop off their body parts and then celebrating it on a work computer? Do you know how easy it is to blackmail somebody like that? Do you know how China or Russia or the Iranians, what they would do if they got their hands on this? First, they'd laugh, but then they'd compromise every single one of these reckless agents. Elon asked, "What did you accomplish at work last week?" "I sexted with my colleagues about pouring hot wax on my nipples." This is what happens when 96% of the federal workforce works from home. They're having sex change surgeries while they're working from home, and their bosses don't even know about it. I bet we paid for those sex change surgeries. And then they're all in the group chat all day. "Hey, how was your operation?" "Mine was great. Still a little sore, but now I can live my own truth."
If you don't report to work, that's another scam. Who the hell, if I'm staying home, let's see, my golf handicap would get down to very low number. You'd be shocked if I told you the real number, but I would be so good, I'd try and get on tour. I would be so good. I'd call up, I'd say, "Listen, I'm really working here. Where are my clubs? Where are my clubs?"
The Senate's even being put to work. Majority Leader Thune is making senators work late into the night. And ready? They're working on Fridays now.
Gosh.
Yeah. And no surprise, senators are already complaining. They want to go home. Democrat Senator Mark Kelly, also a pilot, says he used to rent a plane and fly himself home every Friday. Alas, he's barely flown on that plane this year. He says, unless I want to do it on the weekend, and that's if I get back on the weekend. We're $36 trillion in debt because of guys like that. And they're complaining they have to work on a Friday. Not even a summer Friday, a Friday in February. USAID's been emptied out. 2,000 workers were just fired.
Right. This is what I voted for, y'all. This is what I voted for. To uproot the total BS in the government, to cut the unnecessary spending, to secure the border, to stop the funding of wars, okay? We don't want kids and pregnant women and fathers and mothers to keep dying in Ukraine or any part of the world. You know what I mean? So it is America first, America first, then all other allies, okay? So no wars, great economy, safe borders, and just prosperity. This is all we want, y'all. And maybe abolish income taxes and maybe cancel IRS and make sure the external revenue service keeps doing what it's supposed to do.
Taking the buyout while you had the chance. It does make sense, though. They didn't want to leave because the gravy train was just too thick and tasty. For Haiti alone, USAID doled out $2 billion in contracts. Guess how much of that money actually went to Haiti? 2%. Only 2% of the $2 billion went to where it was supposed to. Half of it went to all of these aid groups based around D.C.
Scams.
You can't give it to Haiti directly. They'd just steal the money. So we're going to give it to all of our liberal friends who won't steal the money, and then they'll give it to Haiti. But they didn't. Are liberals just stealing from poor black people and calling it compassion? A New York Post report says the Red Cross raised $500 million for Haiti. And that money was supposed to build homes for 130,000 people. They built 6. $500 million to build 6 homes in Haiti, where home is not really Mar-a-Lago. And here's a juicy one for you. Meet Latricia Adams. She was an advisor to the Biden White House. How she got that job, I have no idea. The Free Beacon reports that while she was working as a White House advisor, our friend Latricia applied for a contract. And not just any contract, a $20 million contract. This $20 million contract was for environmental justice. And right before Biden leaves office, he gives this $20 million contract to Latricia. Her group, Young, Gifted, and Green, got the $20 million. More like Young, Grifted, and Green. Does Latricia have any background in environmental science? No, not really. 10 years ago, Latricia was a high school Spanish teacher. She has a bachelor's in Spanish. She's based in Memphis, Tennessee, not the greenest city. And you know what Biden does? Biden audits Pete Hegseth. This lady, Latricia, screaming for an audit. We used to prosecute graft at the Department of Justice. I guess we don't anymore. Latricia can just walk out of the White House with 20 million. What did Latricia do with the 20 million? Well, we went to their website. The only thing they did last year was the Black Maternal and Environmental Health Day. They started a holiday. It's April 4th. These people look really legit. This is exactly why Trump wants to go visit Fort Knox.
We have found hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud so far, and we've just started. We're actually going to Fort Knox to see if the gold is there, because maybe somebody stole the gold. Tons of gold.
Finding waste, fraud, and abuse isn't even that hard. You can save money with a stroke of a pen.
ODNI itself is a pretty small organization compared to most other elements, but even in that small organization, getting rid of DEI saved American taxpayers roughly $20 million, literally with the stroke of President Trump's pen.
Not even Nancy Pelosi's DOGE-proof. According to reports, Trump's looking to sell off the 18-story Nancy Pelosi federal building in San Francisco. The building's empty because HHS told its employees not to work there anymore because it's too dangerous. Pelosi's building surrounded by homeless, needles, and prostitutes. It's about time America had a house cleaning.
The fraudsters, liars, cheaters, globalists, and deep state bureaucrats are being sent packing. The illegal alien criminals are being sent home. We're draining the swamp and we're restoring government by the people, for the people.
Okay, of course, Elon Musk has been sued for the email he sent to federal workers. Let's check it out.
Federal workers are suing Elon Musk and DOGE over their work productivity email asking employees to report what they accomplished in the past week. But the DOGE chief is hitting back, not backing down, saying Americans, including President Trump, support it. Former federal prosecutor Katie Cherkasky joins me now and asks for that doubling down. Elon Musk posting on X, quote, subject to the discretion of the president, they will be given another chance. This was posted yesterday. Failure to respond a second time will result in termination. Katie, nobody loves the idea more than me of making these federal workers account for the money that we pay them as taxpayers. And I think their entitlement to say, why do I have to account to you? I don't need to tell you what I do is astounding. But that said, legally, can they be fired for not responding?
Well, I absolutely agree with you. I think that this is the most fundamental question. What exactly are you doing with all of this taxpayer money and these jobs that some people seem to think that they're entitled to without any sort of accountability? I've worked many years within the federal government, and I can tell you personally that this is something that I personally would also want to know as the head of the executive department. I think big picture that President Trump will prevail on much of these DOGE lawsuits. There are some questions that may make their way up to the Supreme Court to kind of explain the outer perimeter of the executive power, but much of this falls well within the discretion of the executive branch, and President Trump promised that he would cut down on the extensive waste within the federal government, and these are the big picture questions that need to be answered.
Yeah, I think the court's going to ultimately decide, or have to decide, look, what is the official request for this information? Is it the email from OPM? Or is it the tweet from Elon Musk? I don't think a tweet is legally binding, but, you know, let's see what the courts say. Here's more from Donald Trump defending Elon Musk.
There was a lot of genius in sending it. We're trying to find out if people are working. And so we're sending a letter to people. Please tell us what you did last week. If people don't respond, it's very possible that there is no such person or they're not working.
Aside from all the noise that we just talked about in the first question, I think this is the brilliance of this move. Because a bot's not going to be able to necessarily respond in an email that, hey, I am a real job. So all these no-show jobs could be flagged and gotten rid of. Your thoughts?
Well, that's exactly the point here. I think it's very important at a basic level to ensure that people are doing their job and that they're being productive, because there's many examples that people could cite endlessly about how long it takes to get any answers from some of these federal employees. Now, that's not to say that there's not very great people that work for the federal government, and certainly they should be able to demonstrate that and should be able to show why they are vital to continue in those positions. But barring that, I think there's a big question about the necessity for some of these positions to continue if people are even doing them in the first place.
Well, the pushback continues in all aspects. A federal judge in Washington saying DOGE may be unconstitutional, writing, based on the limited record I have before me, I have some concerns about the constitutionality of the structure and operation. I understand she has the caveat there about the limited record, but Katie, if the president hired a consulting firm to do literally the exact same thing that DOGE is doing, wouldn't that be okay? Because that consulting firm, that outside group, would be under executive control.
Well, that's exactly right. And we can't overlook the hypocrisy here. These same critics who are claiming that they're trying to protect the Constitution were the same people who argued that Jack Smith's appointment was constitutional when he had absolutely complete autonomy without any oversight from the DOJ or from the president. And as we saw, at least in the Florida case, and Justice Thomas suggested that his appointment was in violation of the Appointments Clause, whereas Elon Musk clearly works at the pleasure of the president. The buck stops at the White House regarding all of this, and the executive does have the authority and I think the responsibility to make sure that these agencies are doing what we're paying them to do. And frankly, there's a lot of agencies and individuals out there that do not deserve this money, and it's taxpayer-funded money.
I really wonder if you'd see this same uproar, the same pushback if this were McKinsey or Boston Consulting Group or Parthenon, one of the big consulting companies doing this work, and not somebody who's gotten the ire of the libs, one Elon Musk. Have to leave it there. Katie Cherkasky, thanks for getting up with us.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. Thank you for tuning in to the live stream. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, join the memberships for the channel. It is $4.99. Join the membership, support the channel. Elon Musk is catching all the fires, catching all the heat, and it's like, does he need all this heat? Tesla shares dropping. People are, going back and forth and not liking him like they used to. But
newly sworn in FBI.
He's doing a job, okay? He's doing a job. And it's just hard because this is politics, okay? People may like you today, and if they hear that you voted for Trump or you voted for Kamala, they may not like you anymore. It's like, people really take these things seriously. So he's just doing a job, and he wants to make sure the United States actually saves some money in the process. But people already hate him. Jeez.
FBI Director Kash Patel naming former Secret Service agent and NYPD officer Dan Bongino as his deputy director. Patel calling Bongino a cop's cop, saying his leadership and commitment to justice make him the right choice to help lead the FBI. President Trump also appointing Patel as the acting head of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. Joining me now is Fox News contributor and former FBI special agent Nicole Parker. Nicole, great to see you this morning. Thank you so much for being here. I want to get your take on these appointments. What do you think?
Wow, this is a very exciting time for the FBI. And, Kash, I love that he is finally the permanent director of the FBI. They are craving true leadership over there. The organization has been flailing for far too long, and I am just very excited to see his solid leadership step in. I think that a lot of the agents, there just hasn't been someone directing this ship. And when Wray came in, right off the heels of, Operation Crossfire Hurricane, the Russia collusion hoax, there wasn't a lot of accountability at the FBI. A lot of agents didn't feel that he really held many individuals accountable, and he had a chance to come in and really make changes at the Bureau, and we as agents really didn't see that. And so I think a lot of the solid, good agents are embracing the opportunity for Kash to come in and to set things right and to hold those accountable that have really derailed the organization. Those that are solid FBI agents, they embrace Kash and his arrival. people, those that have derailed the agency are absolutely terrified. But I do think that there needs to be accountability and, tangible consequences. But at the same time, Cash is all about letting the good cops be good cops. And that is what the agency needs. Get back to fighting crime. And another thing I really love about his mission, transparency. Americans want to know what in the world is going on at the FBI. And he is saying we are going to have full transparency, because for far too long, people have said, ongoing investigation, we can't talk about that, or, we can't discuss that. Americans want to know what's happening at the FBI. Cash has promised that, and I think it's going to be a very good move for the agency.
Well, I mean, you lived it, and I lived it in a small sense during the whole Russia collusion lie that was made up, and, the FBI saw that there was no evidence of it, and yet they still tried to set up President Trump and Michael Flynn and so many others. Pam Bondi was sworn in as the 87th U.S. Attorney General earlier this month. And one of the key reasons and one of the key items on her agenda is to take politics out of the FBI. Walk us through what you experienced.
What I experienced was back in 2016 is really when I saw it happening. I was on the Violent Crime Fugitive Task Force. I came to the FBI as a result of the 9/11 terrorist attacks, and I just really wanted to uphold the Constitution and help keep Americans safe. I first noticed it when Jim Comey said that no reasonable prosecutor would charge Hillary Clinton. I thought that was absolutely astounding, because there seemed to be it almost is as if he was reading off an indictment, and then he said no reasonable prosecutor would charge that. That had agents' jaws on the ground. And then we went right into the Russia collusion hoax. All of it just seemed very alarming to me. But again, I was down in the Miami division. I continued to work my violent crime cases, and I tried to just ignore it. But it became so overwhelming, Maria. And then when this new administration came in, I worked under the Biden administration for about a year and a half. And the emphasis on January 6th and Capitol violence, I had never seen the FBI so focused on going after misdemeanors. It was absolutely astonishing. I never believe in violence. I believe that those that were actually destructive should be held accountable. But that's not what the FBI was doing. And it seemed to be one politically motivated case after another. And then I was in the Miami division when the raid at Mar-a-Lago occurred. I was not there. I was not even aware that it was going on the day that it occurred. But it just seemed that the FBI was going very hard after Republicans, conservatives, Trump supporters, and at the same time, turning a blind eye to those on the opposite end of the political spectrum. Democrats, liberals, progressives. The FBI did virtually nothing in the summer of 2020. There was virtually no response. But then January 6th happens, and they go full force. And for me, Maria, it was a very personal issue in the end, because my friend was killed. Executing a search warrant in Sunrise, Florida for a child predator. They did not send SWAT for her. But I watched over and over, they sent SWAT for January 6th misdemeanors, but not for the most violent offenders. And now my friend is dead. So it was a number of factors that I took into consideration to walk away. But I'm telling you, watching it now, this is an exciting time. I am extremely, looking forward to the reforms that are going to happen. But it is going to take time, because this destruction at the FBI did not happen overnight. And the reforms are not going to happen overnight either. But I am confident that under the leadership of Kash Patel, under Bongino and others that they will bring on, that the FBI will be made great again. The trust of the FBI is at an all-time low, understandably. But I do believe that trust is going to come back.
Well, right now they're doing cuts. I mean, the DOGE agency is looking to cut waste at the FBI. They're looking at streamlining operations, restoring trust in the Bureau. And supporters say it's smart to eliminate the politicization and ensure taxpayer dollars are being spent well. What do you think should be cut? I mean, you have experience there. Where is the waste?
So again, my previous background prior to joining the FBI, I actually worked at Merrill Lynch. I worked at a multi-billion-dollar hedge fund. I worked in the private sector. And when I came to the FBI to serve our country as a result of 9/11, I was astonished to see how much waste was going on. And I just remember looking around thinking this would never fly in the private sector. It just wouldn't. I was surprised that it seemed at times that about 20% of the agents were doing 90% of the work. And I thought, what is everyone else here doing? And how are they collecting a paycheck when there are many individuals not doing much at all? I found that quite alarming. The other thing is that You know, to run the government like a private sector business is a big ask, right? That's a big ask. But I think that there are steps that can be made. I think that taking a lot of the bodies out of headquarters and putting them back into the fields and working cases, that's what Americans want. Working investigations is what Americans want. They want to be made safe. Those at headquarters that are pushing papers, signing off on documents, and just administrative, there is a need at headquarters, but I think it's a little top heavy at this point. So I would think that they're going to eliminate a lot of that. There's things called 18-month TDYs, Maria, where agents go up to headquarters for 18 months, and it costs the agency quite a bit of money. I don't see the exact benefit of that, and I think that's a way that they can cut costs as well. I think that there's a lot of changes.
What about moving the headquarters, Nicole? What about moving the headquarters out of Washington? I mean, that issue was presented to President Trump at one point, and he said, no, they have to be close. But, you know, moving them to outside of Washington could really, take the politics out of everything.
And again, I agree with you on that. Right now, there definitely needs to be a presence at headquarters. I think, trimming down headquarters in D.C. is a very wise move. But there is a presence of our headquarters in Alabama. And so that's something that a lot of people aren't aware of, but they are decentralizing that. But when they're talking about getting a new building at headquarters in D.C. and or Maryland, I'm sorry, but I don't think that's necessary at all. I don't think that's a wise use of taxpayer dollars. In fact, I think that you should be sending more agents into the field. And
she's right. She's smart. Cutting cost means sometimes you gotta let some go. You gotta let something go, man. All right, Elon Musk is still in the hot water.
In a major and confusing backtrack, now saying federal employees may get a second chance to respond to his email demanding to know weekly accomplishments or lose their job. The deadline from the email that he'd sent over the weekend was midnight tonight. Now Musk is saying, quote, subject to the discretion of the president, they will be given another chance. Failure to respond a second time will result in termination. This is very confusing because, many of the agencies run by Trump's appointees were basically saying, don't reply to the email. And this new kind of, okay, you get a second chance and then you're fired, came just a few hours after President Trump had warned that anyone who didn't reply to the first email would be punished. He had praised Musk's ultimatum as a, quote, ingenious idea.
If you don't answer, like you're sort of semi-fired or you're fired, I think everyone thought it was a pretty ingenious idea.
Katie Drummond is out front, global editorial director at Wired. She and her team, as anyone who watches the show knows, have been breaking so much news on Musk and DOGE and what's going on. So now it's even more uncertain because it was, respond or else. And then, Trump's own appointed secretaries were basically like, don't respond. Now Musk saying, we get a second chance or else.
Or else something.
Right. So what is all this?
I feel like I have been saying the word chaos on your show a lot for the last month, and it's because it continues to be just this erratic, irrational, baffling chaos playing out across the federal government, and this is just another example. I'm confused. I don't know what will happen to these federal employees if they don't send 5 bullet points of their accomplishments last week to an email address ostensibly controlled by an unelected billionaire.
Right.
It's chaos.
It is absolutely bizarre. I mean, Musk actually then called the email, Katie, a very basic pulse check.
Sure.
And that was the word there appears to have been carefully chosen.
Right.
The suggestion is that dead people are on the government payroll and that somehow there's some sort of fraud going on, that you say you're working or else. And then Trump actually brought it up this afternoon, this whole idea. Here's what he said.
A lot of people are not answering because they don't even exist. We have to find out where these people are. Who are they? And we said, if you don't respond, we assume you're not around.
Where does this idea come from?
So this is not the first time in recent weeks that Musk and Trump have brought up the notion of dead people, people who don't exist. Previously it was Musk commenting on 150-year-olds collecting Social Security benefits. So much of this, I believe, is designed to cater to a conspiratorial part of their base, right? It's the online fans, it's the followers who are attracted to this notion that, dead people are collecting millions of dollars in federal funds or in federal salaries.
Or voting in Georgia.
They're everywhere, and they're all dead, and they are taking money from tax-paying Americans who really like to believe in things that aren't true.
And I think that this is another example of Musk and Trump playing exactly into that audience, exactly into that base.
Back to the famous movie, I See Dead People, right? Okay, Musk's moves are causing a lot of backlash. I mean, the TVs at the Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD. I mean, this was kind of amazing. I don't know what it was, like an AI-generated video.
AI-generated video.
It was Trump, and he's kissing Musk's feet. The words "Long live the king" are on the screen, and then they had to literally, I guess, manually turn the TV off.
They had to unplug all of the TVs.
What do you know about this?
We don't know who's behind it. We don't know how it came to be that this, to be clear, very stressful to watch video was being played all across the TVs in this department. But what it signals, right, is that you have a federal workforce that is fed up. They have been plunged into chaos. They don't know if they have job security. They don't even know who they answer to. And it appears as though at least some of them are making their displeasure known, from what we can tell with a very provocative video that somehow ended up on a lot of TVs in at least one federal agency today.
Provocative may be the word choice of the day. I don't know where to laugh or be absolutely disgusted.
I can't in good faith tell people to watch the video. It's quite something.
All right. Thank you very much, Katie.
Thank you.
What are they trying to accomplish with this video right here? Well, it's a picture to say "Long live the real king," and Trump's bunch of BS. Bunch of BS. Okay, 77.3 million Americans voted for Donald J. Trump. Okay, and everybody knows who the president is.
Out front now, Letitia Thompson. She's a clinical social worker at the Veterans Affairs Department. And Letitia, I really appreciate your speaking, because I know it doesn't come without real risk at this time, but you're choosing to speak out and put a face on this for so many in America. Can I just start with, you were instructed, I know, by your department to reply to that email, which basically said, hey, tell us what you did last week, justify the existence of your job. And we're here up against the deadline for that reply. Have you finished your reply, and what did you say?
I have not finished my reply as of yet. However, I plan on just emphasizing the fact that I have, supported my performance standards and, applied the what is expected of me in my job description.
So when we talk about DOGE and the impact, what was your reaction over the weekend when you get this email?
Astonishment. I did not expect to be receiving an email, right? On Saturday, I'm not employed. My tour of duty is not at that time. And of course, I did not check my email to know, but, I did find out through my colleagues and through the news circuit that it was there waiting for me on Monday to respond to by the end of today. Once I saw the content of that email, I found it to be very disrespectful and insulting. The federal.
I get it. People may feel like it's disrespectful to say, do this or else. However, why don't you read the email like, do this for the American people? Or they'll think you are a bot, a robot, or AI that we're just paying. So, you know what? I think everybody's in their feelings way too much. Your feelings do not pay your bills. Your feelings do not secure the border. Your feelings do not pay down the debt, okay? Your feelings, or how I don't feel good, or he doesn't respect me. I don't feel respected. All of that stuff does not feed American taxpayers. Okay, so calm down and do what you asked.
Workforce goes to work every single day and provide critical services to working families, veterans, seniors, students every single day. We have to actually complete performance standards about every 6 months. That accounts for our necessary duties in the federal government. So, it was just clear to me that the email was, yet another scare tactic meant to humiliate, dehumanize, demoralize the federal workforce. And in fact, we want to go to work every day. We, are accountable to the American public and not to a billionaire.
So President Trump praised the idea from Elon Musk, right? This idea to send the emails. Here's what he said.
What he's doing is saying, are you actually working? And then if you don't answer, like you're sort of semi-fired or you're fired.
And, we did then learn that agencies were saying, well, that's voluntary for you to respond to the actual email itself. But then President Trump also posted a meme which was mocking. It showed a character of SpongeBob SquarePants. And the list of tasks under SpongeBob was, quote, cried about Trump, cried about Elon, made it into the office for once, read some emails, cried about Trump and Elon some more. How do you respond to those, the meme, the statement that's coming from the President of the United States?
Yeah, it's really unfortunate and demoralizing to hear that exactly, because I know how hard me and my colleagues work every single day to make sure that the America is running. Essentially, we make sure that mail gets processed and delivery, veterans get the care that they need, protect air and water from corporate pollution. And as far as the crying noted in the meme, this is causing a lot of emotional distress. I talk to colleagues every single day that are feeling tormented, terrorized by the incessant attacks by DOGE and Elon Musk.
So
you are feeling tormented and terrorized for getting paid to do a job by taxpayers? Oh, we make sure the mails are being sorted out and delivered. We make sure the veterans get their severance package. Because you get paid to do it. Jesus. Why are we so soft? Like, soft. Swifties. Like, softies. What are you doing? Oh, we feel terrible. We feel tormented for asking us to do our job. Oh, the taxpayers are asking for too much. They want us to do our job. Oh, woe unto me because I'm brown skinned. They want me to do too much.
I have seen some government workers, when you're actually out here, Letitia, putting your name on it, your face out there. Some people have started to speak out. There were TVs at the Department of Housing and Urban Development at HUD that shows a fake video of Trump. Obviously, this was fake, but it had been somehow, someone had been able to mess with the televisions at HUD. And the image was a video of Trump kissing Musk's feet, the words, "Long live the real king," on the screen. Over the weekend, the American flag was upside down at Yosemite National Park, which would signal a distress call. What are you hearing from your colleagues about people speaking out?
Yeah, I think, everybody does have a good understanding of how demoralizing, stressful, intimidating, humiliating all of this is. And luckily, there are folks like myself who understand what is truly at risk here. We're talking about essential and vital services being entirely removed, depleted if Elon Musk is successful.
Well, Letitia, thank you so much. We really appreciate you taking the time and being willing to speak out tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Letitia. Thank you so much for your job, for doing what you do and getting paid to do it. But don't forget to send your email, Letitia. All right. Peter Dorsey, what we got?
Senior White House correspondent Peter Ducey joins us with the detail. Good morning, Peter.
Good morning. The response rate was pretty low to that email, considering that the Office of Personnel Management told the people that they manage, federal workers, they did not have to reply to it. It was optional to send back 5 things that they did last week. And so now Elon Musk is saying the email request was utterly trivial, as the standard for passing the test was to type some words and press send. Yet, so many failed even that inane test, urged on in some cases by their managers. Have you ever witnessed such incompetence and contempt for how your taxes are being spent? Makes old Twitter look good. Didn't think that was possible. And so this is what's coming next. Musk says Subject to the discretion of the president, they, federal workers, will be given another chance. Failure to respond a second time will result in termination. And Musk and President Trump are alleging that federal payrolls are not as they seem.
So what they're doing is they're trying to find out who's working for the government. Are we paying other people that aren't working? And, where's all that? Where's the money gone? There was a lot of genius in sending it. We're trying to find out if people are working. And so we're sending a letter to people. Please tell us what you did last week. If people don't respond, it's very possible that there is no such person or they're not working.
The DOGE team is claiming they've now cut $65 billion in programs and duplicate payments, but to reach their lofty goal of $1 trillion cut, they're going to have to shrink the federal workforce more because not enough people took the buyout offer. So that is what this is all about. Back to you.
So, Peter, given the fact that Elon Musk is saying you got to do this, and it went out to all the employees, and then various agency heads have said, yeah, don't listen to that. You don't have to do it. Is this a power struggle? What's going on?
It seems like this is something that Elon Musk has had success with and liked doing at his companies, and we just never really had a window into the way that he managed. This is the way that he manages. And even though when they go to a court hearing and a judge asks the Justice Department representing the White House, who's in charge of DOGE? And they don't say Elon Musk, they say, we don't actually know. It is Elon Musk just trying to, more than anything, it seems, make a point about the way that these bureaucracies are run. And none of the federal agencies have said to their employees, don't ever write back, this is the wrong thing. They just want to coordinate their responses. So in many cases, it seems like when there is sensitive information or classified stuff or names of sensitive people that they don't want getting out, they're just all going to send back the same thing. The people that work at the CIA are going to send back the same 5 things. Same at FBI, same at DNI. Stuff that it seems like that's where this is going.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Peter.
Thanks,
the
Peter.
president said it's really just to make sure there's a body in that position, that it's not just a paycheck is going to a girlfriend of a guy who has passed away or something like that. So he just wants to make sure there's a warm body in that chair. And that's why he said, Elon said, just write something back. Like,
Yeah, but where's the chair? Is the chair at home?
No, they're all back in the office.
By mid-March.
Didn't they have to go yesterday? Monday. Because remember, Kelly Loeffler, we're going to interview her. Right. She was in the office last Friday saying, look at all these empty desks. They'll all be filled on Monday.
I think the mandate was everybody's got to be back by mid-March. And it varies, as we have seen, it varies from agency to agency.
No matter when they're coming back, I think the question is, isn't it kind of egregious that we don't know where some of the employees are and we don't know if someone is working? I mean, a private business would never be able to function this way. Every penny matters. But when you have a blank check, being the federal government, they don't care. And so you may have some people that are dead. You may have some people that just aren't working on anything. No matter what the reason is, we got to figure out who these people are and if they're alive or not. And I think this is a great strategy to doing it.
You know what I would like? I would like to see if some of the DOGE workers, maybe they have a press conference. And like some handle education, some are handling Treasury, some are handling transportation, some are soon going to be handling the Pentagon. So Elon Musk, if he wants to chair it, just say these are some of the men and women that have been doing some of the investigation, and then just work their way through. This is the problem at education. This is what we're cutting at more than USAID. There are some other things that are going up there that aren't as blatant as teaching Zambians English. That we shouldn't be spending money on. So let's see. I see some of those nameless, faceless 20-year-olds who I have nothing against, but I would like to see them talk about what they're finding.
I somewhat disagree, Bri, and not because I don't want transparency, but I think we're dealing with a breed. These aren't part of the reason why there's a communications area about the tone and all that is because these aren't those type of people. They're coders. These are people these are tech guys. It's going to be up to the department heads, the people that run these cabinet posts, to explain to us exactly what's going on in their department.
And here's the thing.
You don't want them targeted either.
Yeah, exactly.
To that point, Sean Duffy himself released, these are the 5 things I did last week. We told you last week that every agency has got a DOGE team. There's a DOGE team leader, there's an HR person, and there's a lawyer. So I think that ultimately what we have started to see is the various agencies like Sean Duffy coming out and saying, okay, this is what we're doing to trim waste, fraud, and abuse. When you go agency by agency, that way, rather than it just being a wholesale machete right across the top, they can make the argument, okay, this is what we did, and it was targeted, and it is saving you money, and it's not impacting safety. Ultimately, that's what
Yeah, a lot of people voted for Trump because they were tired of the way that the federal government and people who didn't like him, people who opposed him, were against him and weren't going to vote for him, and they were going after him. There was the weaponization of the DOJ.
That's why everybody voted for Trump. Matter of fact, him being indicted, his home being raided by the FBI, these were the main reasons he got elected. And also, the inflation was crazy. The gas prices, the grocery prices, the invasion at the border was incredibly whack. Okay? Russia, Ukraine, Israel, Hamas, Iran. A lot of things went down that resulted into the election of the OG. And now we have the golden era upon us. So enjoy it, okay? Just enjoy the greatness that you're experiencing right now. It's going to take a while, but here's Don Bongino, the deputy director for FBI. Of course, CNN has something to say.
President Trump just tapped a very unconventional choice for a key post over at the FBI. Dan Bongino, the former Secret Service agent turned right-wing media personality, will serve as deputy director. Brian Todd has more on the story for us. Brian, Bongino will wield significant power in his new job.
An enormous amount of power. Wolf will be running the Bureau's day-to-day operations. But Bongino's lack of experience at the FBI and his media background have raised concern among former agents. President Trump now has two of his most loyal MAGA champions heading the FBI. Kash Patel as director, and now 50-year-old Dan Bongino, a former Secret Service agent turned right-wing podcaster, as deputy director.
I got a call from the president, and he couldn't have been nicer. Folks, it's a lot to walk away from.
And a lot to walk into, according to former FBI officials who spoke to CNN, who believe the hiring of Bongino will be controversial.
And putting somebody in who's never been an FBI agent is potentially troublesome. I have no problems with Dan Bongino's intelligence or his the fact that he had served with the Secret Service as a bonus, but this is going way out of the line of what the FBI's done in the past.
That's partly because Bongino has spent considerable time on the air slamming the FBI for its investigations of Donald Trump.
Folks, the FBI is lost. It's broken, irredeemably corrupt at this point.
Bongino, who served as a New York City police officer in the 1990s, later joined the Secret Service and served on President Barack Obama's protective detail. I interviewed Bongino when he left the Secret Service in 2011 to run for the Senate as a Republican from Maryland, asking him about his newly revealed political loyalty on the opposite side from the president he'd guarded with his life.
I want to say personally that I have enormous respect for him, but I just disagree with the ideology. It's a simple ideological play, that's it. The country's going on the wrong path.
Since that failed bid for the Senate, Bongino's media profile has skyrocketed, becoming a star and a regular on Fox News, hosting his own hugely popular radio shows and podcasts. While he did scold the January 6th rioters, he's also supported President Trump's false claims that the 2020 election was stolen.
We had an election with unbelievably suspect behavior.
All the while earning admiration from President Trump.
Bongino, how about Dan Bongino?
Bongino's been promoting far-right views on his podcast, promising retribution, saying that Trump is going to get revenge against his enemies, and saying that Trump should just ignore court decisions that he doesn't like.
Now, as the hands-on official handling...
You guys are so funny. Some people are saying this is a DEI hire. How is Dan Bongino a DEI hire? This man has worked with Secret Service. He helped with the protective details with Obama's protection. What are you doing? What are we saying? This man has worked with social, with the highest most competent team in the land, Secret Service. What do we like? Who's not competent to be the deputy director of FBI? So who is?
The Bureau's daily operations, Bongino has a unique challenge.
The one thing you do not want to do day one is lose the loyalty of the FBI. When they see their own management appearing to go off the rail, you lost them.
As for how the FBI's rank and file feels about Dan Bongino, according to a mass email obtained by CNN that was sent to its members just before Donald Trump posted that Bongino had been selected as deputy director, the FBI Agents Association, representing thousands of agents, said it had been told by Kash Patel that the new deputy director would come from within the ranks of the FBI. Contacted by CNN today, the Agents Association declined to comment on the appointment of Bongino. Wolf.
All right, Brian Todd reporting for us. Thanks, Brian, very much. Joining us now, the former FBI Deputy Director, Andrew McCabe. Andrew, thanks so much for coming in. You speak with authority when it comes to the #2 position in the FBI. You were the Deputy Director. Let's talk a little bit about Dan Bongino. You've said that putting him in this critically important #2 role at the FBI, in your word, is dangerous. Tell us why.
Well, Wolf, the FBI Deputy Director has an incredibly hard job, and as you said, I know this personally. They are ultimately responsible for all of the FBI's intelligence collection and investigative activity. You are the operational manager, the chief operating officer for the FBI, and it is absolutely imperative that when bad things happen, you are prepared with a career's worth of experience and knowledge, the legal understanding to be able to make decisions quickly to avoid further crisis. Learning the organization from day one, knowing nothing about it, is a luxury that FBI deputy directors don't have, which is why every one of the deputy directors up until this point for 117 years have been experienced FBI agents.
They've had experience in the FBI. He has not had experience in the FBI. Bongino is a right-wing conspiracy theorist, as you well know. He's an election denier. I want to get your reaction to something Bongino recently said on his
election denier.
Folks, my recommendation is Donald Trump should ignore this. This judge is obviously not acting constitutionally at all. It should be ignored. Demand resuming all, but you can't order the executive to spend. I mean, you've effectively usurped the power of the executive. Who's going to arrest them? The marshals? You guys know who the U.S. Marshals work for? Department of Justice. That is under the, executive branch. Donald Trump's going to order his own arrest and his team. This is ridiculous.
How disturbing is this sort of thinking from someone who will hold one of the most senior, one of the most important law enforcement positions in the U.S. government?
As the most senior FBI agent in the entire organization, the person who is personally responsible for overseeing the work of 12,000 agents, to be on television or on the radio, on a podcast, advocating to ignore the lawful court order of a federal judge is a terrible mistake, and it sends an awful message to those law enforcement officers who are out there on the street every day trying to uphold the law, and follow the orders of federal court judges. It's a terrible example, and it's one that's going to come back to haunt.
The new FBI director, Kash Patel, as you probably know, had told allies that Robert Kissane, the acting deputy director of the FBI, was the likely pick to keep the job. So what do you think happened?
Well, we've heard, Wolf, from a number of sources inside the organization that the pushback that Kissane and the acting director, Driscoll, engaged in with acting Deputy Attorney General Beauvais is what cost them their jobs. And that, to me, is another particularly bad sign, because what it tells us is that any sort of independence, any sort of pushback, what is perceived to be pushback against blind loyalty to the president and to his orders that are coming through DOJ, is something that can now cost you your job in the Federal Bureau of Investigation like never before.
See what happens. So thanks very much.
Everybody's running out to skelter now that Dan Bongino is deputy director.
Today we are learning new details about what may have led to President Donald Trump selecting Dan Bongino, a right-wing podcaster and former Secret Service agent as the new FBI deputy director. Now, the role is traditionally held by a career FBI agent, and FBI Director Kash Patel had previously told agents it should stay that way. So, what changed? It appears to be a recent standoff between interim FBI leadership and the Justice Department over demands for names of agents involved in the January 6th and Trump-related investigations. But there's a lot more to it. CNN senior justice correspondent Evan Perez joins me now. So, Evan, what more are you learning about how we got here?
Right. Everything was set for Robert Kissane. He is the head of counterterrorism in New York for the FBI, and he was brought down here as part of the interim leadership before Patel got named as a nominee, and everything seemed to be fine with him and Brian Driscoll, who is still the head of the Newark FBI office. And then there was this confrontation, which happened a couple of weeks ago, where Emil Bove, the acting Deputy Attorney General, was demanding these names of everyone who touched these January 6th and Trump-related investigations, and that's where things seem to go awry. So we now know, obviously from the weekend social media post from the president, that he has instead gone in the direction of Don Bongino, who is a very public supporter of the president. He's somebody who obviously would not necessarily stand up to the Justice Department if he's asked to do something he doesn't necessarily like, because everything that comes from them will probably be something he supports. So, I think that's part of the issue here. If you saw the FBI Agents Association over the weekend also said that they had been promised this job would remain a career agent position. So the question is, what changes now when you have someone who is this politically attuned to the president with this job?
And again, Dan Bongino, not someone that needs to be confirmed by the Senate in any way as deputy director. So the impact will be felt pretty immediately.
Exactly.
Evan Perez, thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. Brianna?
We're going to turn now to someone who used to be deputy director of the FBI, Andrew McCabe. He is CNN's senior law enforcement analyst. What is your reaction to hearing of this appointment?
Well, I'm stunned. I think, Brianna, in the same way that I would expect most FBI people, current and former, are really shocked. I've heard from many of them in the last 24 hours, and this departure from 117 years of history and tradition is really remarkable. Not because it's historic and that's a reason for continuing, but because the demands of the job are so unique. They are so broad, of such immense scope and responsibility, that it takes people an entire career, 15, 16, 17, 18 years before typically they're ready to fill this role. So a deep understanding of the FBI, its mission, how it accomplishes that mission, the different tools that are to be used, the capabilities of the workforce, all those things go into it. So to bring in someone who has no connection to that whatsoever is really stunning and dangerous, I would add.
Sources say this hiring of Bongino happened after a week-long standoff between acting Deputy Attorney Emil Bove and the acting FBI Deputy Director Robert Kissane. Bove had demanded the names of FBI agents involved in the January 6th and the Trump-related investigations. Kissane resisted Bove's demands. Kissane had been expected to get the job. So when you look at that, do you think that could have contributed to this?
It certainly could have. I don't know the internal machinations of how this played out, but there's no question that Kissane and Driscoll are the two people that the Trump administration chose from within the ranks to run the FBI. But what they showed during that brief period was they were not blindly loyal to the dictates of DOJ, and specifically Emil Bove. They acted to protect the people, the agents and analysts and all those FBI folks who did the right thing, who complied with the law and with FBI policy and working on the cases, the January 6 cases to which they were assigned. And that sort of adherence to duty and honor is not something that is valued by the current administration, and so they had to go.
How can you explain to us sort of the interactions typically between a deputy director and an FBI director, and how you think the sort of non-traditional picks here with Dan Bongino and Kash Patel are going to impact that?
Yeah, so the FBI deputy director basically runs the day-to-day operations of the FBI. You've got 37,000 employees, 12,000 of which are agents, all of whom carry guns, across the country and around the world. It is an immense organization involved in many, many different types of investigations, everything from daily run-of-the-mill stuff to like super sensitive national security cases. And so the FBI director is responsible for all of the FBI's intelligence collection and investigations operations. It is almost impossible for me to imagine doing that. I know better than or as well as anyone what it takes to do that job. And the idea that you would try to do that without even knowing what the FBI is, how it works on a nuts and bolts level, what people are assigned to, what they're capable of, what our legal authority is, where the guardrails are against taking further action. Without knowing those things, it's almost impossible to imagine that you could be successful as deputy director. And if the deputy director fails, so will the director and the entire organization.
Andrew McCabe, someone who has a lot of insight into this, uniquely so. Thank you so much for being with us.
Shout out to Andrew McCabe, but thank you. Next, we have moved on to Dan Bongino and Kash Patel. All right. What do the professionals have to say concerning this
DOGE has another
situation
message for federal
with
work.
the OG, the 45th, the 47th, as the commander-in-chief? Shout out to Anderson Cooper. All right, here we go. You want to keep going? You want us to keep going? Or you want to end the show? Let me know in the chat. W's in the chat, y'all. W's in the chat.
Respond to an email they received over the weekend asking them to justify their jobs or lose them. The deadline for that email was at midnight. But earlier today, the Office of Personnel Management said a response was, quote, not mandatory. And just before airtime, Musk posted this, quote, subject to the discretion of the president, they will be given another chance. Failure to respond a second time will result in termination. A month into the administration, Trump voters seem to be paying attention to the cuts and the threats. John King tonight has a new all-over-the-map report from Colorado.
The Spoma Ranch spans more than 100 acres, home to 60 horses, and one last bison.
This little guy down here, his name is Trouble.
A bit ornery at times. Yes, trouble.
You know, it's like Trump. I really don't like him as a person. I think he's arrogant, kind of a jerk, but...
David Hayes is a funny man.
I tried farming for a while, and I would rather get run over by a bison, you know.
The Northern Colorado Ranch has been in his family since the 1880s. The White House and Washington are far away.
We got like hot dogs.
Yes, Hayes wants the government shrunk, but he doesn't see a coherent plan. And he doesn't trust Elon Musk. Doesn't believe what he says. Doesn't want Trump letting Musk poke around Social Security or tax files.
I don't know how many people he's fired. And, you know, Musk keeps saying, well, I found $1 billion of waste here. And Social Security, there's hundreds and hundreds of people that are collecting it that are between 100 years old and 150. Can you believe any of that crap? You can't substantiate it, but you can't believe it. So that's a trust issue.
A blue-collar rural guy in one of the nation's most competitive congressional districts. A three-time Trump voter who calls the president unfocused and arrogant. But Democrats should hold the celebration.
But if you had a do-over tomorrow and you had to pick again between Trump and Harris, what would you do?
I would still do Trump.
So a conservative independent, is that fair?
Very conservative independent, yes.
So would Esmeralda Ramirez-Ray. She smiles when asked about Trump's frenetic first month.
I voted for that. I love it.
What did you vote for?
I voted for a president that was going to put America first. I voted for a president that was going to secure our borders. And I voted for a president that was going to make sure that we were respected throughout the world. And I believe I'm getting that.
Greeley is the northern edge of Colorado's 8th, a congressional district that is 40% Hispanic and has a significant undocumented population. Ramirez-Ray is a court interpreter for defendants who don't speak English. She agrees with Trump that some who cross the border illegally are violent criminals, but she wishes he would add that the overwhelming majority are good people.
I was raised as a migrant worker working in the fields. Those are the people that are out there picking their crops. So even though I support Trump, I don't believe that he's the end-all, be-all savior of humanity. Nobody is.
Now this one, we've had Canadian Hoser for a long time before all this stuff came up. Right. Well, the fights with American and Canadian hockey players and everything.
Like Hayes, Todd Waffle says Trump can be arrogant and pompous, but like Ramirez-Ray, he's a fan of the early pace.
I like him going full speed. Let's get things done. Let's find out if the policies work, they don't work. But yeah, this is the baby Bruin system. Boil it up there.
Waffle started Satire Brewing 7 years ago. Business is good, and he constantly debates expanding. But a plan to boost sales by adding canning machines is on hold because of Trump tariffs on aluminum.
When you fly enough, you understand, buckle your seatbelt, turbulence ahead.
Waffle's approach is a trademark of many Trump voters. Accept the things that make you cringe to get the things you want, like a better economy and a stronger border.
Trump's going to say what he's going to say. And yeah, some of it's going to be exaggerated, some are not going to be true. But at the end of the day, I think you got to, sift through all that. Is he going to get things done? Is he going to get the country moving the right way?
Let go right in front of your eyes, just like that.
Austin Jenkins voted for lower taxes and less regulation. That would help his small businesses, including this cocktail bar and the Greeley Hatchet House.
He seemed like the lesser of two evils, in my opinion.
But Jenkins finds the first month unsettling. Not a fan of tariffs or executive orders by the dozens or Musk popping from agency to agency.
I thought there's supposed to be checks and balances somewhere.
So where do I want to let go? Shoulder height?
Right in front of your eyes. So.
Plus, he sees fear in the Latino community, wishes Trump would find a more compassionate way to improve border security.
I think there's a better way to go about it. I don't know if it's necessarily just force them out.
Trump, of course, won't be on the ballot next election, but this district will help decide whether Republicans keep their tiny House majority.
The cost of living is getting crazy here in Colorado, and I hope that they would have some kind of an impact on helping that.
The new Republican congressman won by just 2,000 votes. His 2026 re-election prospects will likely hinge on Trump's performance, on whether swing voters here see the president as focused on the big issues or veering too far off target.
So, John, of all the Trump supporters you spoke with, some had complaints or at least unease about the president's first month back in office. Should the president be concerned?
Well, he should listen to them, Anderson, certainly. You do see some evidence today with the Trump administration backing off that Musk email to federal employees as perhaps evidence they are listening. Look, Trump voters, they understand there's a price of admission, some of the chaos, some of the other things. But what they most voted for was lower prices and a secure border. That half of the Trump voters we talked to complained about Musk, worried that he has too long of a leash. That's pretty interesting. Normally, people complain about Trump's tone, not so much about what he's doing. So if you're the president, you want to keep an eye on that. But the bigger risk is that, look, Trump's not on the ballot. 2 years from now, House Republicans will be and Senate Republicans will be. The district we were in is one of the most competitive districts in the country. It is very evenly divided. And if swing voters or soft Trump voters think that Trump and Musk and Republicans in Congress are off doing other things like wandering into federal agencies or looking at the Social Security records and not lowering costs and worrying about the border, the Republicans could pay the price. So we'll keep going back to this district. We're only a month in. I wouldn't shoot up any flares yet if you're the Trump political team. But when your own voters are starting to complain, you should listen.
All right. John King, thanks so much.
I don't think voters are complaining about, well, typical Democrats are complaining for sure because I had a conversation with a Democrat voter and he was like, of course, you see what's going on in the White House. Trump is cutting off all federal funding and, aids and all stuff like that. So he was really pissed. However, majority of Americans are actually happy with this right here. Who doesn't want to save America? Funding, excessive spending. Nobody wants excessive spending.
It's now time for our Hannity Washington briefing. We welcome back White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt is with us. The AP deal is a big deal to me. And this, frankly, you have reconfigured that room quite a bit. And you've invited in bloggers and invited in other media that traditionally have not been there. But I would go back and say that most of the mainstream legacy media. They were wrong on FISA. They were wrong on Russia. They were wrong on the case in New York. They were wrong on pretty much everything involving Donald Trump. And they never corrected themselves, did they?
Mm-hmm. They never did, Sean, and the winning continues here at the White House every day. Today, a federal judge right here in Washington, D.C., denied the Associated Press's emergency request for a temporary restraining order to restore their privilege of returning to the White House press pool. And the judge's denial of the Associated Press's request reinforces what I said from the podium last week and what President Trump has been saying. Covering the American presidency in the most intimate and limited spaces in this White House, in the Oval Office, on the Air Force One, is a privilege. It is not a legal right. And we want all voices to have that opportunity. And that's why we've expanded the James S. Brady briefing room to invite truly legitimate, independent journalists, podcasters, and other media types into that room to cover this president with honesty and accuracy and with real mindfulness of what the American people actually care about. I also want to thank you tonight, Sean, for fact-checking James Carville for the lies that he pushed on your program last week. Unfortunately, James represents the deranged and out-of-touch Democrat Party who continue to deny the reality that this country loves Donald Trump. And in fact, President Trump is enjoying his highest approval rating from the American people than he ever has, despite the years of lies, smears, and witch hunts by the Democrat Party. The Harvard-Harris poll today is incredible. When you look issue by issue, the vast majority of the American people support what President Trump is doing. You showed it. 81% of the American people support deporting illegal migrant criminals from our nation's communities. 77% of Americans support a full audit into the waste and fraud that this federal government has been spending their tax dollars on. And that is the exact mission of DOGE. So these numbers, these approval ratings are what you get when you have a president who actually does what he promised he was going to do. And that's why the Democrats are facing their worst, lowest approval rating since 2018. Not even 40% of the American public supports the current Democrat Party. President Trump will continue to abide by the will of the American people who elected him to this big, beautiful White House behind me. And we are restoring common sense to our great country.
You know, I just showed this audience Harvard-Harris and where they stand on DOGE and cutting back wasteful spending. I showed CBS. All weekend long, if you look at CBS, they're not even looking at their own poll. The New York Times, USA Today, MSDNC, The Washington Post, CNN, fake news, Huffington Post, Newsweek. They all had some version. GOP lawmaker confronted by constituents angry with the Trump-Musk cuts. It is contradicted, Caroline, by their own polls. And we're not talking about 55%. 78, 80% of the American people don't want they don't want their money spent this way, and they don't want their children and grandchildren robbed this way. And this is what Democrats call a constitutional crisis.
Y'all remember back during the election period when you would turn on the news and they would say Kamala is winning in every poll. Kamala is leading in every poll. The same folks are telling you that Americans are not in support of what Trump is doing. Does that make any sense to you guys? The same folks that told you that Kamala was going to be the 47th president of the United States, according to The Simpsons, are now telling you that people don't like what Trump is doing. People don't want to save money. People don't want to pay down the debt. The people don't want a secured border. I don't think so. Sorry.
And this is what the media falsely reports on. It's difficult to penetrate through that wall of, frankly, propaganda and lies.
Mm-hmm. There are a lot of lies from the left, especially from the Democrat Party. And as you said, they're propagandists and the left-wing legacy media. But the president and our administration are cutting through those lies every single day with a mega level of access and transparency to the commander-in-chief. Nearly every single day, President Trump invites journalists into the Oval Office and gives them the facts and the truth because he has that on his side. And he is doing so much, accomplishing so much, that the mainstream media can't even cover it all. I mean, today we had a major announcement on a Monday morning that Apple, one of the biggest companies in this world, is going to invest $500 billion right here in the United States of America and create 20,000 new jobs. America is open for business again because of the policies and the confidence that has been restored across this world because of President Trump being behind the resolute desk. And I just saw President Trump's statement, in case your audience has it, from a few moments ago. He says our country is doing very well, and he was just thinking about the company that was shooed away and canceled by the Biden administration who wanted to build the Keystone XL pipeline. He is inviting them back. We want the Keystone XL pipeline built. He wants a pipeline built in the Northeast, in New England, where I am from, where we have some of the highest electricity and utility rates in the country. This is a president who is constantly thinking about how he can help the American people, innovating and pushing groundbreaking ideas on every single issue. And that's, again, why the vast majority of Americans are seeing through the mainstream media and the Democrat Party's lies, because they are seeing real results come from this administration every single day.
Last question. How quickly do you think or anticipate the president will meet with President Zelensky and President Putin?
We expect those meetings to take place very soon, especially the meeting with President Zelensky. And as the president expressed today, he wants the critical minerals and rare earths deal signed. It is going to recoup American tax dollars for the hundreds of billions of dollars that we have paid for Ukraine's national defense. He expects President Zelensky to sign that deal. It's only right, considering what the American taxpayers have done for Ukraine. If it were not for the American people, Ukraine wouldn't be a country anymore. President Trump knows that, and he's getting the American people what they deserve.
Well, and also will help them to have our partnership and us on the ground.
That's right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
That'll give them money to rebuild their country, which is a disaster right now. And the killing.
Wait, can you hear me? Okay. Wait.
We appreciate it.
All right, cool. So you guys remember Vivek Ramaswamy? He is now, or has now, announced that he is running for the governor of Ohio, and he is being endorsed by the legend, the OG, the greatest president the United States has ever seen, or at least top 3 or top 5. Donald Trump has endorsed Vivek Ramaswamy, and it's about to get spicy, ladies and gentlemen.
Earlier today, Vivek Ramaswamy officially declared his candidacy for governor of the Buckeye State, Ohio, during a rally in Cincinnati. Take a look.
We will lead Ohio to be the top state in the country, where we lead the way in the sectors of the future, from semiconductors to aerospace. Look at where we are today. How about this company, guys? Love this, in the heart of Butler County, an aerospace company leading us to the future, all the way to AI and the other sectors of our future. I will lead Ohio to be the top state in the country, where patriots across America actually flock to instead of Florida and Texas. I will lead Ohio to be the state of excellence in America.
All right, Vivek Ramaswamy joins us now with more.
I could guarantee you for a fact that Vivek is definitely going to be a star. Like, I knew he was going to be a star, but executive power, which is the presidency, I don't think he is going to get there based on the fact that he's not Christian. But that doesn't, I'm not discriminating against Vivek. However, it's just, the United States is a Christian nation. Like it or not, you have to, in some way, shape, or form, sort of kind of affiliate yourself with that. But with that being said, Vivek is a legend. is smart, intelligent, articulate, very, very, very sharp, and his ideology is also more of the Make America Great Again movement. And Ohio is going to be great for sure because this guy, don't be, y'all be ready because Ohio might be looking like Dubai in like 3 years.
His first interview since announcing his run. Oh, look, you already have the crowd behind you. Here we go. Hello to everybody there. How are you?
Thank you. They're good, Sean. They can't hear you.
All right. You had me in the speech and still, until you went after my state of Florida and said you're going to bury Florida and Ohio's going to be beating Florida. You had me up to that point because I'm pretty competitive. Tell us about what's going on.
Look, I think it's a little friendly competition between our states is a good thing, Sean. That's what federalism was built on. I do want to lead Ohio to be the top state in the country, especially in one area that I don't think we've talked about enough, which is educational excellence, even in our public schools. I want to make Ohio the first state in the country where we implement merit-based pay for teachers, principals, superintendents, so that the best teachers who should be paid more are actually paid more. But that comes at the expense of a lot of dead weight hanging around. I want to get the cell phones out of the classroom. I want to bring back early physical education. So educational excellence, I think, is a core theme, especially as it relates to the achievement of our kids, Sean. And that's something we talked about tonight.
You know the number one public schools in the country, you know what state it is, right?
Well, right now it is. Absolutely not Ohio. But I do think that we have
Florida.
to lead to the future we want to get to. And look, I think that take a look at the entire country. I mean, Donald Trump was elected in a decisive mandate. He's reviving our confidence in America. I think we need a leader here at home, Sean, who revives our conviction in Ohio. Donald Trump was the greatest president we've had in our 21st century. Now we need governors across the country who rise to that same occasion and lead at the state level. When you think about programs in healthcare or education, what they're doing to the federal bureaucracy is beautiful, but a lot of those programs are now going to move to the states and to the people. So I do think now is a moment where we're going to require strong-willed governors to lead the way, and I'm excited to lead the charge here in Ohio.
You know, I will tell you, your passion is infectious by every measure. I will tell you, it is sad what has happened to the educational system in this country. And yeah, I'm all in favor of getting rid of the Department of Education. I'm all in favor of either vouchers or block granting the money to states. I believe local officials will do better. Parents would make better choices than somebody at the federal level. It's such a shame that we pay more per capita per child on education, and we get the worst results in the entire industrialized world. And when I hear you passionately say you're going to fix that in Ohio and fix the issue of law and order and become a hub for business and innovation and technology, to me, it's just basic common sense. That's why Florida does well. That's why Texas does well. That's why, you know, a lot of Republican governors have been doing well. And I like the competition as well. I want to see Ohio do well. I want every state to do well.
Yeah, exactly. And that's how our country works at its best, Sean. These are time-tested principles. Smaller government, put the money back in the pockets of the people who actually live here. Transparency for the taxpayer. I want everybody in Ohio to see how their money is actually being spent, from the state level to the local level, to bring sunlight as the best disinfectant. And I just think that we live in a special moment in our country. I'm as optimistic as I've ever been for our future now with President Trump in office. But we've got to take that agenda now to the next level. We've got to carry that forward to the future. Shutting down the Department of Education is a great first step, but then we have to stand for the achievement and education of our students in math, where 75% of eighth graders aren't proficient in math according to international standards. There's kids in other countries where English isn't even their first language, doing better on English proficiency than our own kids here. That's unacceptable to me, Sean, as an Ohioan, as an American, as a parent. But the good news is we're going to step up and actually fix it. I don't want to just curse the darkness. We're actually going to drive that positive change through action in our state. And I believe our country's best days are ahead of us. And I would like Ohio, as a state that led the first industrial revolution, to be a state whose best days are ahead as well. And economically speaking, I think it's something you'll understand, Sean. If Silicon Valley led the way in the American economy for the last 10 years, I want to make sure it is the Ohio River Valley for the next 10 years in the sectors of the future. And that's where I'm going to lead us.
How do you incentivize business? Texas had a really big win, and I don't think if Donald Trump lost this election that Apple would be investing $500 billion and committing $500 billion in 4 years and building a plant in Texas and creating tens of thousands. I think they got the message loud and clear. Bring manufacturing back to this country, create high-paying career jobs for Americans. And that's all we really want. Free and fair trade with our partners. We don't want to be stepped on by our partners. And they've taken advantage of us, and we let them do it, and they have not been held accountable for it.
Well, President Trump is holding them accountable for unfair practices, and he's also leading the way federally. Now. What he really needs is partners at the states who can actually do the same thing. So you asked about spurring economic innovation. President Trump's doing his part. But we need to make states like Ohio zero-income tax states, bring down the property taxes, cut the regulatory burden, slash the red tape, bring down the permitting timelines for energy dominance and manufacturing dominance.
Yeah, I'm so happy for Vivek. Thank God he got this right here, being, to be able to run for the next governor of Ohio. Ohio is lucky to have a person like Vivek because he's smart, very, very smart. Of course, he's a billionaire. And in my opinion, if you've had the opportunity to accomplish that financially to the billions, you're smart. Okay? You're smart. So, with that being said, I hope he wins, but Ohio has always been a red state anyway. And he doesn't have to run for 2028, But if he wants to get more popular and I don't think he should run for 2028. Just leave it to JD Vance, or maybe you run DeSantis.
That translates, careful with these faces. And we've blurred them out, but those are 6 people who were involved in ICE and the raids out in LA. It gives their name, gives their address. I think it gives their phone numbers. They are being doxxed. Obviously, they are trying to intimidate the good guys into not going after the bad guys.
So the question is, are we going to allow this to happen in our country? We're going to allow the cartel to win in our own country. We're going to.
Somebody just said in the comment section, being a billionaire doesn't make you smart. What makes you smart? Can somebody tell me in the comment section what makes you smart? If Elon Musk or if Vivek Ramaswamy isn't smart, he's a billionaire, okay, works in pharmaceutical world. I think he graduated from Harvard as well, but he's not smart. Okay.
Let them put our faces of our cops as trying to keep. You got murderers, rapists that have flooded the country because Biden wanted to open up the border and let 10 million people come in the country. And now finally the cops are able to do their job. This is why we have 30 cops on one bus for one guy, because it's not safe. They're putting their pictures up. Their families are at risk as a result of this. They're probably going to have to pull these cops off duty because they can't do their job and be able to protect their family back home. There has to be legal consequences. So I'm just waiting for Pam Bondi to figure exactly who these activists are and prosecute them. They're aiding and abetting an entire criminal enterprise.
Well, ICE is saying they're not really sure who these people are that are hanging up these posters, but they are aware, they are investigating. The LA FBI is warning those who interfere with law enforcement investigations could face prosecution. And DHS says these pathetic activists are putting targets on the backs of our law enforcement as they shield MS-13, Tren de Aragua, and other vicious gangs that traffic women and children, kidnap for ransom, and poison Americans with lethal drugs. These individuals will be held accountable for obstructing the law and justice. This shouldn't be controversial.
Right. And also some other things that are important to point out. The Mayor Bass argued
the worst mayor in the country, was trying hard to be number one, and she's halfway there. Believe in yourself. She also went out of her way to say this: no one should live in fear due to their immigration status. Los Angeles is a city of immigrants. We'll continue to stand together, except, of course, what Bill Malugin posted right after, and that's the amount of illegal aliens who are arrested for horrific crimes. At a Guatemalan 18th Street gang member, I would fear him, convicted of assault with a deadly weapon. A Chinese convicted child predator, I believe that's a problem. You should fear a Mexican drug trafficker, a Guatemalan convicted manslaughter assailant, Guatemalan convicted of rape with a gun. That's best to say these are the people, as Bill Wright says, that we should have fear, I believe. So this is an idea, the difference between the two parties. One sees illegal immigrants where we're a melting pot. Other sees there's a difference between criminals and people who are here legally.
Well, it also goes to the point, okay, you see the rap sheet of all those people. You let these people back on the street? Who does that?
New York.
How is that?
New York and Chicago.
Any type of common sense. And I think, I just wish they would look at the polling data. Still, over 60% of the country is for mass deportations. You would think, with all these rallies and all that, that the tide would change. But the country is aware, because these folks aren't staying in the rich neighborhoods, as my last guest said, that ran for city council in Boston. They're staying in the poor neighborhoods, so they have to experience those criminal aliens in their community.
Well, and ultimately, these sanctuary cities are still sanctuary cities for a lot of these bad guys.
The president says if there's one thing he wants to pick up the pace on in immigration, it's the criminals. Yeah. Find a way to round up those criminals and the kids, the tens of thousands of kids we can't track.
It's the lowest single apprehension day in over 15 years this past Saturday. CBP encountered only 200 illegal aliens at our U.S. southern border. And Christy Nome writes, thanks to President Trump and our brave men and women of CBP, make America safe again.
It's working.
And I'm so happy right now. I'm so glad I voted for Trump. I'm so glad that they have this whole situation going on right now. Okay. His cabinet members are on fire. They're on fire, literally. Okay. We're just waiting for the prices to start coming down. The interest rates, the mortgage rates. We already seen the borders getting secured.
And it certainly is a moment in the whole discussion of where the U.S. is right now vis-a-vis the European allies and Ukraine. There was a resolution that passed at the United Nations marking the 3 years of the war. And the U.S. did not vote yes. The U.S. voted no. And among the other countries that voted no were North Korea, Russia, Hungary, and Belarus, and the list goes on. And what this resolution said was that Russia invaded Ukraine and also did have language in there that suggested that Russia should leave Ukraine and it should go back to the borders before Russia invaded. This is really amazing that the U.S. is now on record in the United Nations on the side of North Korea and Russia when it comes to language. No, it's just a resolution marking it. It doesn't really do anything.
It was the American resolution. This was a U.S. drafted resolution that did not identify Russia as the aggressor.
That was a separate one that they tried, which didn't pass. You're right. There was a separate resolution.
But as the language is upgraded, the U.S. says we're not going to agree to this.
That's exactly right.
We're not going to call Russia the aggressor.
Which is why they voted no.
At the UN.
Yeah.
But I think when you take that in conjunction with Vance's remarks at the Munich Security Conference, which is, of course, a very important sort of international event, where he really focused on sort of these cultural issues and laid into Europe quite strongly, what it seems like we're seeing is a repositioning of the United States away from the nation's traditional allies in Europe and towards Russia. And it's just, it's remarkable.
Well, yeah, and I think that's totally right when you look at the big picture. In the immediate term, what Trump is trying to do is get a deal.
Yeah.
Is get a deal to end the war, which he did, to be fair, he did campaign on, but the way he's approaching it is going all in on Russian language, frankly, Russian propaganda. And it almost reminds me of back after January 6th, where it's like what you saw, what actually happened, didn't really happen in order to get what he wants.
It's a kind of Jedi mind trick to get you to forget the facts that we all kind of saw ahead of us that obviously showed Russia's aggression leading to this conflict. I think Lisa's right on the big picture. It is a repositioning, but it's a repositioning in which the Trump administration has sought to do because that kind of transactional nature, if we don't know who's our friend, who's our foe, it can change day to day, is what he sees as his negotiating power. But I think what the larger kind of world sees as just kind of Trump's personality, right? Like the flattery works, that he could have him turn against others. But he's been fairly consistent in terms of parroting Russian language, as you've said, which has caused alarms, I think, even within his own party. The only thing I would add, though, is if I remember back to the electorate in last year, there was a big turn against foreign aid, against investing in Ukraine. And I think even the framing of that as European interests rather than an American interest is one that Donald Trump has seized on to be able to create a wedge between his kind of portion of the electorate, which I don't think is just a MAGA base, but I think it's kind of a cross-demographic one that has not seen this as the biggest priority.
I think that's a really important point, and I don't think it's something that we can lose sight of. That, America first, whatever that means, if you, depending on what flavor of it you're talking about, does have support beyond the base.
That's why I think the distinction matters about, does Ukraine feel like an American interest, right? Can America first can lead you to invest and support them? That's not what they've done.
But is there a way to follow up on those campaign promises, pull back from Ukraine, and not be falling all over himself to parrot Russia? Just listen to what Steve Witkoff said. Well, actually, first let's listen to Pete Hegseth, followed by Steve Witkoff, who's the president's envoy to the Middle East, but he's involved in these issues.
Fair to say Russia attacked unprovoked into Ukraine 3 years ago tomorrow.
Fair to say it's a very complicated situation.
The war didn't need to happen. It was provoked. It doesn't necessarily mean it was provoked by the Russians. There were all kinds of conversations back then about Ukraine joining NATO. The president has spoken about this. That didn't need to happen.
That's what I'm talking about.
Right, it's giving away the game entirely. And at least it is pretty explicit, at least it's pretty obvious what's happening. Some of this, I fear, is about illiteracy on the part of the voters, not knowing, for example, about the spending that's going to Ukraine that's actually funding American technology, right, funding American manufacturing plants. And by the time you do learn those facts, it's too late.
But I do think, look, not to out us here, Dana, but you and I are both old enough to remember when Mitt Romney got up and said Russia was the central, enemy of the United States. You remember that too? Okay, I'm outing everybody at the table.
Brian's read about it in the history.
Yeah, but and so to see the silence from so many, the vast majority.
Look, the back and forth is valid, okay? However, nobody was even having a conversation with Putin of Russia. We were just sending billions of munitions to Ukraine. So now we have a leader who is actually having a conversation with Putin, who wants to negotiate a peace deal, and yet a lot of people are still saying that why would he be siding or having a conversation or even open a dialogue with Putin? Like, what is that? So what? He's not supposed to talk to Putin, but you want to end the war? How are you going to end the war if you're not talking to the people that are involved in the war? I'm not just going to keep dealing with Ukraine and remove Russia. We're going to involve Russia in Ukraine and get the war ended. People are just dying unnecessarily. And then we're sending money to what? To fund the war in Ukraine, which is what? Unacceptable. Unacceptable, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Bill Barr.
On to this, President Trump is fighting for fairness in girls' sports. taking on Maine's Democratic governor, who's defying his executive order on transgender athletes. Now, the White House says it's investigating the blue state after a transgender student won the high school state title for women's pole vault. That student competed as a male in last year's event, but only came in 9th place. This all happened after Trump's order to ban biological men from participating in women's sports. Now, the president called out Maine Governor Janet Mills during a meeting at the White House. Watch.
The NCAA has complied immediately, by the way. That's good. But I understand Maine. Is Maine here, the governor of Maine? Are you not going to comply with it?
I'm complying with state and federal laws.
We are the federal law. Well, you better do it. You better do it because you're not going to get any federal funding at all if you don't. And by the way, your population, even though it's somewhat liberal, although I did very well there, your population doesn't want men playing in women's sports. So you better comply because otherwise you're not getting any federal funding.
See you in court.
Every state, good. I'll see you in court. I look forward to that. That should be a real easy one. And enjoy your life after governor because I don't think you'll be in elected politics. Every state has a responsibility to comply with Title IX. They have an obligation, a legal obligation, and we'll be enforcing aggressively, and we're going to be protecting our citizens. We're going to protect.
All right, Kaylee, so we were just talking a little bit about this actually earlier. Talk to us, walk us through like a color commentator, what went on there about that interaction and what you think the end result is.
This is fascinating, and this is why people love President Trump. He just says it as it is. I mean, there's no questioning where his mind is at on any given issue. Apparently, Janet Mills was, her staff kind of taken aback by that. I don't know that they expected to be called out in such a colorful fashion, but you know where President Trump stands, and he happens to stand on the side of a 70-30 issue. We have polling in 2023, the beginning of that year, that 34% support biological men in women's sports. President Trump's executive order, 63% approval. That's according to Marquette. So Janet Hill has chosen to stand with the 30%, President Trump's with the 70%, and he feels very comfortable calling her out on television in public fashion because he knows he's on the right side of this.
Yeah, and Ainsley, when we talk about, as he's saying, I think he's citing facts, which is, sure, I will, A, pull federal funding, and B, I look forward to beating you in court because at the end of the day, the law is frankly well on our side, as is case law. And I think about, for example, that Vermont, that poor girl, she was a volleyball player. She complained about a biological male in the locker room, and she was suspended because she was told you either write an apology for misgendering him or you're suspended. Well, her father was the soccer coach. He was suspended without pay for speaking up on her behalf. But the courts reinstated their pay and the suspensions because at the end of the day, the whole point is the law is on that side, let alone the morality of protecting women in sports.
How about the case in Virginia where the mom goes in the locker room with her little girl, which we've all done when our little girls are swimming, and there were a bunch of little girls in there, and there's a man in there who's naked, and he claims he's transgender, and he wants to be in there, and it turns out he was convicted of crimes for exposing himself or something like that, or I don't remember exactly what he was convicted of. Do y'all remember?
Yeah.
But was he a pedophile or something? I don't remember. Anyway, so that's a case that reminds me of what you're talking about in Vermont. If she wants to choose to die on this hill, let her. That's what Sean Hannity always says. We were talking about dying on the hill. It's a great term to describe what's happening here in the Democratic Party. Why would you ever, from a political standpoint, support something that only 30% of your constituents are supporting? That just is not common sense. That's not being smart. So she can say all of this. Trump can call her out. I love that he just calls her out in the middle of all the other governors, telling the other governors, don't do this kind of thing or I'll call you out too and embarrass you.
You know, I note as well that one of the coaches that was at the prior meet where that athlete played as a male prior, he actually refused to participate as a judge this year in protest. So to the point of the loudest voices in the room are the 30%, the vast majority of Americans and those in that industry right there, boots on ground, had a massive problem with this before that athlete won the championship.
I don't actually even believe the 30% number. I think that number is actually lower. I've seen polls where it is lower, and I think people get browbeaten into trying to act, be politically correct, et cetera. That number is lower. I've talked to Democrat strategists. One in particular I'm thinking of told me before the election, this is one of our absolute Achilles heels. This issue is killing us. That's the term that he used. Look, Donald Trump's on the right side of a number of things here, not only history, but as you said, the law, all right? He can withhold the funds. He can do that. Number two, the Title IX issue. The Biden administration interpreted Title IX as saying no gender discrimination in sports, and so you get to choose your gender. Trump's administration has turned that around to the far more logical and I think intended reading of that, which is that women can play in sports safely, and they are allowed to have access to women's sports among women. And I just want to close with, why would you, if being transgender is so tough, and it is, I get that, but as an adult, you've decided to transition, okay, that's your right. Why inflict yourselves on people who are weaker than you or not as capable as you in a sport? It's so performative.
Why
if it's such a small
inflict yourself on us? We get it. You transitioned, okay? Well, you don't have to come up here and force everybody to accept it. We get it. We accept it. Do what you want. You're an adult. But you can't force us to accept me, Jesus.
people, do yourselves a favor, do your fellow transgenders a favor, and don't take your 6'2" muscular body in to play basketball against a bunch of women who are 5'7" and weigh 100 pounds.
Maria, I wanted to ask you about the sort of synergy between media and the Democrat Party.
Oh my God. Do not take your 6'4", 270-pound weighing muscular body to this swimming feminine contest, okay?
Party writ large as they talk about strategy and how this issue plays into it. For example, here's Bill Maher on why Dems are losing elections, including this issue. Watch.
Do I think in most of America they did that in schools? I don't. But I think in enough of them, in enough far left places, they did constantly have this idea in the minds of children that maybe you're not in the right body. That's why this debate goes on. And the fact that you think, or a lot of people on the left think that even if you just have this debate, it makes you a bigot, you just have to roll over. That was, you asked about the Biden administration. That was their position. If you even question this, you're some sort of a bigot. You want to lose every election. Just keep coming down on the side of parents coming in second in a who gets to decide what goes on with my kid contest.
I think this is one of a number of cultural issues that President Trump very successfully ran on in this last election in making Democrats seem, and look, Democrats, we didn't always help ourselves. I'm not just giving Trump all the credit for it, but, making Democrats seem out of touch with the mainstream, like they had these pet minority sort of causes and we couldn't see what most people wanted. And I think that is a problem electorally. We have to balance that with the morality of some of these issues, and I think my party is struggling with that. It's worth noting that Janet Mills is not some liberal. She was a prosecutor. She's the governor of Maine, which is a very, very purple state, trending sort of libertarian. Donald Trump got a lot more votes in Maine this last time, so she's not some flame, she's not Gavin Newsom on the left. But Democrats have to figure out how to defend our values. And look, there are trans kids in this country today who are scared. And I care about that. But how do we do that in a way
There we go.
about what they feel and they care about? And was a tough needle to thread last year. And, elections are coming up soon. We'll see how we do. Yeah. And I think so many millions of Americans care equally about the millions of girls in biological sports who had their futures ripped away from them. I note, too, and to your point about the media, in CNN's coverage of this event, they quoted Stephen King, who said, "I'm so proud to be a Mainer, a Mainer." Yeah. But they didn't quote the Allen family. They didn't quote any family who has been negatively impacted by this.
Shout out to everybody watching the live stream right now. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, join the memberships. It is $4.99. Thank you for being here. You guys are the best. We are here every single day. We took a break, but now we're back every day. and we talk about what's going on in the country. Enjoy the show. Be nice.
With the employees here saying, what did you do last week? And if you can't come up with 5 things that you did, maybe you shouldn't be employed here. So again, this is an easy task. It happens in the private sector all the time.
Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy throwing his support behind DOGE's latest push for greater government accountability. Elon Musk now requiring federal workers to list 5 accomplishments from the past week. And if they do not respond to his email, they face losing their job. The deadline set for midnight tonight. Fox team coverage begins now with Kim Strassel on deck. But first, FBN's Hillary Vaughn live on Capitol Hill. What can you tell us about this latest attempt by DOGE to reduce waste?
Hi, John. Well, it's triggering a lot of people and it's hitting a nerve. While most Americans would love for an opportunity to brag to their boss about all the things that they got done last week, some people working for the government, paid for by taxpayers, working for taxpayers, think that they are too good for that. Democratic Senator Tina Smith attacking Musk over this, using her favorite D word, and it's not Democrat. Smith saying, quote, "This is the ultimate D-boss move from Musk, except he isn't even the boss. He's just a D." Musk says he's already received a large number of responses and says those people should be considered for a promotion. Other Democrats say a CEO would never ask their workers to do this.
Imagine that you got this email tomorrow from your boss's 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 boss, who knows nothing about what you do. This would be like Tim Cook sending that email to every single Apple Store employee. If Tim Cook did that, we would say Tim is past his due date and doesn't know how to run a company anymore.
But Musk says this is not that complicated. It's a pulse check, saying, quote, "The reason this matters is that a significant number of people who are supposed to be working for the government are doing so little work that they are not checking their email at all. In some cases, we believe non-existent people or the identities of dead people are being used to collect paychecks. In other words, there is outright fraud." Republicans say this is a great idea.
The price tag that the taxpayers pay is right at $271 billion a year. Is it too much to ask for them to verify why they're making an average salary of $106,000 a year? I guess the arrogance of the workers who says that's a heavy lift is what's wrong with that's what the Americans are sick and tired of. It's not their money. We're the ones who are paying the bills.
And so some government employee unions are so upset about this that they're actually suing over the fact that Elon Musk wants them to tell him 5 things that they did this week. They filed a lawsuit in federal court in San Francisco over this email. John.
Well, Hillary, we don't need to ask you what you did last week because it's all caught on video.
That's true. Same
Appreciate
with you, John.
And we wouldn't need to ask because you do terrific work week in and week out. Hillary, thank you.
Oh,
Sandra?
thank you. That's nice.
All right. Thank you, John. Let's bring in Kim Strassel now, Fox News contributor and a Wall Street Journal opinion columnist. We're told that that meeting just wrapped. We'll have a play out for that shortly with President Trump saying in that meeting he thinks the DOGE email to federal workers, Kim, on their weekly duties is great. So he is standing by it and says the email was needed to find workers who are not working. Are you for this, Kim?
You know, I think that's the important point here. Is you're listening to Elon Musk, and what we're discovering in a lot of things that he's saying is that the DOGE team is finding that a great deal of the federal government seems to be on autopilot. So it's just trundling along, and you don't really know where a lot of this money is going. And that doesn't just count for paychecks to federal employees, but how many Social Security checks are going out to people who died a long time ago? How many tax credits are being dumped into bank accounts for people that don't qualify for that money anymore or themselves have passed away? And it seems that we do not have those quality control checks going on. So that to me is the more interesting part than the substance of this, which is name 5 things. By the way, I can name 5 things I did this morning, but that shouldn't be a tough lift. I think there could have been some more coordination that probably would have been useful so that everyone on the Trump team was on the same page on this, but it does seem like a worthy exercise.
Fair enough. I want to put a part of of your Wall Street Journal column, a quote here on Trump's constitutional cleanup. You say the administration is courting lawsuits that could dismantle the Washington machine. These moves are unconventional. Most presidents roll with the bureaucracy they are given, but hardly lawless. Progressive litigators may soon discover presidents have a lot of authority to manage employees and programs. Seen Sean Duffy at the Transportation Department is leading by example. He put out a tweet indicating 5 things he did this last week. He said, Mr. President, here's the 5 things. It terminated the NYC elitist anti-worker congestion pricing, launched an investigation into multi-billion-dollar taxpayer dollars wasted on high-speed rail. He goes on to make his list, but we know that not everyone is joining in that capacity. Case in point, Kash Patel at the FBI and the Defense Department are saying that they are going to conduct their own evaluations. Does that in any way show you that they're split in how to handle this, or are they backing up the president in just a different way?
Yeah, look, they're backing up the president in a different way. And this was my point about miscommunication. I think you could have just as easily done this DOGE effort of the 5 things while also having consulted with cabinet heads to do it in a way where they felt comfortable that any information that was being sent, that there wasn't classified information or sensitive information that was ending up with the wrong people. And that's a legitimate concern. And I think these are some teething problems that we're going to see in the beginning of DOGE's efforts, which is it is this outside entity. You need that kind of distance, I think, away from some of these cabinet heads. But I think in some great big capacity, there has to be a little bit more coordination about how some of this rolls out.
Meanwhile, this is the take of one member of Congress, Democrat Amy Klobuchar. She went on The View earlier today, and she said this, she believes, is the real motivation behind DOGE. Listen.
He and Elon Musk, they're looking for money everywhere.
Yes.
And they are literally, costs are going up for you while they're giving the tax cuts to the rich friends.
Corporate profits.
And they're looking for money to do that. And if any worker right now is failing their probationary period in the United States government, it is Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the guy. Yeah. Because what he is doing as an unelected,
it's probably unconstitutional,
billionaire is, yes, and that's why you're seeing all these lawsuits.
Yeah.
Reaction to that, Kim?
Hey, please, talking about partly unconstitutional.
Yeah, they're certainly trying to find money, Sandra, but part of it is to pay for the $36 trillion in debt, a bunch of which came from Democrats spending through the roof over the past 4 years. There's a lot of good benefits this money can go to, rebuilding our military, et cetera. There are other priorities. To suggest that it's going simply to the rich there's no evidence of that, and there's certainly no policy in place for that to be the case.
Just want to end with what is coming out of this meeting. Again, we're going to have tape playback here for our viewers in a moment. On Ukraine, the president just said NATO is a good thing if done properly. He says they could end the war in Ukraine within weeks. On a Russia-Putin meeting, he said he would be willing to go to Moscow at an appropriate time, Kim. He says May 9 might be a little soon for a Moscow visit. Does not see the problem with sending European troops as peacemakers in Ukraine. And Macron weighed in saying we're ready to provide security guarantees to Ukraine. We have to make sure we have deterrence. This was Mike Waltz this morning on expectations from Ukraine on a potential deal to end this war. Listen.
We expect the Ukrainians to realize the opportunity that this is, and President Zelensky to realize the opportunity that this is, to be co-invested with the United States of America in the future of Ukraine, in the future of its economy, and growing the pie in terms of its natural resources that not only helps Ukraine, but recoups these hundreds of billions of dollars for the Ukrainian people and for the American taxpayer going forward.
That was the National Security Advisor, Waltz. We're going to hear from President Trump and President Macron in their own words in just a moment. Final thoughts on that, Kim?
Well, you know, this is going to be Ukraine's decision as to what it feels comfortable with. And we've got a great editorial in our paper today about Russia's long list of lies and broken promises to Ukraine over the years. So there is going to have to be some reassurances there. Whether or not a rare earth minerals deal and economic cooperation is enough to reassure them, I think that's left to be seen. But I think this is why Macron's visit is important, to remember NATO's role here and reminded the president of the United States about the greater stakes for all of Europe if Russia is left emboldened here.
All right, Kim, really appreciate you joining us on.
Russia would not be left emboldened. However, this has to stop, okay? All of this wars have to stop. So, with that being said, conversation has to be had. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. You want to keep going or you want to come back? All right, actually, we are going to come back. Okay. Thank you. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Never give up on God. Believe in yourself. Believe in your dreams. And believe in Almighty God. You know what time it is. It is your boy, Genesis. It is currently 11:33 a.m. And today's date is the 25th of February, 2025. All right. Just stay tuned, okay? Stay tuned. I will be back here in 30 minutes. Okay. I will be back here by 12 noon. It is currently 11:33, like I said. 12 noon, I will be back. So turn on your notification bell and let's have a good time. We will be on for 5 hours when we come back here. We're going to be streaming a Senate hearing. So it's pretty going to be a lot. But thank you guys so much. Enjoy yourself. Be nice, be kind to each other. God bless the United States. God bless you guys. God bless me. Thank you to the veterans. Thank you to the active military members. You guys are awesome. All right. I love you guys. Thank you.